the Merchant Ale House and the CBGBs acoustics, as well as with her band. Carly teaches vocal and guitar lessons to students in Rick Rose's music school in Niagara Falls and plans to move to Toronto next year to study for her bachelor's degree in music at Humber College. She also appeared on the Spirit of the Falls CD album Volume 2 and plans to release her full CD, her own full CD, with all her originals by April of this year. Can we welcome Carly Manley, please? Welcome, Carly.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Carly, on behalf of the members of council and those this evening present, we'd like to congratulate you and thank you for coming and wish you the best in all your endeavors in music. Thank you so much. Great. This time I'll ask Councillor Inoue to lead us in prayer, please.
To join me in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Members of Council, the first order of business is the adoption of the Council minutes of February 25th, 2008. Can I have a motion, please? Moved by Councillor Peter Angelo, seconded by Councillor Diodati. Are there any questions or discussion with respect to the minutes? Having seen none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favour? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to ask for any disclosures of a pecuniary interest on behalf of any members of Council. Councillor Wing.
Thank you. On an in-camera matter and also on report PD 2008-23, both involving my spouse's employer.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, conflict regarding the matter with respect to development charges in committee, and also AM 3607. I have a direct conflict with respect to that. 6455 Fallsview Boulevard, 6471 Stanley, 5896 and 6046 Dunn Street.
Councillor Carrio.
Thank you, Worship. On the in-camera item, redevelopment charges, I'm one of the appellants. Two issues regarding SciTech. I'm involved in an OMB hearing. That SciTech is one of the parties. That would be PD 2008-12 and PD 2008-24 and also PD 2008-23. The Renaissance Hotel is right across from my hotel.
So noted. Thank you. Councillor Maves.
Yes, Your Worship. Check number 318068. That's my place of employment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Inoue.
I have a conflict on AM 36, AM 14, check 318077. It's made out to my spouse, and I have a conflict for the in-camera item.
Thank you. Anyone else? And myself, I'd like to declare conflict on check numbers 317-723 and 318-116. Move on to the next order of business. Member of Council, we have tonight with us Elizabeth Zimmerman, the Executive Director of the YWCA, Niagara Region, who's going to make a presentation to Council announcing for the call of nominees for the 2008 Women of Distinction Awards being held on May 8, 2008. Welcome, Elizabeth.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Karen Burt, and I'm the Board Chair for the YWCA. And I'm here to talk to you about Women of Distinction, and thank you very much for the time on your agenda, because I can see you're going to have a busy evening. The YWCA Women of Distinction Awards honors the unique contributions of women throughout the Niagara region who have distinguished themselves by their personal achievements, community commitment, and above all, their contribution to the advancement of women. Nominees are women who have inspired vision, initiative, and leadership. As you'll notice on your nomination forms, which I hope that you have in your packages, if not, I have some here, each year we honor women in 7 different categories, which includes arts and culture, education and training, health and well-being, public and community services, public affairs and communications, science and technology, and trades professionals and entrepreneurship. Nominations this year will close this Friday, March the 20th, 2008, at 4 p.m. And tonight we'd like to encourage all of you to nominate a woman who stands out in your mind, or encourage others in the community to do so. We still have about 3 days, so if you know anyone, it would be great to receive a nomination from you. This year's recipient will be announced at the Gallo Awards on Thursday, May the 8th at the John Michael Banquet Center. Tickets are available at $80 with a $40 charitable donation, tax receipt. This is the YWCA's signature event where not only do we recognize outstanding women, but we also raise funds for our much-needed programs and services for women and children in need in our community. Last year, in our Niagara Falls Emergency Shelter, we served 379 women and 59 children, providing 6,805 nights of shelter and 27,375 meals. So I want to thank you very much for this time on your evening and for your support. And should you require any additional information regarding our Women of Distinction Awards, please get in touch with our St. Catharines office.
Well, Karen, thank you very much. There may be questions from members of Council. Members of Council, any questions of Karen or Elizabeth? I know I'm planning to attend once again this year. It's a wonderful event, so we'll look forward to seeing you there. So thank you very much for your presentation this evening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda, members of Council, is a presentation by the Honourable Steve W. Manny, who is the chair of the Workplace and Safety Insurance Board, and will present the Community Workplace Health and Safety Charter for Council's consideration. Welcome, sir.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, and members of Council. I think it's fitting that I was introduced as Mahoney on March the 17th, but it's actually Mahoney.
Good.
But that's okay. Before I begin my presentation, I'd just like to acknowledge the presence of a couple of folks. I have Dave Whitney, who is Director for the Niagara region for the WSIB, and also Bill Blackborough, who is the President and CEO of the Municipal Health and Safety Association, and his Operations Manager for Eastern Ontario, Monica Zabo. Your Worship, I became the chair of the WSIB about 1.5 years ago, and I'm also a former municipal councillor, and I was somewhat surprised when I found out some of the information I'm going to share with you. Every hour at the WSIB, we receive about 40 claims, every hour 24/7, for injuries, illnesses, and fatalities. That's 1,000 a day, that's 7,000 a week, that's 360,000 each and every year. In addition to that, we lose 2 people every week to a fatal incident in the workplace, 101 in 06, 101 in 07, 10 of those being young people working for part-time jobs or summer jobs. The other thing I discovered, because I was not aware of the record in my municipality when I was on council, and so I looked into it, and I found out that municipalities in the province of Ontario last year paid the WSIB $123 million to take care of workers who were injured who work directly for those municipal corporations. The impact is frankly staggering, and one of the things that we want to do at the WSIB is find out ways where you can pay us less. Your share as a municipality of that was $532,847 in 2006. The numbers would be similar, perhaps a little bit higher, in 2007. Recognizing all of these statistics, we launched our campaign called the Road to Zero. And on the Road to Zero, it was my thought that municipal councilors and mayors and chairs who get elected are in fact champions in their own municipality. They're people that everyone in the community looks up to. And I'm here to ask you and your council to join us on our Road to Zero. We've launched our Community Workplace Health and Safety Charter. So far we've had over 35 municipalities who have signed the charter. And it's a statement that is in front of you that really recognizes your commitment as champions in the community to try to help us attain the goals that are laid out in our plan called the Road to Zero. We also launched a social marketing campaign. Some of you may have seen the ads, and I'm going to ask that you watch them again this evening, but before I do, I should tell you that they are somewhat shocking, and for anyone in the audience who is perhaps a little squeamish, they might not want to watch them. I just give you that warning in advance. We found it necessary to run ads along this line so that we could raise the level of awareness in the community at large as to the serious issue around workplace health and safety. And I'd be happy afterwards to answer any questions that you may have, and hopefully you'll have a resolution, and Your Worship, you and I can sign the charter together and have it properly displayed. So I think your clerk is ready to play the ads.
I'm working overtime because I want to take my family on a nice vacation. Soon they get a call telling them I was killed in an accident. But hey, I'm wearing a busted harness here. And the company should have checked those tanks to...
There's been an accident! Run, get some help! Sergeant Standard, call the ambulance!
I'm the sous chef here. With any luck, I should be head chef by next year. I've got this amazing fiancé, who I won't be marrying this weekend, because I'm about to be in a terrible accident. But really, I should have cleaned up the grease over there, and they should never put the deep fryer so close.
Somebody help me!
Your Worship, members of council, they're not very pleasant to watch, but they're also not based on fiction. Incidents like that happen tragically all too often in our province, and we're looking for your support to try to eliminate them from happening. Our message is there really are no accidents. Every single incident that takes a life or causes an injury is preventable. In the case that you've watched just now, they're both clearly preventable, and we believe that right across the province we can in fact achieve our goal on the Road to Zero. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Members of Council, any questions for Mr. Mahoney? Sorry. Yes, Councilor Diodati?
I would make the motion, Your Worship, for the charter that we're about to sign.
Thank you. Second by Councilor Wing. Any discussion with regard to the motion? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. Manny. We appreciate this. We can have a chance to sign that if we're good.
Yep. Thank you. Here we go. Thank you, members of council. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda, members of council, is a presentation by Melanie Mullen of Celebrate Old Downtown with regard to the recent competition called the Downtown Idea Challenge. And Melanie is here with the winners this evening. Please come forward if you would. She's going to introduce Carl David Onofrio and Brandon Agnew. So the mic is yours.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm here to introduce a group of local artists who've been building a strong downtown community since January of this year. We're here to show you through our print ad that has been submitted through the competition and is in the lobby there for you to see, and through a song that we're going to sing for you. We are going to leave singing, so you're more than welcome to join us at the Arts and Culture Community Center at 455 Queen Street afterwards. We're having our bi-weekly meeting this evening. So we'd like to share with you this song that's been composed and sung by local artists in your community.
Councilor Carrio.
I suggest that we take advantage of their hospitality, go down to wherever they're going, and have this meeting another day.
Certainly want to acknowledge the enthusiasm of the group, and if you had a chance to get to 4555 Queen Street, you'll understand what I'm saying. Melanie has certainly got a lot of activity ongoing at that location, so they're very committed, and we appreciate that. So thank them again for their enthusiasm, if I can. Mr. Clerk, could you introduce the next item on the agenda, please?
Your Worship, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaws to convert lands from industrial to residential west of Montrose Road, east of Garner Road, north of Brown Road, and south of the Hydro Corridor. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Saturday, February 16th, 2008, and February 15th, 2008, and through a ad in the Niagara Falls Review. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments to participate in any site plan process if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you very much. And at this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Bob Bollebrook to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This amendment involves a property of approximately 66 hectares, 485 acres in size. We're dealing with property, I'll just outline it for you here. Basically, this area here. Principally, the land is and has been farmed for quite some time. The yellow area indicates an area of provincially significant wetlands. There is some lands in the southwest corner of 37 acres that will be retained in an industrial designation category. The surrounding lands include the Niagara Square in the northeast area. We've got other lands owned by the Warren Woods group, or the Centex. Recently draft-approved subdivision in this area here, and they also need additional lands to the west. Just as for some background for the public and council, this area includes a wooded area as well as some environmental protection area. But principally, the lands will be designated from an industrial category to a residential category. I mentioned the draft-approved plan by Warren Woods to the north. There are also 22 acres on the east side along Montrose Road, which will be retained in an industrial category that belongs to the Warren Woods development. All this area will be subject to a secondary plan process, which we will be getting into at a later date. Basically, the provincial policy statement and growth plan would permit municipalities to convert what these are called employment lands or industrial designated lands to a non-employment designation if the municipality undertakes a comprehensive review, and we are in that process currently. In October of 2007, the city approved recommendations of the first phase of that comprehensive review prepared by Urban Metrics, Inc. That study concluded that based on population projections contained in the growth plan, that the city should look at redesignating some residential lands to accommodate projected growth. It concluded that the employment will continue to we're in a bit of a transition towards more service-oriented employment and away from heavy manufacturing, and therefore leading us towards an oversupply of vacant industrial lands. As far as the conformity with the residential policies, the official plan does recommend or does state that residential development should occur in a manner that's compatible with other surrounding land uses, and it also look at varying housing types and densities and so on. It continues that this subject property is positioned well in the sense that it's easy access to the shopping for Niagara Square and other sites. It does have community infrastructure in the sense that schools are nearby. We have the McBain Center as well. We have direct access to two arterial roads, being Montrose and Kayla Road. I mentioned about the recently draft-approved Warren Woods plan of subdivision as well. As far as industrial compatibility, that's really the crux of the issue that's before us tonight. We mentioned the 22 acres along Montrose Road that will remain industrial, and the setbacks from existing industrial and potential future industrials will have to be detailed in the secondary plan. We're dealing with an area, and I failed to mention that in surrounding land uses, is SciTech. That's to the southwest of the site. We're dealing with the Ministry of Environment guidelines, and they have a minimum distance separation of 300 meters, or close to 1,000 feet, between heavy industrial and residential uses. There's also an area of influence of 1,000 meters that's also used as a figure. And SciTech has requested a minimum of 1.09. Now, we'll hear tonight that just this afternoon there was some resolution to that distance, and we'll probably hear from the lawyer representing Warren Wood. See, the natural areas, there are quite a bit of natural areas. There's several provincially significant wetlands in the area, and these all have to be resolved and reviewed as part of the secondary plan process. This was some distances that were calculated from the SciTech to the southwest. This first distance was a figure that Warren Woods came up with, and we have suggested as an interim step that we would recommend the 1,000 meters, or the 1 kilometer distance, and the consultants for the SciTech, or pardon me, the lawyer for SciTech had recommended the 1.09. And as I said, I believe there's been resolution that that line will be closer to the distance that Warren Woods has come up with. And that distance is 2 kilometers from the phosphine tanks that are contained in on the SciTech property, probably further to the southwest. Now, as far as the development through the secondary plan process, they're encouraged to the official plan for larger areas, and this is to ensure efficient and coordinated development, ensure various servicing studies are completed in advance of development. The ultimate development of Warren Woods will be guided by this plan. We'll deal with densities, location of various land uses. We'll deal with the location of parks, trails, road patterns, obviously, and also the natural heritage areas. The amendment to convert the industrial lands is an interim step because we will be preparing the secondary plan. The secondary plan will be adopted as an amendment to the official plan, but we have been asked to process this from a couple of reasons. Obviously, Warren Woods would like us to proceed and get this kind of interim step carried out, and as well, Council has directed us to do this as well. We will have a clause included in the OP amendment, official plan amendment, to provide the rezoning of the subject lands to a development holding. That's because we want to work out the details of the secondary plan. In conclusion, the proposed residential uses of the lands can be supported on the condition that development not occur until the completion of the secondary plan. And the second item is the location of the, looking at the residential or industrial designation within the 1,000 meters of potential area of influence. That, as I said, has been reduced as a result of negotiations, and we'll probably hear about that tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bollebrook. Once again, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheets will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 17, subsection 24 of the Planning Act. At this time, Council will hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak. Is there anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak? And I just ask if you could keep your comments to 10 minutes, please, and please identify your name and address, please.
Yes, I'm John Walker. I'm speaking on behalf of the Preservation of Agricultural Land Society. I live at 134 Church Street, St. Catharines, and I'm copy of my brief for staff and members of council.
Welcome.
Thank you. I can say that I am not speaking in opposition to the thrust of this amendment, but I would ask that you not approve at this meeting and wait for one additional level of detail. In the Schedule A to the official plan, the amendment that is before you this evening, there is properly mapped one area of provincially significant wetlands, these forests in this area. However, the Warren Creek wetland evaluation by James Dugan, which did the provincially significant wetland evaluation and has legal status by the province, they indicate two other areas that are provincially significant wetlands. Now, I brought the map here, which would be in possession of the planning department. There is one forest here on Browns Road, and there is another in this vicinity, which is essentially between this creek and Browns Road. So these are two provincially significant wetlands, which, as members of council know, cannot have a residential zoning placed upon them. Development cannot occur on these lands. And I believe that these should be properly designated as environmental protection before the rezoning of the balance of the land to residential is completed. This would not do a service to the developer to have a residential zoning on these lands, because the provincial designation that was done by James Dugan, respected ecologist, lengthy study, would stand in any event, and it would not be able to have the lots registered, the subdivision registered. And it should be done, at this stage and not put off to the secondary plan. I think it would just cause a conundrum to attempt to correct this problem at that time. My written brief was prepared last evening before I had the benefit of seeing this schedule. In the notice for the public meeting, it even showed residential zoning on top of the areas that are in the schedule as protected environmental protection area. That area has been corrected in this recommended staff report, but these two other areas of provincially significant wetlands are still omitted from environmental protection designation. So that's rather clear request, and I hope the council would support it. So that's my presentation, if you have any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Dr. Bacher at all? Having seen none, thank you very much, Mr. Bacher. Dr. Bacher, appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to this matter this evening? Is there anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak this evening? Okay. Good evening.
Mr. Chairman, members of council, my name is Jean Grandoni, rural route number 1, Garner Road, Niagara Falls. I do have a copy of a letter which I wrote and a colored map. There's just enough maps, at least for the council and the mayor, and I'm not sure. There's just a few extra. Mr. Chairman, members of council, I am requesting that the provincially significant wetland forests, along with the treed wildlife corridors, be designated as environmental protection in this subject initial amendment. Two studies recognize the importance of these forests. The first was the wetlands evaluation completed in spring of 1998 by Jim Dugan and Associates as part of the Warren Creek Watershed Master Plan. This was commissioned by the City NPCA and Ministry of Natural Resources. It identified the 12 forests as being a provincially significant wetland complex. The Warren Creek Watershed Master Plan, September 2000, states that the PSW status of the forest was, quote, that is the provincially significant wetland status of these forests was, quote, and I'm quoting directly from the Warren Creek Watershed Master Plan by Phillips Engineering, which incorporates the wetlands evaluation by Dugan. Confirmed by M&R in a letter dated December 9th, 1998. So they do have legal status. The second study was the City of Niagara Falls Urban Wooded and Treed Inventory and Assessment Study, Volumes 1 and 2, prepared for the City December 1993 by Paul Robertson and R. Blackheart. This study identified significant tree and shrub species. All of the forests on the subject lands were included in this study, and the study recommended forest expansion, not forest elimination. Both studies identified wildlife corridors worthy of preservation. Of major concern is the one linking the two forests west of Kaler Road. And I don't see it on there in yellow as a protected area. Both studies paid for with taxpayer money and appear to be unbiased. The current study done by the developer's consultant and assisted by another of Trees Unlimited is an environmental constraint study. Their independent environmental analysis is incomplete according to city staff. Already the city has enforced preservation of two provincially significant forests which form a part of this same 12-unit PSW complex north of McLeod Road. The same rules should apply to this application. The initial meetings on development on this watershed led the public to believe that the 12 provincially significant wetland forests comprising this wetland complex would be preserved in compliance with provincial legislation. Anything less would be illegal, and I'm really worried that we're getting less here as we go along. There is suggestion that a development holding zone is proposed for the forested areas. I do not agree with this approach. This is exactly what we argued against on the Fernwood application. My God, do we have to go through this all again? The zoning must interpret in detail the official plan designation. A development holding zone opens the door for forest destruction and weakens the purpose of the official plan amendment. The forest must be designated environment protection in this initial OP. And in fact, the region objected to Fernwood based on this argument. Along with, the forest must be designated environment protection in this OP amendment along with any changes to residential. And this should not be approved tonight based on this argument. What is missing and what makes development premature is a watershed plan for the entire Welland River. Other issues, number one, the SciTech buffer. The buffering issue, the chemical factory of SciTech, makes preserving the forest a major benefit in protecting future homeowners, as the forest will help to diminish impacts of a chemical leak by acting as a filter. Point 2, it is illegal that 2 forests appear scheduled for destruction. Because if you look at the developer's report, where you see that curved buffer in that little yellow part of the forest, they showed a road going in that forest, and that's why I'm saying this. And you don't show the where that arrow at the bottom there points to that triangle, the northeast corner of Kaler and the Brown Road. They don't show that as a green forest in their mapping. Well, they do, but then they show other maps where it's just brown, and I don't know why they've done this. Each study numbers the forests differently, and if you go to those studies at any time, I have given you the numbers of those 2 forests that appear threatened. The road system and subdivision layout needs improvement as they are traversing 4 forests. Point 4, if room for a golf course, then there is plenty of room to save the forest. Please get your priorities straight. Surely resources are more important than sports. It is ironic that developers need wood to build houses, yet they are the first to eliminate the source of that wood, the forest. 5, purchase and resale values. These forests were evaluated as PSWs in 1998. Any purchaser from that time would have considered this designation in their offer to purchase and the fact that the PSWs are undevelopable. Further, the sale price of lots adjacent to these forests returned $10,000 and more per lot above the price of more distant lots. And I've spoken to people even that live next to a creek, and they had to pay $10,000 more. Consequences of building in wetlands and creek beds. 1, wet basements, cracked walls. 2, flooded basements. 3, sump pumps that run all day. I have heard of this and also had a homeowner in Orchard Grove East call me about this problem. Who pays? The taxpayer. Alternatives. By decreasing costs of development, one increases profits and could give same return gained by destroying forests. Build a green subdivision without storm sewer pipes. Use overland swales instead, as has already been done in other cities, even Toronto. One result will be cleaner water. Make exceptions to the zoning bylaw, whatever it takes to save the forests. Question, how many acres of forest destroyed to date in past 10 years, past 25, and so on, within the urban boundary? How many acres preserved? It is not good economic sense to destroy our forests when the province has implemented a Carolinian recovery program financed by taxpayers to encourage forest expansion, not destruction. Further, there is only 17% forest cover north of the Welland River in the agricultural area and next to none in the urban built area. Provincial policy aims for 30% forest cover, a goal that cannot be achieved with continued urbanization of existing forest stands. Now, I would point out these maps again that John had used. There's actually 2 very good ones, and this one shows the connecting corridors as well as in green. So you can see what's left out. They have a portion of the yellow one in, this one here. But they don't show this one on that map. And what disturbs me is you show in yellow 2 of these PSWs, but you don't show this one down here. You just show part of the other one. And this is the time to get your OP designation done right, not after. Because if you look at your official plan map right now, it has the EPA designations in the OP, and then you do your zoning bylaw to interpret the OP. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Grandoni? Yes, Councillor Peter Angelo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess to yourself and Mrs. Grandoni, or to Ms. Grandoni, 151 then, according to our map, is not one that's in question, you're saying? Because...
It's the one...
that would be outside of...
But there's part of it in here, and they show it.
Correct.
But I raised it as a threatened, the issue of that being a threatened forest, because in the developer's mapping, they show a road going right into it. And this, the boundary, I don't think is yet settled for the buffer.
Okay.
So I raised the issue.
And it would appear then, Your Worship, according to the map that Ms. Grandoni gave us, that 147 and 1,000 is currently in the application that's before us tonight as being provincially significant.
Yes.
I guess then, through yourself to staff, I'm wondering what happened to 150. I don't know if staff has a copy of the map that Ms. Grandoni gave.
Mr. Bollebrook, could you answer that question for the council?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. We have recognized that as a woodlot, and it will be looked at. The rationale or reason why it hasn't been shown as a provincially significant or has not been recognized as a future EPA, it'll have to go through the secondary plan process. We will require all wooded areas to go through a woodlot preservation as part of that process. So there's a chance that some of that will still be retained.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Ansel.
Yes, my question then, in Ms. Grandoni's summation, she gave us information that talked about the Warren Creek Watershed Master Plan from 2000, stating that the PSW status of the forest was confirmed by the MNR. Do we know whether or not the PSW status was confirmed?
Mr. Bollebrook, could you answer that question?
I'd have to say yes, that was confirmed. I'm not entirely familiar with the exact designations, but I'd have to refer and look into that.
Yes, Councillor?
Yeah, so I guess then to follow up, Your Worship, if it was confirmed, then why wouldn't it be shown in yellow on our map?
Another question then,
Yeah.
Mr. Bollebrook.
That's something I'll have to check into.
Is it fair to say that the secondary plan would pick that up?
Yes, and obviously there'll be a lot of public consultation, so Ms. Grandoni will be part of that. There'll be public open houses, so we'll ensure that as much as can be protected will be protected.
Okay. Councillor?
Perhaps even, Your Worship, the developer might have an answer to that.
They may, yes, that's true. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Grandoni. Is there anything else?
Can I respond? It's right in this, and I'm trying to find it, where this study quotes the MNR letter, which is why I quoted it. If MNR has legally given these forests PSW status, and you can't touch them.
And I think
so
we...
why the hesitation here to recognize these forests?
Well, I think we could try to get that question answered. Maybe the developer can answer that as well. So we'll see if we can. Is there anything else? Any other questions, Ms. Grandoni? No? Thank you very much. Is there anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to this matter? I'll ask again. Anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to speak to this matter? At this time, then, council will hear from the applicant or his representative.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Tom Richardson. I'm a partner in the law firm of Sullivan Mahoney, not Mahoney.
I figured you might mention that today.
Your Worship, I appear this evening on behalf of Centex Development and the Warren Woods Land Corporation with respect to the report which is before you concerning an application for an official plan amendment from industrial to residential. With me are Mr. Bob Odell and Mr. Ed Longhouse of Centex and Warren Woods, and also Mr. Dan Bowman and Mr. Rick Vanderkoop of Heartland Forest, who are here to support the application. That may be an appropriate time for me to respond to Dr. Bacher and Ms. Grandoni, because Mr. Bowman and Mr. Vanderkoop, as you know, have been instrumental through their planning process immediately to the south of our lands in preserving a large area of forest. And the plan for the development of all of these lands, including the Heartland Forest lands to the south, intends to preserve all of those provincially significant wetlands and forests as have been determined. Now, council may not be aware that as part of the Warren Woods or Centex application, it was supported by a more detailed environmental analysis undertaken by Lisa Campbell and Associates, which has been reviewed by staff. You heard about the Dugan report, which was somewhat general and is 10 years old. The staff do have before them a more detailed study of the environmental areas that are within the area affected by this application, and it is the intention of my clients to preserve those lands through the planning process. Now, part of what's occurred with respect to your location map, for example, and also in the appendix to your report, you will see on the left-hand side, I don't have one of those fancy pointers, but the arc on the left-hand side, and just a small piece of yellow. That's because what was intended to be, thank you very much, what was intended to be displayed there was the limit of the conversion from industrial to residential or environmental protection, but in fact that small triangle of yellow extends to the left into a bush which is intended to be preserved as part of the development process. Currently, it's not designated environmental protection at all. It's all designated industrial, as you will see in the report that is before you. So there is an intention to preserve the environmentally sensitive lands as identified in Dugan, as identified in the Campbell study, and we expect that that will be done through the process before you tonight and also through the secondary plan process, which we wish to address this evening. I'd like to, while the planning director has described the application and the lands to which it applies, I'd like to review some of the background which brings us here tonight. If it's possible, I'd like to call up appendix number 1 to the staff report. And I'd also like the council to refer to a letter I believe you've received this evening from Thompson Rogers from Mr. Wilker. It will have arrived late this afternoon.
Received, yes.
Mr. Mayor, you will recall that this council has received and approved the recommendations contained in the Urban Metrics Comprehensive Review of Residential and Employment Lands and Needs Analysis dated October the 2nd of last year. That report recommended, and I quote, that the City of Niagara Falls establishes a formal secondary planning study area that includes the Warren Woods lands in their entirety, as well as any neighboring lands as deemed appropriate by the city. That will contribute toward the development of a complete community. The subject lands are in fact the Warren Woods lands which were referred to in the Urban Metrics report. Subsequent to the approval of the recommendations in that study, Council gave draft plan approval to a plan of subdivision referred to by Mr. Bollebrook immediately to the north of the lands which are before Council tonight. And they are noted on the plan with an arrow. There we are. Those are the lands which are the subject of the application for subdivision approval which this Council granted last fall. You will see they fall in whole or in part within both the 1.09 kilometer arc and the 1 kilometer arc. So it crosses through lands that are already draft plan approved for residential lands. The lands to the west of that parcel were draft plan approved about 10 years ago. And in fact, the approval you gave in the fall for the lands I just described were a re-subdivision of lands for which draft plan approval has already been given. So they're affected by the arcs that are set out on appendix number 1. SciTech appealed the draft plan approval last fall. However, as a result of negotiations between my clients and SciTech, an agreement was achieved and the appeal was withdrawn. And as a result, draft plan approval was granted as of November the 29th, 2007. I've indicated the lands on which draft plan approval was given, and I note that they lie within the 1 kilometer and the 1.09 kilometer arcs. Those negotiations, Mr. Mayor, have continued more recently with respect to the application before you this evening. As a result, attached to your report is a letter dated March the 7th from Mr. Wilker in which he said, quote, "We wish to advise that there have been ongoing positive discussions with the applicant and we are continuing those discussions." Those discussions, as Mr. Bollebrook indicated, have continued up until today. Since March the 7th, the parties have focused on the wording of the proposed official plan amendment, and you will see in the letter from Mr. Wilker that the concerns of SciTech have been addressed, subject to wording to be included in the official plan amendment. That is the letter received this afternoon. The resolution of the SciTech concern is twofold. First, the line of influence will come close to the line indicated on your report as the Warren Woods setback MIAC guidelines. That arc replicates the arc that was used on the Heartland Forest property when that settlement was negotiated, and the settlement that was negotiated with respect to Grand Niagara on the south side of the Chippewa Creek. There will be a slight variation to it, but it will be slight. It will be a pullback from both the 1 kilometer and the 1.09 kilometer arcs that are shown on the property, subject to wording to be incorporated into the amendment to address the items set out in Mr. Wilker's letter. I can tell you, as Mr. Bollybrook did, that the Warren Woods setback line is 2 kilometers from Cytec's phosphine tanks. That is the same distance which was used for Heartland Forest and for Grand Niagara. The only determination to be made is the location from which the arc will be calculated at the edge of the property. By the way, I should point out that the little yellow box in the lower left-hand corner which says Cytec Canada is incorrect. The Cytec lands are not that close to the subject lands. In fact, the Cytec lands are to the west of Garner Road. You'll recall that Garner Road jogs in that location. Garner Road does not extend straight to the south below Brown Road. It is in fact located to the west. So the Cytec lands are not as close to the subject lands as this map would have you believe. They are further to the left or to the west. Our client, Mr. Mayor, has no objection to the recommendation of staff that the lands not be developed until the completion of a secondary plan. Indeed, our client has already prepared a draft demonstration plan which it is hoped will form the basis of the secondary plan, and I can assure you that that plan contains a large amount of green. This has been presented to your staff. You can see from the plan the large area in green proposed to be preserved as environmental protection. That plan was designed with the use of the setback used in Appendix 1 as the Warren Woods setback line, the one used on Heartland Forest and on Grand Niagara. Now, the terms of Mr. Wilker's letter have to be addressed within the wording of the official plan amendment. We are quite content to see some refinement in the environmental protection lands raised by Dr. Bacher and Ms. Grandoni tonight. And so we have this proposal to make to you this evening. Our request on behalf of Centex Development and Warren Woods Land Corporation is that Council approve the amendment to redesignate from industrial to residential, that is all of the lands, including the piece between the Warren Woods setback and the 1 kilometer arc, but that you be subject to wording and mapping of the official plan to be agreed upon by the parties, namely the city, Warren Woods, and Cytec, and the amendment itself be brought back to this council in 2 weeks' time. That will allow us to refine the concerns that you have had expressed to you in Mr. Wilker's letter, which we have agreed to, by the way, and the concerns expressed to you by Dr. Bacher and Ms. Grandoni.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. We appreciate that explanation. Are there any further questions from members of council of Mr. Richardson or the developer? No? Any other comments, Mr. Richardson?
No, those are my submissions. Thank you.
Then at this time, members of council, the hearing with respect to the bylaw amendment is now concluded. The public meeting is with the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now complete as well. So, Councilor Fisher?
Move the recommendation presented.
Okay, moved by Councilor Fisher, seconded by Councilor Thompson. Any further discussion? Councilor Ioannoni?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the last council meeting, we deferred the capital budget till we had a discussion in regards to debt and where the city's going in debt. And on page 6, under availability of adequate municipal services and facilities for the proposed use and its impact on the transportation system, I highlighted the city's completed the Warren Creek watershed plan and contracted out the construction for the sewer and water service area for that area. That was the $7.2 million debenture that we deferred at the last council meeting to discuss. Actually, I highlighted that. I asked Mr. Dulovic before we started this meeting, is that the actual $2 million I spoke at that meeting? So I want to know, through you to staff, if we pass this, we haven't approved anything in regards to that type of debt, particularly the $7.2 million that was sitting on our capital books.
does this advance that 7.2 million? Because I don't want to pass something where it gets to the point where staff says, well, you passed that. So you guys approved that 7.2 million. We put that on hold. So where does that stand in this?
See if Mr. Dulovic can answer the question. Mr. Dulovic?
Yes, through your worship, as explained at the last meeting, that project is already underway. The contract was let and approved by council. So the actual construction is taking place.
And presume the development charges would cover that repayment?
Those answers will be more fully discussed at the special session that staff will be having with council to discuss the capital project budget.
Councillor Iannone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the same meeting, I asked for a report showing, giving us a copy of the report where we passed this, where it told us that we would debenture and get back development charges, if applicable, as the new wording that's now on our council agenda. So I don't want to see us pass this and be $7.2 million more in debt, because the conversation that night was, tell us how much we've spent on that, how far we along in that process, because if we can stop now before getting to $7.2 million in debt and wait till they develop, we can do that and actually put our money to projects that are ongoing and that need our attention. So I don't want to pass something that commits us to that money. We can stop that.
Councillor Wing?
Thank you. My concerns are that both the region and the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority have advised that a secondary plan process followed by a detailed official plan amendment is preferred. The materials presented tonight by Dr. Bacher and Ms. Grandoni have only bolstered my concerns in that regard. The Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority has told us that detailed studies on the required buffers from natural heritage features are needed to define developable areas. And in their correspondence, they talked about redesignating the area later from residential to EPA. I don't know why we're looking at redesignating from industrial to residential to only have to redesignate later. It just makes much more sense to me to do the secondary plan first, and then once that's completed. And of course, the other argument in that regard is the Niagara region has said that we should be defining the area based on somewhat broader neighborhood boundaries, not just lands owned by the applicants. You know, this secondary plan is what makes sense. And you know, when you consider that we have discrepancies between the mapping, it just makes a lot more sense than the way that's proposed. So I will be voting against the application, or against the motion.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Iannone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In Thompson Rogers' letter to us last year, February 22nd, 07, they highlight, for instance, if one was planning Silvertown in the present planning context, one would not have designated and zoned industrial uses cheek by jowl with residential development. I don't want to see us get back into that same situation. I'd like to see us look at the secondary plan before we move this ahead, before we sink ourselves into $7.2 million more, and before we make the same mistake we're trying to fix in Silvertown now. So I'll be voting against the motion also.
Donald?
We just wanted to clarify the issue regarding the budget, that in passing this report tonight, if Council decides to, does not encumber in any way decisions relative to the capital budget. So there's not a commitment inherent in this particular document. As Mr. Dulovic said, I mean, we're partway along the line, and if in fact there was an opportunity to slow that down, this doesn't really impact that, and we'll be discussing it at our strategic session.
Thank you. Good. Councillor Fisher?
They have asked to bring it back in 2 weeks. So I believe if we approve tonight, there's still a time here that we have to do whatever is necessary. But I really believe that we can move forward tonight.
Thank you. Other comments from members of council? Having seen none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 2 opposed. The motion is carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Mr. Clerk, could you introduce the next item on the agenda, please?
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to permit an expansion of existing Falls View Plaza Hotel and allowing a portion of the required parking to be provided off-site. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, February 15th, 2008, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment or to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber. And to preserve their opportunity to appeal as well, please sign the sign-in sheets.
Thank you very much. At this time, again, I'm going to ask Mr. Bob Bolibrook to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Bolibrook.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This proposal will allow for the expansion of Fallsview Plaza Hotel and allow for a portion of the required parking to be provided off-site. As a location map, the location of the Fallsview Hotel is in this area, parcel 1. They currently have off-site parking associated with that location along Stanley Avenue. And the parcel 3 is the off-site parking on Dunn Street. The nature of the land uses around the site, we have the Hilton Hotel to the north of the current Fallsview Hotel, and we have the casino and other tourist-related uses in the vicinity. The parcel 3, where the off-site parking is in a largely residential neighborhood, Toby Crescent and Collins Drive. We have the C.B. Wright Park to the south and some apartments, as well as Father Hennepin School. As far as the background, we talked about the applicants have requested zoning amendments for the 3 parcels. The Fallsview Boulevard site, which is currently the hotel, the 18-story hotel. The expansion is proposed for 120 additional rooms in the hotel complex, as well as a 1,200 seat related to restaurants that are proposed, as well as entertainment facilities, and they're in the nature of pinball, electronic games, that kind of thing. As far as the requested amendment to permit the expansion, will allow and permit the majority of the required parking to be provided on parcels 2 and 3. Just a little bit of background about the development. Here we have the 18-story hotel as it is today. The proposal is for 4 floors of hotel rooms to the north, as well as a couple stories of the restaurants and the games area. The southern portion of the property will involve 5 stories with 3 levels of hotel rooms, as well as offices. As part of our planning analysis, high-rise hotels and other buildings and tourist commercial designated lands are subject to built form. This project complies with the built form as described in our tourism policy review handbook. It's not a wall of building. It has podiums, and the podium is along Fallsview Boulevard as well as Dixon. There is existing landscape that has to be complied with, and it does not meet the guidelines, but there is an alternative where if there's a decorative wall, it can be provided on the next to the parking area and the street. There are no significant changes to the height of the hotel, therefore the architectural peer review is not applicable. As far as increases to the building height over 4 stories, that's when Section 37 bonusing kicks in, and we will require that as part of the development. And the pinball and the electronic games machine is added as a permitted use, and it conforms with the official plan. As part of some history, since 1991, Part 2 has been used for off-site parking. That was approved through a Committee of Adjustment application. The OP does encourage parking to be on-site, but we noticed that, or have recognized that Part 2 is just across the road, so it's a close vicinity to the hotel. 53% of the required parking for the hotel would be provided on the adjacent hotel site. And this percentage is consistent with what Council has approved in other hotels utilizing off-site parking. The establishment for the parking on Parcel 3 on Dunn Street, Council did approve an OPA, official plan amendment, to permit 1,650 parking spots on this location. Currently, there's some 7 developments that utilize this site for parking. Last fall, Council approved Hampton Inn to provide some additional parking on this site. That is currently under appeal. The total of all the parking, that's estimated to be 920 spaces, and that can be accommodated on the Part 3 parcel. One thing we did want to raise to Council is that although a portion of the development with required parking has been built, there will be anticipated some traffic, or we do have anticipated traffic problems in the future once we have additional utilization of this parking location. We've already heard from complaints about speeding valet drivers, so we expect that it may become worse in the future. As far as the zoning, the Parcel 1 is zoned tourist commercial. It will require a new site-specific zoning amendment to permit the expansion of the hotel and the parking. There will be a new site plan agreement as well for the property. We do note that 78% of the hotel parking will be provided off-site on parcels 2 and 3, but a good portion of the parcel 2 is as noted, is across the road. The site-specific changes we're looking at is the building height of 174 feet. It's presently permitted, or it will be 190 feet to accommodate a mechanical penthouse. As far as the landscape coverage, it will be reduced to 7.5% of the lot area. We will address the decorative wall request as part of the landscaping. We recognize that the addition of pinball and electronic games is permitted in the official plan. The bylaw will provide for Section 37 agreement, and the only request for the site-specific amendment for Parcel 2 would be simply the additional parking. This was a map that was created just to give you an idea or sense of the number of hotels that have been approved with off-site parking. I know it's kind of difficult to see, but in the monitor it's a little clearer. And I simply wanted to show that for Council because there's 12 hotels currently right now that have been approved for off-site parking. In conclusion, the amendment can be supported for 3 basic reasons. The development of the hotel on Parcel 1 conforms to the official plan with respect to built form, which I think is very important. It does meet with the urban design guidelines. Secondly, the location of the required parking on Parcel 1 offsite and the off-site parking, while encouraged or not encouraged to the official plan, is acceptable because of the short walking distance to Parcel 2. And thirdly, the location of the portion of required parking for Parcel 1 off-site on Parcel 3 is consistent with what Council has approved in the past.
Okay.
So as far as the recommendation, approve the zoning bylaw amendment, and prior to the passage, we would come forward with a Section 37 agreement to contribute to streetscaping.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boulderbrook. And once again, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheets will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 34, subsection 19 of the Planning Act. At this time, Council will hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to this matter. Come forward if you'd be kind enough to state your name and address, and limit your time to 10 minutes, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Bill Gillette. I'm the Executive Vice President from UFCW Canada Local 102. We represent workers here in the Niagara area in hotels and in the valet services. Our local union and our national office is in support of off-site parking. We believe that it brings jobs. At a time that we see now that where this province has lost hundreds of thousands of jobs, if we have an opportunity to create jobs, I think that we have a responsibility to do so. Our workers that we represent here in Niagara Falls that are under contract by us presently have benefits that are paid by the employer. They have a pension plan that I believe is very, very important to people today. I believe, as we know, that more than 60% of the Canadians in this country do not have private sector pensions. So I believe the pensions are very, very important. I believe benefits are important. And I do believe that if we have an opportunity to create jobs at a time like this and that we are losing them every single day in this province, I think it's a great thing, and we do support this. Thank you.
Any questions of Mr. Gillette? Members of Council? No. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate the presentation. Is there anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to make comment with regard to this application? Once again, is there anyone other than the applicant who wishes to make comment with regard to this application? Okay, then at this time, Council will hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of Council, staff, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to first thank City staff, in particular Messrs. Alex Hurlovich, Ken Meck, and Andrew Bryce in the processing of this application. Their efforts have been greatly appreciated. Given the 3 parcels of land involved and the various previous bylaws and minor variance approvals obtained in the past by the previous owner of the lands municipally known as 6455 Fallsview Boulevard, or Parcel 1, this application is the result of an attempt to clean up old approvals, expand the existing building, and to properly link the lands in with off-site parking currently used with the subject hotel, which is parcel number 2, and other lands currently approved for such uses, which is parcel number 3. Since Mr. Boulderbrook has thoroughly explained this application, I will keep my comments very brief. You have noted in your package 2 letters from neighbors abutting the off-site Dunn Street parking lot, or parcel number 3. With great respect to Ms. Ross, I do not believe she understands that this application is not calling for an increase in size in the existing parking lot. The application merely calls for the linking in of the use of the parking lot with the current hotel. With respect to Mr. Winder's concerns, again, I do not believe he understands that this application is not calling for an expansion of the existing parking lot. My client has always endeavored, and will continue to do so, to ascertain that the parking lot lights do not interfere with his observatory. The existing situation will continue, and therefore there will be no negative impact or interference with his use of his backyard. With respect to the Section 37 agreement, the applicant that the applicant execute the necessary agreement. We agree to do so. However, we kindly request that you amend this recommendation to direct staff to have same prepared for execution prior to the next council meeting, being March 31st, in order that the amending bylaw can be prepared and approved by such date. Given that spring is very fast approaching, the applicant is most anxious to commence construction as soon as possible. As a side note, I did speak with both Messrs. Hurlovich and Mr. Beaven today, and we are hopeful that that can be accomplished by March 31st. Although the proposal calls for only one-story addition above the 4th floor and a minor addition to the existing 18th floor, the applicant has agreed to pay the entire improvement cost for the streetscaping surrounding parcel 1, which does total $266,000. Therefore, I respectfully request that you approve of recommendation number 1 and that you amend recommendation number 2 to require the execution of the Section 37 agreement prior to the next council meeting in order that the amending bylaw can be considered by you on that date. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Perhaps, Ms. Galberti, we can have staff answer some of your questions with regard to the preparation of those documents. Mr. McDonald or Mr. Burton?
We will make best efforts to have it ready for the next council meeting. I'm not comfortable changing the recommendation, because depending on workload and so on, but we'll make best efforts and we'll attempt to have it here in time.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Ms. Galberti, or members of council? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. At this time, then, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Pleasure of council. Councillor Diodati.
I would move the recommendation as it's worded in the report.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Maves. Okay, and Councillor Fisher.
I just want to mention to the public, because they think that we're just starting this off-site parking, and it dates back to 1984 that we started that here in the city. So it's not a new exercise, it's an old one. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from members of council?
Can I have a recorded vote?
Recorded vote.
As you're aware, it's to approve the recommendation which is outlined in the report. Councillor Diodati.
Favor.
Councillor Fisher.
Favor.
Councillor Iannone has a conflict. Councillor Carrio has a conflict. Councillor Maves.
For.
Councillor Pietrangelo. Councillor Thompson has a conflict. Councillor Wing has a conflict. Mayor Selsey.
For.
Passes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you very much for your presentation. Clerk, would you introduce the next item on the agenda, please?
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to allow additional required parking off-site in a tandem parking relationship in relation to 5382 Robinson Street. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, February 15th, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
And once again, I'm going to ask Mr. Bollebrook to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are dealing with two parcels of land. The parcel to the right or to the east is the hotel site, proposed hotel site, and the off-site parking is along Stanley Avenue in Allendale. This is the location map. Basically, the land uses surrounding the site of the proposed hotel. It's an extension of Robinson Street. Lands to the south are part of the Skyline Tower. To the east is the Niagara Parks Commission land, and to the north is part of the HOCO lands. The off-site parking is a kind of a mixture of tourist commercial land surrounding there, as well as the hydro corridor with some additional off-site parking. As part of the background, Canadian Niagara Hotels has applied to further revise the amendment to the zoning bylaw for the two parcels of land on Robinson Street and on Stanley Avenue. In 2004, the city approved the site plan application for a 26-story, 340-room hotel based on a grandfathering zoning. So that grandfathered zoning allowed that development to proceed. All the required parking at that time was to be in 4 underground parking levels. On October 15th of last year, Council approved the zoning bylaw amendment to permit 52% of the required parking for the redesigned 26-story and 518-room hotel, and that to be located off-site on Parcel 2. The remaining parking spaces were to be approved and accommodated in a tandem arrangement on a 2-level parking garage below the hotel. The design of the hotel has now been revised to eliminate one of the 2 underground parking levels and further that 71% or 71.5% of the required parking, or 235 spaces, be in a tandem 4-deep parking arrangement on Parcel 2. Part of this request was to reduce the potential impact on the moraine. This is a site plan of the development. It was also shown in October. The actual hotel would be this configuration. That is a area where the vehicles would come in off Robinson. We did note the setback issue is still apparent next to the Niagara Parks Commission lands. This is a diagram we received in January of this year, which shows that it's difficult to see, but it does show the effects of the building on the moraine. As part of our planning analysis, planning staff did not support the previous application. And under point number 1, Council directed staff to meet with the applicant and determine the methods to lessen the impact on the moraine. I believe there were some members of Council that went out on site with staff and the proponent. The applicant contends that the elimination of the additional parking level will lessen the impact on the moraine, and has the building footprint has been unchanged in the revised proposal that we have. We recognize that the elimination of one parking will mean less fill, but we still have an issue with respect to the setback from the Niagara Parks Commission lands. And given the steep slope and the mature vegetation, we think there may be an impact on the moraine. The official plan encourages and required parking for large-scale development to be on-site. The city has seen a significant increase of off-site parking spaces in recent years. It's still encouraged in the official plan that on-site parking be provided on-site. The proposed hotel requires 329 parking spaces. As mentioned before, Council approved 53%. Or 174 spaces to be off-site, leaving 47% on-site. The current proposal then is to provide 71.5% off-site, or 235 parking spots, and 28% or 94 on-site. In addition to the on-site tandem parking, the applicant is now proposing tandem parking on Parcel 2 to the order of 4 vehicles deep and accessed by a single maneuvering aisle. Our transportation services has requested information. They feel that the applicant has not demonstrated how the maneuvering of the vehicles will occur, and the fear is that they may spill out onto the street. The hotel does not provide the required 3-meter or 10-foot rear yard setback. That remains to be an issue. Number 5, the off-site parking arrangement is necessary to accommodate overdevelopment of the site. There is concerns that there might be the building is too large for the site, and that has been raised as an issue. This is the map that we had in the previous development, just again showing the number of hotels we have with off-site parking. In conclusion, the bylaw amendment cannot be supported for the reasons as follows. The proposed off-site tandem parking arrangement has not been demonstrated to work and may contribute to congestion. Locating the additional amount of required parking off-site is not encouraged by the official plan and will contribute to traffic congestion on city streets. And thirdly, the elimination of one parking level without decreasing the building footprint does not seem to lessen the impact on the marine. Recommendation that council deny the application to permit 71.5% of the required parking off-site in a tandem arrangement. And that, the applicant has requested that, in spite of this recommendation, that we have the bylaw forward here tonight, and that is available. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbrook. And once again, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheets will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 34, subsection 19 of the Planning Act. At this point, council will hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Is there anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment? Please come forward. Yes, please. If we could have your name and address, please.
Teresa Johnson, 6215 Dawlish Avenue, Niagara Falls, Ontario.
Thank you. Welcome.
I'm kind of lost. I don't usually come to the counter. Heard all these great reasons why it should not be approved. And I'm just hoping that when we get those kinds of presentations on the Niagara Parks Commission land, the footprint being too big, the effect on the moraine, that the automatic is to say no. So I just thought I'd see if that's correct. That in fact, when you guys look at things, women, whatever, that's what you consider. Because I'm surprised there's no reason given for why it would be even proposed to put it to vote. There was no good reasons given.
Well, we'll be discussing that this evening, so again, you're asking the question, and that'll be the same question that's being posed to members of council.
And so...
Do you have a question that we could answer for you, possibly? Is that...
That's what I would ask, is so what is the reason why anyone would allow that when it's already such a disaster down there with the parking and so on?
Councillor Peter Ansel?
Your Worship, just to respond, actually, perhaps we could have staff let the public know that this is not an application where we can control either the footprint of the building or the size of the building at this point, because it's an approval that dates back to, I believe...
Excuse me, please. Order, please.
It's an approval that dates back over 30 years, Your Worship. So, I mean, this council doesn't really have the control to change a lot of the things that are already approved on the property. Maybe I can have planning staff kind of elaborate on that.
And that's a good point, Councillor Peter Angelo. I was going to ask that to be done. Mr. Bulbrick, would you have the ability to do that and talk about the history of this site?
Sure, I can try, certainly. As mentioned in the presentation, this site has been grandfathered in the sense that the height and the building form has been approved historically. So therefore, and a site plan was approved that allowed the development to occur.
Do you recall the date that it was approved?
1969.
Yes. Okay.
Councillor Thompson? 80? 69? Yes. But in the report, it talks about the site plan was approved, I think, in 2004 to allow it to proceed. So what's happened now is that the proponent now wishes to change. So he wants, originally, all the site required parking was to be on site, and now he is asked that to be modified. So thus, he has to go through the zoning amendment process.
Thank you. Is there anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to speak to this matter? Once again, is there anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to this matter? Then at this time, we'll call the applicant forward to his representative. Thank you.
Worship Mayor, members of council, Emilio Raimondo, representing Raimondo Associate Architects and our client, Canadian Niagara Hotels. With me this evening is Mr. DiCienzo, Vice President of Development, as well as two other gentlemen from Totten Sims Hibiki, Mr. Brian Malone and Mr. Brian Appleby. And they will be willing and free to answer any questions that you may have. I'd like to begin by saying, and actually reaffirming what was said earlier this evening, is that this project has been approved previously. It was approved in 2004, and we had undergone a very comprehensive review with both city staff on a number of levels to allow us to achieve this type of development. The project has not changed whatsoever in terms of what is able to be built on site. 70% lot coverage, setbacks, underground parking, 249 feet, or equivalent to 26 stories, as pointed out by Mr. Pietrangelo. So I'd like to point that out as a very important aspect as a beginning to this presentation. Furthermore, back in October of this past year, our client had looked at the amendment of the bylaw to permit, to actually reduce the amount of parking on site, which we felt was actually very beneficial, from the provided and approved 4 levels of underground parking to 2 stories, or 2 levels of underground parking. And that was also approved. At that evening, council actually sent out a directive with staff and our client to look at contemplating what can be done with respect to the further preservation of the moraine. And it was seen that the reduction in parking had a considerable benefit to the preservation of the moraine. So with that said, and after a number of months of some contemplated effort and a lot of hard work by both the consultants and our client, consensus was reached to look at further preservation of the moraine through the following significant revisions of the design. What you see before you, and you have a package in front of you, which will also be shown in the slide presentation, this particular diagram is the elevation of the proposed hotel and its relationship to the moraine. The original design approved 4 levels of underground parking. They are shown to be the lighter brown color. Each of the levels indicate a level of underground parking. The recent, you can see the impact on the moraine. It's quite significant. The recent October amendment looked at eliminating 2 levels of underground parking and providing 2 levels only. We're here this evening to look at an alternative reduction to allow for 1 level of underground parking, and this particular elevation significantly shows the reduced impact. The light yellow is shown as the remnants of the moraine, which is untouched. There's a slight, I'm just going to follow it through with the marker. Right in that area there, that's the level of underground parking that's proposed. And you can see the unique topography of the site. As you head up towards the cul-de-sac, there's a lot more fill in the moraine. As you diminish down into the parks, the Niagara Parks Commission is located here. You can see part of the building actually is very less intrusive into the moraine. It's actually in the air, as shown in this area here. So from the respect of actual impact and removal, we don't foresee or anticipate any substantial removal of fill since the building is predominantly in the air there at that point. Members of Council, Worship Mayor, we'd like to point out, and I'd like to show another slide. Dean, if I can show that slide. Could that be manipulated? Actually, can I go to the next one after that, Dean, first off? The next one after that one, please. Members of Council, I'd like to introduce you to Niagara Falls' newest hotel development, one of the first 5-star, high-quality hotel developments in Niagara Falls, the new Westin Hotel. This is a 3D rendering looking southward of the site with the 2 falls in view, the American-Canadian Falls. The relationship of the hotel and its massing, the porte cocheres pointed out by Mr. Bulbrook off the cul-de-sac, the pedestrian path known as a Jolly Cut, the amount of trees in the vicinity, the 1 level of underground or below-grade parking as exhibited by those openings, and I'll explain what they are, and the amount of greenery alongside of the embankment, as well as the view into the parks area. One of the interesting things when we looked at the underground parking is that the initiative was really on behalf of the client with respect to what it can do to make, considering the environmental sensitivities of the site, what it can do in terms of meeting Council's directive of October 15th. So what it did was reduce the overall impact on the moraine. And the way that was accomplished was by going to 1 level of underground parking. The unique elevation of the cul-de-sac relative to the site is approximately about a 5-foot grade difference. So to further assist in that matter, the only amount of excavation which would be required from that existing grade scenario is only 4 feet when looking at 1 level of underground parking. So very less obtrusive. Our client further went to that, further emphasizing the amount of the height of the level. We actually reduced the overall parking level height by 2 feet. Normally when you excavate, you have a little bit of overburden, would force you to go a little deeper, so you'd be excavating probably in the neighborhood of about 12 feet. So in our particular case, we would probably be excavating only in the neighborhood of about 10 feet, considering there's already a 5-foot grade difference between the cul-de-sac and the actual site. What that means in terms of having you try to appreciate the amount of fill involved is the initial project was designed and approved for 4 stories of underground parking. If we were to quantify the amount of fill that would be removed, and these are actual numbers, we did a takeoff, we would be excavating 1.6 million cubic feet of earth/moraine with respect to the excavation. That's perpetuated by the fact that I'm going to get into some technical terminology here, is that the original design, and it's not uncommon, there are other hotels in town that have been built, the Hilton, the Marriott hotels, and when they're actually designed, the founding levels actually incorporate the terminology known as a raft slab. So the actual hotel is counterbalanced by one large, massive concrete level that's buried underground, which actually holds the building in situation. With that type of excavation, you're virtually required to actually mine the entire site. You actually have to completely remove all of the fill, and that's, I think you're probably accustomed to seeing that with some of the hotels in town having been built. In this particular case, our client has actually taken one step further, even from a technical perspective, that this particular building would not incorporate a raft slab design. Rather, it would incorporate a caisson design. The difference between a caisson design is that the pier founding levels are actually augured or cored in situ. That would maintain a great deal of the moraine in situation. That is a considerable and significant contribution in terms of our client's willingness to preserve the moraine. The other option, too, there's some discussion about the proposal not significantly altering the moraine or the relationship of the building to its context or its environment was deemed to be too monolithic in nature. The Jolly Cut, no doubt about it, is a very interesting pedestrian pathway. As a matter of fact, there's a great opportunity for this council and this city to exercise a great degree of foresight in making that particular pedestrian pathway much more attractive and much more inviting both for the Fallsview area and the parks. The monolithic nature referred to in the staff report referred to the wall that is parallel to the Jolly Cut pedestrian pathway. That wall is actually less monolithic in this particular circumstance with the present design, in that it's an open-air parking garage. So the degree of concrete wall retention has been further minimized by actually taking components out of the wall and making it look less obtrusive to the environment. So in essence, if we were to summarize some of these significant contributions from a design perspective that our client has put forward, they include the following: a reduction of one level of parking from the two previously approved, and that would have a significant reduction in excavation and detriment of the moraine. The reduction of the overall parking level height by 2 feet, again, that would equate to a less amount of excavation. And as pointed out in an earlier analogy, 1.6 million cubic feet of fill equates roughly, from a scale perspective, of two full-size memorial arenas in volume that would not have to be excavated from the site. The third component that our client has put forth to the table was a significant one, even from a cost perspective, from raft slab to caisson design, which mean we wouldn't have to open mine the entire excavation, such was the case with the previous developments in the falls, which would have a significant impact. And its overall monolithic approach, as indicated in staff's report, is also lightened up by the fact that the actual articulation of the concrete facade walls along the Jolly Cut are actually quite well articulated. They're opened up, they're open-air parking garage. And the overall look and appearance of the hotel, we feel that it's quite attractive in the Niagara Falls skyline. It incorporates the podium designs. It also helps to fragment its massing by introduction of different materials and modules. We find the hotel overall to be a very attractive proposition. I'd like to conclude, Mr. Mayor, members of council, by saying and reaffirming the overall objective based on, I'd like to actually maybe go back one. Thank you, Michael. Dean, if you can go back one slide. This is a view taken from the southeast side of River Road by the Niagara Parks Police building. And this is a view looking westward, which is the narrow side of the development, as you can see. And if you want to maybe slide it down a little bit, Mr. Ifrida, for me. There's sort of a misconception, we believe, with respect to intrusiveness into the moraine or into the local parkland. And this is an example. These are actually scaled trees shown the height of summer and under full leaf. The Jolly Cut is probably somewhere about here in relationship to the north facade of the building. And this gives you an idea of the amount of mature tall trees that provide the buffeting effect to the parkland, the Jolly Cut, and actually the podium of the hotel. I find quite sort of magnificent type of edifice overlooking the parkland. And with that, I'd like to maybe have some concluding statements and overall reaffirm the October 15th Council objective or reasons why, I think very good reasons from an environmental sensitivity standpoint of view. To exercise environmental sensitivity towards the moraine, less excavation equates to less disruption. Reducing parking levels via introduction of off-site parking, I think, and we believe, to be a good thing with this particular project. The outcome, less slope and soil erosion, less existing tree disruption and destruction, less earth cut, less groundwater manipulation, all equates to, we believe, moraine preservation, which was what this council had asked us to look at and further comment on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council.
Thank you, Mr. Raimondo. Is there any questions by members of council, Mr. Raimondo? Mr. May, Councilor May, I should say, and Councilor Thompson.
Yes, Your Worship. Mr. Gold, possibly you can help me with this. I attended that site back in the wintertime, and there seems to be plenty of room for the moraine and whatnot there. And I'm just wondering, now they've eliminated one floor of parking from 4 floors to 3, is that correct? How can it be that that doesn't affect it? I thought that would help it. Can you explain that?
Mr. Waldebrook?
It says in your presentation that...
Yeah, I believe the proposal was approved in October was two underground parking levels. There still will be impact on the moraine. We've we've said there'll be less fill removed, but we have a difficult time is that the building will be so close to the Niagara Parks Commission land, and that's where you get the greatest slope and the greatest amount of trees. So, you know, there is going to be damage, and there's going to be trees lost along the Jolly Cut as well. Obviously, I think we all have an interest in trying to minimize that.
Well, I understand that, but the different construction, I think they've demonstrated that they want to do this in a better manner, in a better fashion by using the core posts. Is that correct?
Yes, based on this.
And I think too, and being down the Jolly Cut, and I think the pictures show it closer to the river than it is, or more destruction to the marine, and I don't think it's going to be that bad, simply because there seems to be plenty of room there. And obviously that Jolly Cut does need a lot of work. It's a danger really to walk down there. So there's going to have to be something revamped down there as well. But no, I'm very happy with what I see here, and I like the plans. It's a beautiful looking hotel. Thank you.
Councilor Thompson and Councilor Carrier.
Thank you. I have a couple of comments and a couple of questions. I think the lady that was here previously was wondering, so many negatives, how could you approve this? And I think there's been a little bit of history demonstrated in some of the discussion here tonight. First of all, I think that this was approved, I'm not sure whether it was 69 or 71, 72, at the council at that time for 26 stories. And this site has been existing there for somebody to come along. It's changed hands 3 or 4 times, but the site initially was approved for 26 stories, and that zoning exists today. So regardless of what this council did, there is still an opportunity to come in and apply for a building permit without any more rezoning from council, except the applicant decided he wanted to improve the situation, from what I understand, and step back and improve the design of the hotel. The parts that concern me, first of all, obviously, through you, Mr. Chair, you've done a parking and traffic study?
Yes, we have.
And the council or the staff has indicated that they're concerned about the tandem parking. Can you tell me how that is, what the parking people had to say about that?
Mr. Thompson, I'll defer that question. It's more technical to our reps from Taunton Sabicki. Brian, would you mind commenting on that?
My name is Brian Malone. I represent Taunton Sabicki. We are the traffic engineering consultants that were hired to provide assistance on this project. The question relating to the tandem parking, the approach is not one that's overly commonly used in this area, but it is a fairly common and well understood traffic engineering method of providing parking for a facility. Where it's used regularly in many jurisdictions in the United States. In many places it's actually part of the parking bylaws, and in fact it's becoming a bit of a trend in that it has some environmental benefits in that less space is used for parking itself. For this particular assessment, we're satisfied that the use of tandem parking on the off-site location is an acceptable method of achieving the requirements for the parking that are indicated. There was discussion that the lot had a single lane. It's actually wide enough for 3 vehicles at a time, so it's not a single lane of traffic for which the shuffling would take place. It's 3 vehicles wide, if you like, allowing sufficient maneuvering room to take place. The laneway itself is a single direction, so it also facilitates movement in that case. And I guess most importantly in this situation is that the achievement of the tandem parking, the achievement of the off-site parking will be achieved using valet parking. And so because of the use of valet and the requirement to have sufficient, and the indication from the proponent that there will be sufficient valet services in order to achieve it, we're quite satisfied the lot is capable of achieving what's required.
And with the valet parking, you can get your cars out of there in the off-peak seasons, because if you work in the hotel business or involved, you know that 11 o'clock till 1 o'clock in the afternoon, that's when you got everybody coming and everybody going. And with the tandem parking, you can park them on site and then valet them off after. And I like the idea of less land being taken up with vehicles if they're tandem parked. I was unfamiliar with that until the last application made a couple of weeks ago, and I was impressed. And I've done some research in what they do in Toronto and other areas. This is not a rare commodity for them. They do this on a regular basis. Good. Okay, the next, you got a comment?
For that, Mr. Thompson, just thank you, Mr. Bulber, kindly for the one slide that demonstrated up to 12 hotels in Niagara Falls that currently incorporate off-site parking. Our previous October 15th proposal, when we had looked at the reduction from 2 levels, actually incorporated tandem parking. Likewise, we believe there are other hotels locally, I believe the Hilton Hotel, that has tandem off-site parking. It is becoming commonplace, certainly, in areas of intensification, like other municipalities. Toronto, our firm also did some research that is becoming more commonplace, and the city certainly is comfortable in those shoes.
Councilor Thompson, answer your question?
That's one of them, yes. Anyway, the off-site parking and using the tandem takes up less space and is environmentally friendly anyway. The other concern, as far as the Jolly Cut, from what I understand, there is no, you're not going to infringe on the Jolly Cut in any way, either during construction or after construction, and I see the letter from the Parks Commission indicating that that's their preference.
Mr. Thompson, as you may be aware, back in 2004, with the original design, or we'll say the current site plan approval that's in place, there's actually a very comprehensive strategy put in place that actually is part of the site plan agreement. Tree preservation plan, moraine stabilization, a number of deposits put in place. So a very comprehensive component of the present site plan agreement deals with that exact component, a strategy in place to optimize the preservation of the Jolly Cut.
Now, the one thing that concerned me was the fact that there was even a suggestion that you were utilizing some of the Parks Commission properties or infringing on the park property. Was that?
No. There is a component of the present proposal that was also brought up at the previous council of October 15th that deals with we'll call it rear yard setback. The current development The way the bylaw is established, it asks for a 3-meter, 10-foot setback along the, we would say, the east side of the property facing the park.
Facing the Parks Commission.
That's correct. Our client, and we have a little bit of difficulty with that because of the nature of the bylaw and the way it's been interpreted. Now, we feel that that can be resolved through the building permit process and welcome a resolution to it, but we feel it has no bearing this evening with respect to this particular requisition.
Well, I suppose that can be adjusted as far as a motion is concerned to make sure that that is rectified before any final approvals.
I'm not sure we're willing to entertain a motion here this evening.
Possibly we can discuss that, Councillor, at the time.
Yep. Okay, I appreciate your comments about the moraine. You've gone from 4 stories of underground parking now to 1 story. And obviously that is going to have a tremendous impact on the excavation and even on the site. And I certainly would rather see parking off-site on Stanley Avenue rather than cutting into the moraine and in what you had approval to do with the original application that was approved back in the 70s. So I appreciate what you're doing there. Now, as far as the off-site parking, the percentage that you're looking for is 71%?
That's correct.
And I made I thought, quite an eloquent speech here a few months ago about finally looking at the official plan with respect to some flexibility with off-site parking. And every report I've seen since then still comes back and says the official plan says no off-site parking, and yet I count, well, there's 15, 16 that have been approved for off-site parking, and yet you still come back in the same comments with each report that comes in here to us. Mr. Bollebrook, what's the percentage of off-site parking with the Marriott Hotel?
Bollebrook?
It's outlined in your chart.
Yes.
0?
No, what percentage is pardon me?
100% is off-site.
So we're well under the mark there with 71. Really doing well. Anyway, I wish that maybe the planning department would realize after all of these approvals that maybe it's appropriate to look at off-site parking for some of these places, particularly when they're close to the moraine. I'd rather see all of the cars out of there, and I think that's answered my questions. I'm extremely impressed with 5-star hotel. We don't have a 5-star hotel in this city at the time. Extremely attractive design. Must have been a Toronto architect, was that? And I think your questions with respect to the moraine are satisfactory. I'm satisfied with the Jolly Cut, and I think as long as we can solve the problem with the rear yard setback, I don't have a problem, but I'd still like to have more discussion on that.
Councillor Carrio and Councillor Diodati.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question to Mr. Bollebrook. We keep talking to staff about the marine. How could we do this project, considering it's grandfathered in? This council is not here to decide whether or not this project takes place. We're talking about parking and the impact on the marine. How could we do this, in your opinion, with much less impact to the marine?
Mr. Bollebrook again?
Yeah, that's really difficult. I know with the previous proposals talking about a sheer wall. I see the benefit here because you've got an actual opening. And like I said before, you are taking less fill. If we can resolve the setback, rear yard setback, yeah, there isn't much you can do. You're right. It's grandfathered, it's allowed, so there's not much you can do.
Mr. Mayor, if I was sitting here then looking at whether or not I'd approve this development, I'd have a different opinion. But it's approved. We're here to try and help them. We're not here to create a whole bunch of red tape so that they can't build this project. They already have approval. As was previously stated by Councillor Thompson, this land had been for sale many times. I remember when this land belonged to Mr. Moretta, and it had bounced back and forth between different people. At that time, it wasn't that expensive a piece of land. It should have been maybe picked up by the Parks Commission, by the city, by whatever, if that's what the intention was, to preserve the moraine. I think it's about time that some of the government agencies put their money where their mouth is, instead of waiting until someone else comes along and invests in the property, holds it for 30 years, does everything proper, and then comes up and says, now how are we going to stop them from developing their property? The other thing is that during the last bunch of budget discussions among the council, it seems like this council and the staff likes to spend money. And it looks, by my calculations, that there's probably $1.5 million or more in new tax dollars going to be generated by this project. Probably 250 to 350 new jobs. It's like a brand new industry for our community. And we didn't approve the zoning. So I think that it's inherent to us to try and help them get the project off the ground, cut through the red tape. They're going to build it anyway. They could come in, as Councillor Thompson said, and get a permit to build it the way that it was approved. I don't like it, but it's approved. So now I think it's important for us to help them get this project on the go and get it underway. The parking, the parking, off-site parking, is the norm in all major tourist industries. I just came back from Montreal, stayed at a hotel, no parking at the hotel. Off-site parking is more guest-friendly. The guest pulls up to the hotel, he drops his car off, he understands that's the way it is when he gets there. He doesn't have to try and find a place to park. Under the current city bylaw right now, we only require one parking space for every 2 rooms, one parking space for every 10 seats. In our particular business, we don't have any off-site parking. We have more than the required parking spaces than the bylaw asks for, but there's a problem with parking. The guests have to find a spot, or we have to find them a spot. In this particular case, there's going to be ample parking for all of their guests. And I think as far as the guest experience goes, it's going to be a more guest-friendly experience than one where they'd have to fight to try and find a parking spot, where we haven't even asked for there be a parking spot for every room or for every seat in the restaurant. So after having said that, I think we're in the position where I think we're going to get on with it and help them get the project developed and give our staff some more money that they like to spend.
Thank you. Councillor Diodati?
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Worship. I don't want to keep repeating the same thing. Obviously, this is a 40-year project that's been on the books for quite some time, been approved a long, long time ago. This is just a discussion about parking. But the one thing, and again, just to kind of sum it up, is the fact that we want to minimize the impact on the moraine. However, the report says that we want to encourage on-site parking. And you can't have it both ways. And as far as I'm concerned, minimizing the impact on the moraine is more important. As Councillor Carriot pointed out, this is the way it is in developing areas. The parking is off-site. There's very minimal on-site. And the on-site is very, very expensive for the guests if they choose to take it. My question to the developer is in regard to the Jolly Cut. One of the first things I did when I got on council, my first term, was I took a walk down there to hear what all of the discussion was about. And I found it quite a challenge in the winter anyway to get down to the park through the Jolly Cut. First of all, to find it, and secondly, to figure out how to get down there was a challenge. And my question is, has there been any discussion or any provision on not paving the Jolly Cut, but just making it a little bit more accessible for the average resident that would want to hike down there? As it is right now, it is quite a challenge to walk down there. And my question is there any discussion? Has there been anything at all in that regard?
Mr. Ronda, can you answer that question?
I guess getting back to the original site plan in 2004, there was some discussion around the Jolly Cut, but nothing that really, I guess I could rephrase that. I think the Jolly Cut certainly wouldn't have wouldn't be in the best interest from our client's perspective to develop this place. It obviously doesn't own the property. Although you may recall back in 2004 there was some discussion at the opportunities that the Jolly Cut may have in concert with the developers, the Niagara Parks Commission, and the city. Perhaps not speaking out of line, I think that opportunity or that door may still be open, but it requires somebody to mediate and bring the opportunity to the table. I can't speak on behalf of our client, but I think there could be some potential there with respect to a partnering of sorts with a number of entities, perhaps part of Fallsview, perhaps part of the city. And I don't believe I'm speaking out of line here. This may be an opportunity as a win-win scenario for the city to bring to the table to look at making wholesale improvements in concert with some buy-in from the developers, perhaps. How that's orchestrated, to what level of degree, needs to be sorted out. But I think good intentions can prevail, I suspect, and I think it's a great possibility. Especially that straight beeline, straight down. I mean, it's a pedestrian park. It's supposedly a gateway to Fallsview. It's supposedly a gateway to the parks. Yet it's an inhospitable environment. I wouldn't jog down there. I wouldn't even walk it in the middle of winter. I mean, the city's actually forced to close it in the winter months. There's a liability affixed to the city.
Absolutely, and it was the winter months that I went down there. And I mean, all trails are kept. You know, that the trees that have fallen, and I'm not talking about commercializing it in any way, shape, or form, just suggesting it may become accessible. It was just suggested possibly we could use development charges to help us clear something of a user-friendly means down there. When I was down there, I didn't see any usage whatsoever because it was impossible to negotiate safely. And my question is there, and again, obviously there hasn't been any discussion. I just throw that out there. This isn't why we're here, but since we're on the topic, it's directly adjacent. I thought it was
interesting, Mr. Dita. There's a motto that, I think in some of the reports that were prepared a number of years ago, and, part of embracing the park. I mean, Niagara Park's a real asset to this community, and yet it's to some degree isolated from the community. It's isolated physically by its natural topography. Perhaps there's a perceptional component with the community in terms of people wanting to use the parkland. Yet there's a real opportunity because you have this armature that sort of branches out into, say, the urban aspects of the city, the street network. Yet it's inhospitable. So in one regard, you're saying, well, here's the park. Let's try to have them utilized more often by our taxpayers in our community. Yet we don't have the mechanisms to invite the community to appreciate that because it's just inhospitable. It's not an appropriate mechanism. So talk about bringing the city or the parkland into the city. The Jolly Cut may be a prime opportunity to bring the parkland into the city if done appropriately.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Wayne.
Thank you. There's been a lot of discussion around this table here tonight about preservation of the moraine. I really wish this council had been thinking about that last fall. Up until last October, what zoning approval existed for the site was 26 stories, 340 rooms. It was last October that council decided to increase that by 52%. So now we're sitting at 518 rooms. And we have both our own staff saying the off-site parking arrangement is necessary to accommodate an overdevelopment of the site. And we have the Niagara Parks Commission in their February 15th, 2008 letter saying, we also question that if so much parking is required off-site, that perhaps the project is too large for the site. And what we have here is now our concerns about how much we're disrupting the moraine after we've given it a 52% increase over what it had. And we also have the question of what's worse, vertical or horizontal. Mr. Bolbrook told us earlier this evening, eliminating one level of parking without decreasing the building footprint does not lessen the impact on the moraine. So we have that to think about as well. Now, the Parks Commission is concerned that the latest plans indicate the landscape buffer has shrunk to approximately 3 feet. Mr. DiCienzo, in an email over the weekend to me, said that the correspondence given us was wrong. I'm still not clear on what's right, what's wrong. The Parks is also concerned that about discrete alterations that the plans may contain since their last official review of the building and site plan. They're saying Park staff will be required to bring this change to the Commission, and we respectfully request that any further approvals be deferred until such time as the Commission can review the situation and provide staff direction. I think this is a very reasonable request given the proximity of this building to the Niagara Parks lands and the concerns everybody around this table seems to have now with the moraine. I think it's best we proceed with as much caution as possible. And as one of my colleagues said here tonight, he'd like to see more discussion on this rear yard setback. I think that is what the Parks wants as well, so I will move deferral at the appropriate time.
Okay, any other comments? Yes, Councillor Peter Angelo.
Yeah, Your Worship, I want some serious clarification on the comments that were just made in regards to Council approving the 52% increase in rooms. First of all, we didn't. If anyone knows anything about the application, the built form was already there. We have not touched the actual footprint. We have not touched the actual height of the building. And I'd like Mr. Bollybrook to comment on whether or not we can control the amount of rooms that go in there, because I think it's a very unfair comment.
Mr. Bollybrook?
Yes, we did have an increase of rooms from 340 to 518, so they must have been larger, maybe suites at the time. I'm not sure, but they did increase the number of rooms. The only impact that would have is the number of parking stalls required. But Councillor Pietrangelo is correct. The built form of the building would remain unchanged. The height was adopted, that height was approved before, so the building envelope or the size of the building would remain unchanged.
Okay. I guess then to follow that up, Your Worship, I mean, we really don't control then how many rooms go in there. We don't have any control over the actual footprint of the building or the height of the building. Is that correct?
Well, through you, that's correct.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further questions from members of Council with respect to this application? Having seen none, then the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. In the pleasure of Council. Councillor Wing has a motion to move for a deferral until Parks Commission has review. Is there a seconder to that motion? Is there a seconder to the motion? The motion fails. Councillor Thompson?
I'm still not satisfied with the rear yard setback. How are we going to resolve that? Can somebody tell us and give us some confidence that this is going to be appropriate or worked out in a manner that's going to be satisfactory to the council?
All right, we'll get the member of staff. Mr. Boulder, can you answer the question, or Mr. Beeman? Sorry?
It falls to me to answer that. The process that has been discussed was having it dealt with, and I raised this when the matter came up before, was having it dealt with through the what was described as the building permit process. What that involves is an application for court to resolve the dispute over the interpretation of the bylaw. I was trying, and I've made efforts to convince the applicant to just simply seek to have that part of the bylaw adjusted, the setback adjusted to suit the building that council wants built, and then the matter would be resolved in that way. It appears that the applicant prefers the road they've taken to date. I don't know what their future plans are, but that's where it stands at the moment, Council.
Okay. Councillor Thompson?
Well, when somebody applies for a building permit, if it doesn't meet the requirements, then you don't approve the building permit.
That's right,
Are we in that situation?
Yes, sir.
So we have control over it.
The permit would be refused.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So the pleasure of council.
I should perhaps be very careful on that. I would recommend to the chief building official the permit be refused, Councillor Thompson. But of course, Mr. Castrilli has to make his own independent judgment as to what he thinks of my advice.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Thompson.
I would move approval of the project as submitted with the changes, and that we be kept informed about the dealings with respect to the rear yard setback, and I'd like if I get a seconder, a recorded vote.
Okay. Councillor Maves? Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, we have a recorded vote.
Council's clear on the motion. Councillor Diodati?
In favor.
Councillor Fisher?
In favor.
Councillor Iannoni has a conflict. Councillor Carriel?
In favor.
Councillor Maves?
In favor.
Councillor Peter Angelo? Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Wing?
Opposed.
Mayor Selsey?
For.
Passes.
Okay. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, could you introduce the next item on the agenda, please?
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to rezone land to open space category located at the south side of Culp Street, east of Corwin Crescent, also known as AG Bridge Park. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, February 22nd, 2008, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process if applicable, or preserve your opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave your name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Once again, I'm going to ask Mr. Bollebrook to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Bollebrook.
Mr. Mayor, we'll move to the location map. The site itself is owned by the City of Niagara Falls. It's just over 7 acres in size. The park contains 2 baseball diamonds and 4 tennis courts. The parking area to the north is surrounded by mature trees adjacent to Culp Street. Surrounding lands include the Boys and Girls Club to the north, Princess Margaret School to the east, and residential both to the west and to the south of the property. The background, Council directed staff to initiate the proposed rezoning, which would permit the Boys and Girls Club to construct the facilities on the 7-acre site known as AG Bridge Park. The amendment is to recognize the use of the land for recreational purposes and apply the appropriate development standards to the facility. The proposed facility would have a floor area of about 30,000 square feet and be subject to a long-term lease that the city would enter into with the Boys and Girls Club. The zoning is proposed to be changed from the current residential single-family 1C density, which does not allow private recreation use to open space, to recognize both the existing park and the allowance of the recreation facility. This aerial photograph shows the site. So you can see the 2 baseball diamonds and the current 4 tennis courts and the parking along the north. The city also does own 2 additional acres south of Princess Margaret, and there is an agreement for their use of that property. Planning analysis, the official plan designates the land as open space. Public parks, recreation uses, and private clubs to serve the larger community are permitted within the designation. As far as the zoning, the proposed rezoning, it would conform to the official plan in the following ways. The property will be placed under a zone category that reflects the official plan designation and its current use. The Boys and Girls Club is not expected to generate a significant amount of additional traffic. We feel that maybe they would even improve the traffic that currently could be problematic when the school lets out the students. The proposed building with its outdoor facilities will take up about 2.5 acres of the 7-acre site. This park will continue to be open to the public and provide recreational opportunities for the neighborhood and the larger community. To assist in maximizing the area of the open space, we would suggest that the building be close to Princess Margaret School as possible, and obviously provide a greater setback to the westerly side yard. The zoning presently, as mentioned, is residential single-family. The requested change to open space permits the use. The open space zone will be tailored to ensure the permitted uses are compatible in the area. The standard open space zone category does contain provisions in there that would help the compatibility issue. The maximum lot coverage for buildings is 10%. That would equate to just over 30,000 square feet based on the 7-acre size. This is slightly smaller than what the Boys and Girls Club have sought, but we think it still meets with what was approved by Council in May. The required setbacks in the open space zone are 10 meters, 32.8 feet. That is front yard, side, and rear yard. Obviously, the current R1 zone would permit residential, and the setbacks are quite a bit lessened. So the setback on the open space zone is quite substantial. The following details of the development will be addressed through site plan, as far as the siting of the building, the landscaping, buffering, and so on. Location of parking spaces, bus loading area, grading, servicing, and so on. All that would be addressed through the site plan stage. As mentioned, the school board now leases land that allows parking for at the northerly part of the property. This is a drop-off area for Princess Margaret. We think there's a potential to improve that situation. The future use of the city-owned land, which is presently occupied by the Boys and Girls Club, would be determined through a separate process. It would have to be declared surplus, and obviously that would be subject to public notification. So in conclusion, the proposed rezoning of the AG Bridge Park to open space can be supported for the following reasons. The proposed zoning is consistent with the official plan or the open space designation in the official plan and would reflect the current community park use. The Boys and Girls Club is a community serving facility and would normally be expected to locate in open space designations. The standards currently under the open space zone would control the size and height of building and also the setbacks. And the site plan control will be used to maximize the amount of landscape open space and mitigate any potential land use conflicts. So the recommendation is that Council approve the zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the subject lands from the residential single-family 1C to open space, to reflect the existing public park and also to allow the use of the Boys and Girls Club for a recreation facility.
Thank you, Mr. Bollebrook. And once again, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the intermunicipal board dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheets will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 34, subsection 19 of the Planning Act. At this time, Council will hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to make a presentation. Just again, I advise you just to adhere to the limit, please, of 10 minutes, and please identify yourself and your address, if you would. Welcome, sir.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is William Allen, and I reside at 6210 Corwin Avenue. And I'm here to strongly protest this site selection for the Boys and Girls Club of Niagara. I'd like to state first of all that I'm surprised that this issue is being debated at all. I thought that land designated as green space was a serious and a final commitment. It's hard to believe that the city thinks that this is the only appropriate site for the Boys and Girls Club. I certainly hope there's no hidden agenda here for this choice. I wonder too about alternative sites which should be taken into consideration. Could you not consider the Diamond Jubilee School Ground area, which is available? How about the proposed new arena site on Stanley Avenue as a possibility? Perhaps the Jack Bell Arena site if it's going to be demolished. I still feel that the McLeod Road property that had the big sign on it indicating that this was the future site of the Boys and Girls Club of Niagara would be the best choice. I understand that the Boys and Girls Club's position on the AG Bridge Park selection was the fact that most of their clients would reside within the area. Now, if this facility is to serve the entire city at an estimated cost of $10 million, it seems to me that a few residents should not be the deciding factor in determining the location of this facility. I feel the most obvious question here, of course, would be why you would destroy an irreplaceable green space when you could take a neglected property and enhance it in the process. Selecting an alternative site, in my opinion, represents a win-win situation for all taxpayers. In closing, I believe that the Boys and Girls Club of Niagara certainly is in desperate need of a new facility. There's no question about it. But I also know in my heart that it makes no sense whatsoever to locate this facility at the AG Bridge Park site. I believe that this council has the will and the obligation to make the only responsible decision on behalf of the taxpayers here today, which is to choose another location for not only our benefit, but also for the benefit of future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of Mr. Allen? No? Okay, no, thank you very much, sir. Is there anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to speak to this matter? Please come forward.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, my wife apologizes. She would like to be here tonight, but she's ill, and she asked me to read her note because she'd like to be part of the OMB hearing or whatever.
Okay, and just your name, please, sir.
Richard Shanahan.
Great, thank you.
I live at 6220 Corwin Avenue. This is my wife's letter. I cannot attend tonight's meeting because I'm sick. I oppose the transfer of AG Bridge Park to the Boys and Girls Club. I oppose any lease or sale of this park to any individual or company. It is my park. It is your park, and it is not for sale. Signed, Barbara Shanahan. Now, I'll read my letter. I am here to register my disapproval of the city's plan to change the zoning from R1 residential to open land if, and I've capitalized if, the rezoning is for the purpose of allowing the Boys and Girls Club to build a 33,000 square foot building in the park. It should be open space, it should be park, but there shouldn't be buildings put in this park. In 1979, the city parks and school properties, is what we were told anyway, were rezoned as R1, which is single-family residential. The only reason that I can see that this was done was to sell off the parks for subdivisions at some future date. I think that all of the citizens of Niagara Falls should be very concerned about this, because that was all of the parks and all the city, or all the school properties that were rezoned. I don't believe the City Council should be allowed to remove or reduce any of the city's parkland without a citywide referendum. AG Bridge Park and other parks in the city are there for the enjoyment of all of the people and shouldn't be given away to special interest groups. The Boys and Girls Club is a great organization. I like the Boys and Girls Club, but they shouldn't be allowed to build their building in the park. The Boys and Girls Club was offered a free parcel of land at the corner of Garner Road and McLeod Road. A city consultant turned this down because this location could hurt the YMCA's business. Is the YMCA's business that fragile? The argument has been made that the Boys and Girls Club wants to move into AG Bridge Park because of their proximity to Princess Margaret School. They have stated that they don't want to lose their walk-in clients. There are 29 elementary schools in Niagara Falls, not counting Princess Margaret School. Are the children from these other schools being bused to the Boys and Girls Club now? Is the proximity to Princess Margaret School really that important? The present size of the Boys and Girls Club building is 17,000 square feet. There's 17,000 square feet now. And the building is sitting on 1.32 acres of city-owned land. The Boys and Girls Club originally wanted a 41,000 square foot building, but had to settle for a 33,000 square foot building. This is a very large building. The new building would require 3.5 acres, and I see you've got 2.5 acres up there, but I think I was told somewhere along the line that it was 3.5 acres of AG Bridge Park. This amount of acreage makes sense because the building would require parking, a driveway around the building, and a playground area for younger children, which they have now over at their where they are now. The area of AG Bridge Park is 7.2 acres. Tennis courts occupy the southern part of the park, and there is a low-lying area at the end of Stoke Street. These sections have an approximate area of 2 acres. The flat, usable part of the park is actually 5.2 acres, or approximately 5.2 acres. If the Boys and Girls Club is given 3.5 acres of the park for their building, there will be 1.7 acres of usable park left for the rest of us people. The head of the Parks and Recreation, Denise Morrissey, over there, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, stated that baseball is becoming passé. There are 2 baseball diamonds presently in AG Bridge Park. This summer, there was a month of slow pitch tournaments in the park. There were at least 2 games played per day. A lot of them were played in the rain. Approximately 40 people, players and fans, attended each game. That's each game. 60 games times 40 people equals 2,400 people. This is the number of people that enjoyed the park during that month. Minor League Fastball also used the park this year. The kids bring their parents along to watch the games. Is baseball passé? Not in AG Bridge Park, it's not. The truth of the matter is that 1 baseball diamond would not fit on 1.7 acres of land, and the Boys and Girls Club would not want baseballs flying toward their new building. It's not that baseball is passé. Baseball isn't the only activities that go on in the park. People fly kites, they play soccer, they practice their golf swings, cross-country ski, jog, and walk their dogs. Princess Margaret School, uses the park for track and field, and the Boys and Girls Club also use the park for their activities. It doesn't cost a dime for any of these activities, and in this day and age that is really saying something, that the park is free. There will be a lot of people affected by moving the Boys and Girls Club into the park. A lot of people will be unhappy with this move, and I think you're going to hear it tonight. Anyway, thanks for listening.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions of Mr. Shanahan? Thank you very much. Anyone else who'd like to speak? Please, Carter, please. Good evening and welcome.
Your Worship, Councillors. My name is Mary Catherine Lindbergh, and I live at 6180 Corwin Avenue. The first thing I'd like to point out to you is you are making an amendment that is incorrect. It's Corwin Avenue, not Corwin Crescent. And I'm not sure that that technicality should be corrected. As you can see on the map, Corwin Crescent is nowhere near. It goes down around. So Corwin Crescent, it's Corwin Avenue. Whether that's a technicality you can amend or not. If I was a lawyer, I'd probably tell you you'd have to resubmit this whole bylaw. I sent a letter to the planning department about the AG Bridge zoned as open space. And we actually believe that it should be officially become a park. And we support that. However, we do oppose the destruction of this open space by allowing an erection of associated buildings and structures. If you look on a map of the area bordered by Dorchester Road, Lundy's Lane, Drummond Road, and McLeod Road, you will see that AG Park is the only park in the area. That you would take away open green space and allow construction of a facility seem totally out of sync with the environmental concerns of our citizens. The Niagara Falls Boys and Girls Club is part of an international association that prides itself on being aware of community concerns and helping the community address their needs. As an international association, they should understand how to do community consultations. However, there has been very little public consultation on this project, except for hiring a consultant to look at the site on McLeod Road. The consultant rejected the McLeod Road site, and I'm not aware of any other sites that were seriously considered. It appears that the only other site seriously considered was the AG Bridge Park. Was there any thought of relocating the Niagara Falls Boys and Girls Club in other areas of the city? We don't know. There's an empty schoolyard on Drummond Road that could be used. Was that location ideal or not? There was a statement that the majority of the children attending the club comes from the neighborhood. Then why are there 2 school buses on the street delivering children to participate in the program? The major issue here is the lack of information, transparency, and open dialogue by the board of the Niagara Falls Boys and Girls Club with their neighbors. There was one public meeting held, and the same people that are here tonight were in attendance. We expected to receive some information on our concerns and that were raised at that meeting. The only thing that I received was an invite to tonight's meeting. The next issue I'd like to address is the increase of traffic on Corwin Avenue. When Princess Margaret School became the school for the whole area, traffic increased dramatically in coming from Stokes to Corwin to Culp and coming from Barker to Corwin to Culp. With the new expanded Boys and Girls Club, the traffic will be even greater and will continue throughout the day and late into the evening. I was disappointed when the Community Services Committee did a traffic operation review of Corwin Avenue and only did the study from Barker to Lundy's Lane, when the traffic flow should have been looked at for the whole of Corwin Avenue. The street has become a speedway, starting at Stokes. I think that the council does not have enough evidence in front of them to make a decision on the relocation of the Boys and Girls Club, and should recommend a full public consultation on the benefits and values that where the Boys and Girls Club should be located in the city of Niagara Falls. I do believe the council should make AG Bridge Park an official park within the city, but to only maintain it as a park for open space recreational activities and not for construction of buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Lindberg. Excuse me, sir. Are there any questions of Mrs. Lindberg? Thank you very much for your presentation. Welcome.
Marianne Seppala, 6106 Corwin Avenue. Mayor and councillors, I first of all wish to thank the one councillor that responded to my 2 emails. And secondly, I'd like to say that I have been a supporter of the Boys and Girls Club since the year it was built. And having said that, I want to say that I have been a neighbor of the Boys and Girls Club for 36 years. And during that 36 years that I have lived on Corwin Avenue, I have noticed a phenomenal increase in population density, especially with the last 5 or 6 years when there has been a provincial directive to infill. So we have had a terrific population density in the catchment area around Bridge Park. Also, if you notice on your map, our park is almost in the middle of a very dense area, as well as the major 3 or 4 major routes in the city. We are surrounded by Lundy's Lane, Dorchester Road, Dunn Street, and Drummond. So we not only have this population density all of a sudden, we have increased pollution from the number of cars using these major arteries. And the only green space we have is Bridge Park in that area. When I first moved there, Corwin Avenue was a dead end. And we had a farm area left over from the Collins Farm and the Corfield Farm. So we not only have this population density, but we also have a pollution problem in our area. And we all have an obligation to the people who put the park there in the first place, and an obligation to the people who come after us to use the park for the public good. That means...
Please, order, please. Just let her present if you could, please. Thank you.
That means we have to preserve, protect, and use that land so that it will last, so that we will have quality of life in our area. With due respect, your mandate to your consultants to look at only those lands that were owned by the city was not only short-sighted, but narrow in scope. Your mandate to your consultants should have been any and all lands that meet the specs of the requirement of the proposed building. If that had been done, you would have been given the opportunity to look at land on Dorchester Road at the old Diamond Jubilee site, which, by the way, is public lands, and you would have noticed that it is grossly underutilized, not like Bridge Park, which is utilized. There is only a fraction of that building at Diamond Jubilee site that is being used right now, and the property is quite extensive. So I implore you to revisit this issue of relocating the Boys and Girls Club. It is not in the best interests of the citizens of Niagara Falls to use one of our few parks for another facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Order, please. Thank you. Please come forward.
The reason I've come forward, I have a time constraint. My son is in the back
It's okay.
corner.
Thank
He
you.
needs to go
Could you
home
just
to
pull the
bed.
microphone down, please, and just speak to it? Thank you.
My name is Millie Lapoita. I live at 6165 McLeod Road. I am not a resident of the Corwin Avenue area. However, I do think that the concerns that I have do have some basis to the issue at hand. My son, he does utilize the program at the Boys and Girls Club. However, I'm not here in support of the property being used for the facility. The reason I say this is that the area that's proposed, from the information that's been given earlier, is roughly 30,000 square feet. In comparison to the YMCA, that's roughly 1/3 of the YMCA property. I don't think that a lot of the issues have been addressed. I do know for a fact that Princess Margaret School does have upwards of 650 to 700 students due to the amalgamation of Diamond Jubilee and Princess Margaret. That would substantiate the high traffic flow that these residents have encountered in the area and the increase. I don't think that that issue has been mentioned. I have numerous issues on health and safety. I mean, I'm not in support of this at all. The building, no one has even mentioned the daycare that operates at the back of Princess Margaret School. There's not ample parking for students of the school, well, the parents, I should say, of the students of the school, the faculty, and also the people that are using the cataract facility. It's a congested area. I've been ticketed by bylaw enforcement officers while presently using the Boys and Girls Club facility because of the area and all the congestion of traffic along Franklin, Corwin, and that area in general. And I just feel that this isn't the ideal spot for this facility. There's no way that you can fit in the type of building that the Boys and Girls Club is proposing to allow to have adequate park space available for the residents. And where are the students supposed to play that go to the Princess Margaret School if the proposed area behind the park is going to be taken away? There's 700 students. That's more than the average school. My son attends James Morden's school. Their population is approximately 400 kids. There's a substantial increase of students at Princess Margaret, and I just don't feel that this is the appropriate site for it. It's a good thing the hotel operators were here. I had the opportunity to read the article that the Review had in the newspaper, and I'm just in awe. It says, last year a consultant hired by the city recommended the Boys and Girls Club not to build on McLeod Road because its services might hurt the YMCA. Don't you think that's a little hypocritical? We had hoteliers speaking earlier about them building hotels in a hotel zone, and do you honestly think that if a consultant had been hired for the Westin that they would come to the same conclusion that business might affect the Marriott Hotel? It's so ludicrous here, the hypocrisy that's going on, that I'm not well versed in speaking in public, but I just find the whole situation disgraceful and not taking into consideration the residents that do live in this area. I took a trip around the city to different residential areas, new construction areas. They all have a park very close by so that citizens can utilize the area. I don't think at all for 1 minute that this should be an exception to the rule.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Mrs. Lapointe? No? Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome.
Mayor Southsea, City Councilors. My name is Paul Burns. I reside at 6470 McMillan Drive. I've been a lifelong resident of Niagara Falls and have resided in the AG Bridge Park area for over 25 years. I'm opposed to the rezoning of the property because I firmly believe that a park with these capabilities would not be replaced. And I feel there is a better site for the Boys and Girls Club. AG Bridge Park is essential to our youth sports and the slow pitch championships that come here every year. We all know how important the economical impact is for our community, and I feel it is not in our best interest to eliminate playing fields. Just think how this will be received by these organizations. Excuse me. The existing Boys and Girls Club could be demolished and 6 to 8 building lots could be created, or a townhouse condominium complex could go there. It does show on the plot plan there where the 4 new lots to the west of that, there's 4, and looking on to scale, you could probably put 6 to 8 in there. If you've ever driven by the club, and residential lots, this would make for a much calmer traffic area. I don't know if anybody's been in there around that area at 9 in the morning or noon or 3 to 6 at night. It gets pretty jammed with cars and buses. With a bigger and better Boys and Girls Club, you'll also have an increase in traffic. And this is not good for the safety of the kids. Safety for the kids is so important. When the club made a request for the park property, Councillor Maves asked about the Stanford Jack Bell Arena property. The timing for this land could not be any better. The new Bob Gale complex will be opening in 2009, and I believe the Girls and Boys Club are looking at a 2011 opening. Just enough time to demo the arenas and get prepared for the construction of a new Boys and Girls Club. The parking lot on the north side of Frederica could be subdivided into possibly 6 to 8 building lots, depending on the size of the lots. To look at the location, the arena site, you can't get any more central than that. You have easy access to Dorchester Road, Drummond Road, and 2 entrances and exits off the highway up on Frederica. 3 streets, Prince Edward Avenue, Byng Avenue, and Glenholm Avenue, can get you to Lundy's Lane in no time. City buses would also maneuver easier in this area versus the Culp Street site. With proper design, the new club would have a choice of 3 street entrance possibilities: Cook Street, Prince Edward, or Frederica. With majority of the kids getting dropped off and picked up, design should be able to have a flow pattern through the property, which would eliminate curbside parking and congestion in the area. Again, safety for the kids. The existing park, which I know the park at the arenas, which I know the residents fought hard for, could remain on the site, and the little kids' soccer could be moved to A.G. Bridge Park. Fortunately, you cannot put 2 ball diamonds on the arena site, but you can put a Boys and Girls Club with all on-site parking, nothing on the streets. I'm sure the neighborhood would love that. I don't know if anyone drove by last week with the minor hockey tournament on. Cars all over the place, all over the streets. So looking at the big picture, we've created less traffic in 2 areas of town, saved a valuable park, put the club in the most central part of the city with excellent accessibility, and the city would collect property taxes on roughly 16 new building lots. I thank you for allowing me to speak, and I wish the Boys and Girls Club success with their new project.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Burns? Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Burns. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Tom Francoeur, and I live
Sorry,
on the
we can't hear you. Please speak a little louder.
My name is Tom Francoeur,
Yes,
and I
Tom.
live on the corner of Corwin Avenue and Stokes. I'm vehemently opposed to the proposed construction of the Boys and Girls 33,000 square foot structure and surrounding parking area. I, along with many residents who have lived in this neighborhood for years and some for decades, are adversely affected. Stokes Avenue, which is currently a cul-de-sac, will become an entrance to the parking area. Several buses and abundant traffic will be passing by our driveways on a daily basis. Our backyards will be overlooking a parking lot filled with cars and exhaust fumes where beautiful green space currently exists. This park is enjoyed and used by community youth and adults alike. There's no reason to eliminate existing parks in this community when there are viable commercial alternatives to building this structure. The value of our homes could potentially be reduced by upwards of $50,000, which there is no offer to compensate. The appeal of this serene, mature, stately neighborhood will be eliminated, affecting the desirability of our real estate. You have to ask yourselves, would you want a parking lot and massive structure built in your backyard with increased flow traffic in your previously quiet neighborhood? Do you think it is just to allow residents who have lived in this neighborhood for decades to lose value in their homes? Do you think it is positive to lose the beauty of Niagara's green spaces and parks? Why aren't more appropriate commercial locations selected for construction of this building, particularly when there are alternative properties that could be used? In good conscience, how could Niagara City Council approve such an intrusive, impractical decision to build a structure in this proposed residential location?
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome.
My name is Jim Breeden. I live at 6746 Barker Street. I lived within half a mile of Bridge Park my entire life. I think my wife's lived within 500 feet of it her entire life. We're neighborhood kids. This is our neighborhood park. My
neighbors have spoken quite eloquently about what that park means to us. I'd like to speak more on the working report that the staff was given by the consultant. I was very disappointed in this report. It seemed quite biased. The author didn't put in any inaccuracies. He just seemed to leave out a lot of the important stuff. I'd like to touch on a few of those. He said we have single-family residents to the south and the west of this property. We have single-family residents from Lundy's Lane to McLeod Road, Dorchester to Drummond. This whole area is single-family dwellings. The municipal works has stepped in and said, well, we have no concerns. This whole area is also 4- and 6-inch water mains, and we have combined sewers. This isn't a place for development. Nothing was said about the Carlton Street road allowance. I don't know if there is one. To the north, I have Carlton Avenue. To the south, I have Carlton Avenue. I would always assume between the two is a road allowance. This is where they're going to build the building. Nothing was said about that. If you look at the path that's worn through that park, it's about May before it dries out. It's got to be this deep from the years and years of kids walking and riding their bikes through there. Nothing was said of that. One statement, just to show how biased you can, a few words will get. He mentioned that this would be a modestly larger facility. It will be twice as large. Modest is not multiplying by 2. This means we'll be building an 8-pad arena, not a 4. The Hilton will be 116 stories, not 58. Those aren't modest increases. Those are huge. I was surprised I didn't get a letter. I'm 500 feet from the park. This here is citywide. I should have had notices that they're really looking at this. I can see the present buildings from my backyard, but I wasn't invited to make comment on it. I was also concerned that they haven't mentioned what they're going to do with the old building. To me, this is part and parcel. This all goes together. I would have liked to have seen that as part of a whole thing. People talk about multifamily again. I don't know. Another thing that I'm concerned about is if a couple of years ago, the Niagara Worship Center down on Frederica Street tried to change. They bought Bigger's Farm down there. They changed that from single-family residential to institutional. Plans changed. They tried to change it back to open space. The city said no, because once you do that, now you can put any kind of residential area, or you can change that again, and it's very tough to stop that kind of changes. Once you start on down that slippery slope of changing end use, comes with. In closing, I'd like the city to reconsider this, and I am glad to see that they've taken away, at least not looking at the back of the schoolyard. Thank you very much for your time.
Sir? Okay, thank you. Any other speakers who wish to make comment? Please come forward. Any other speakers?
Mr. Mayor, my name is Jim Custodio. I live on 3606 Carlton Avenue. If you follow that red line right down on this Princess Margaret School field, that's the east, come right down that line there, and we're coming this way. My house is right there. That's where I live, okay? I see that park every day. I've been there for 45 years. And I watch it every day. And before I go to bed at night, I look up there to make sure there's no vandalism going on. I've seen all kinds of vandalism. And by the time you call the police, you must forget it, because they're long gone. Same way the Princess Margaret School. I can tell you stories about that park I've seen in the past 45 years would make a hiss again. Okay? From cars being set on fire, homemade bombs in that field, you name it, but I've seen it, okay? And I have, in the early years, the past 30 years ago, I have chased many vandals off that park and also off of Princess Margaret. A couple of times I fell down and scraped my leg, chased them with the baseball bat in my hand. My family has grown up in that park. Now my grandchildren are grown up in that park. and I say, leave the park.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Good evening, Your Worship and councillors. My name is Peter Kessler. I live at 6200 Corwin Avenue, and I know we've been here a very long night, and I'll make this very brief. And I'll just start with all the snow that we've received in the last couple of weeks. I remember meeting the mayor one night in a snowstorm where a stranded vehicle was up in the snowbank, and I was out shoveling, and another car appeared. And guess who gets out of the car but is the mayor, just like Arnold Schwarzenegger, with his shovel all ready to go. So that was the first time I got to meet you. And as I was driving home, I said to my wife, I said, you know, this mayor is for the people. Tonight, I hope that again I can say with my fellow neighbors and with my citizens that yes, this mayor is for the people. Just so there's no misinterpretation, I strongly oppose that the Boys and Girls Club is constructed in AG Bridge Park. And I'll just fire away here with a couple questions that I'd like to hopefully have answered, and I'll just go through them one at a time. First one, what is the criteria ratio for green space, i.e. public park without buildings, to residential property? Number two, is this ratio met with the proposal at AG Bridge Park? Number three, with the possible loss of AG Bridge Park due to future development of the Boys and Girls Club, what green space will be created in the immediate area? Number four, if the Boys and Girls Club is not constructed at AG Bridge Park, what are the alternatives that the city will consider for AG Bridge Park? Number five, excuse me, Councillor Boldbrook. Nice to meet you. Councillor Boldbrook stated...
No, he's sorry, he's...
No, you're not, eh? Okay, sorry. Mr. Boldbrook, he stated before that the grandfather clause on a previous proposal tonight, just how this grandfather clause continues. And I just want to make the point, does this not set a precedent that would also apply to a parcel of land that's only been a park, it's posted as a park without protest, and it's also known as AG Bridge Park? Excuse me, I'm from Quebec, and in Quebec our law is a little bit different, but that's squatters' rights. 30 years, if no one protests, we're wasting our time passing a motion tonight, okay? It's a done deal. It's a park, it will always be a park. Number six, Councillor Carrio, I got that one right. Now he stated, I didn't state this, the government needs to put their money where their mouth is. Okay, I'm not stating that, I'm just repeating it. So after all that, I just want to conclude very, very briefly. As a father of 3 young children who has enjoyed AG Bridge Park as an integral part of our family life, and as well, I've participated in programs at the Boys and Girls Club, to lose AG Bridge Park to development is a loss. To construct the new Boys and Girls Club is a win. But to construct the new Boys and Girls Club on AG Bridge Park is a win-loss. To rezone AG Bridge Park for solely public park usage without buildings, and to construct the new Boys and Girls Club without diminishing existing green space, that's a win-win. I hope to have future family memories at AG Bridge Park, and I ask you as our elected to pass a motion that will be a win-win, not only for myself, but for all Niagara Falls residents and for the neighbors that are in the area. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to this proposed bylaw amendment? Please come forward.
I just got one question. I mean, we've hashed this out quite a bit now.
Just for the record, please, just so...
Gary Conway.
Okay, Gary, thank you.
I do understand, it's the question, that if we're going to build in the park, that the pool is going to be smaller than the one they have now. Now, which is probably non-functional for most of their activities they want to do in there. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. We'll see if we can have that addressed as well. So, yes, Councillor Peter Angelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I was just wondering if any of the previous speakers' questions were going to be answered.
Yeah, we'll just see if we could, hopefully somebody from the Boys and Girls Club will address some of those concerns. I'd appreciate that.
Some more specific to the city, Your Worship, in regards to the ratio of parkland.
Sure, okay. All right. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to this application?
Good evening, Your Worship and members of City Council. My name is Derek Reimerchuk, and I am here tonight to voice my support for the new Boys and Girls Club that will be located at AG Bridge Park on Culp Street in Niagara Falls. Thank you for taking the time to hear us here this evening. Here are the reasons why that I believe this is an outstanding proposal and one that should be supported by you this evening. Firstly, there is no debate as to the need of a new building. I think that all would agree that the location is no longer suitable due to its age and condition, and that a new facility is certainly long overdue. This brings us to our second point, location. Although that we can all agree that we do need a new facility, I believe that the location of said facility is debatable. As I understand from talking to parties concerned, there were a few possibilities. One was, I believe, in the Stamford area of town. I believe it's called Kerr Park. Another possibility was Palmer Park on Stanley Avenue. McLeod Road, which the property already exists, and then, of course, AG Bridge Park. The independent feasibility studies have shown that the McLeod Road location was not viable. It is too far out of town for certainly the people that would use the facility and too close to the YMCA. Stamford Center is not close enough to the city center. And Stanley Avenue is on a main thoroughway, which would be certainly very, very dangerous for children using the facility. Children could easily get hit there. Unlike Bridge Park, excuse me, could I have the same affordability that was given to you folks? Thank you. This leads us to AG Bridge Park, which I believe is the best possible location. The existing club has been, thirdly, the existing club has been in the Corwin-Culp neighborhood for approximately 50 years. Anybody that has moved into the area during this time did so knowing that a Boys and Girls Club existed here. The city is not, and I would like to clarify something, this is not a proposal brought forth by the Boys and Girls Club. Somebody had mentioned, you know, the Boys and Girls Club doing things secretly and whatnot. This is a proposal that has been brought forth by the city. The city is not proposing a new club. We are just proposing the replacement of the one that already exists in this neighborhood. Fourthly, it is important that we maintain this familiar location, which is familiar to our entire city and has an established membership. I believe, Joanne, was it about 2,000 that attend? Why move from this working location? There is an expression that says, don't fix that which is not broken. And I think that it applies here. It works at this location. Fifthly, the argument of the elimination of green space as put forth by some residents does not apply. Green space will not be eliminated. It will simply be reduced by a small fraction and replaced with something that is vitally important to our community. A club which meets the needs of our youth. There will still be green space. As the new building will mostly eliminate just one ball diamond, not the whole park. A study has shown that there are more than enough ballparks in the city, and so to replace just one ballpark with a beautiful new Boys and Girls Club makes sense. There will continue to be tennis courts. Could we have that picture brought back up of the overall view? There will continue to be tennis courts. A land that is not even in the red, but is owned, I believe, is to the right, which there's a beautiful area that could easily be made into a ball diamond. You can see that it's as big or bigger as the existing diamond that is there. They will remain. And again, the green space will only be reduced by a small fraction. The area is certainly large enough to accommodate both a new Boys and Girls Club and beautiful green space. Sixthly, the new building will enhance the neighborhood, and it will be an asset to the Boys and Girls Club, to the city of Niagara Falls, and to the entire Niagara region. We are not talking about a new restaurant or hotel which may benefit just a few. We are talking about a facility that will have long-lasting benefits to all as we mentor and teach our children in a safe and positive environment. One opponent wrote, "I would rather see this neighborhood park improved with perhaps a walking or running track and playground equipment than have it disappear." This wish can still take place if we use the existing grounds for said purpose and have the city continue monitoring the property for good neighborhood enjoyment. And that property, of course, is on the corner of Culp and Carleton. And as I understand, I could be corrected on this, but I understood from talking with people that the land on which the Boys and Girls Club now sits was donated to the city on the premise that it be used for charitable and community purposes only. Why can't we tear down this existing building and make a nice little park for the kids? This would satisfy those that are saying that we would eliminate the green space. Please note, the new plan calls for construction of almost the same size property that exists on Culp and Coron when you take into account the playground that is in behind of the existing Boys and Girls Club. Number 8, when the new club is built on this site, over half of the green space will continue to exist. It will still continue to be one of the most significant parkland and green spaces in the area, bordered by Highway 20, Drummond Road, and McLeod. I would say to the council here this evening and to our honorable mayor, who one referred to as Arnold Schwarzenegger, that 4.85 acres is a huge park. That's what will remain. That would be probably one of the larger parks still in the city. And then lastly, there's been a lot of discussion lately about geological footprints. Marks that we are leaving on our environment in a negative way that will affect generations to come. But on the flip side of this, let us not forget the footprints that we can leave on our children's hearts and lives in a positive way. As the Pontiff recently declared in a sermon, let us not forget the hearts of the children. I would like to say, let us not forget the children as we debate this evening. And the progress and the development of this facility can literally change their lives. In closing, on a personal note, when my wife and I moved to the city approximately 13 years ago, one of the very first places we took our little 1-year-old boy was the Boys and Girls Club. He learned how to swim there and play basketball. And recently, he was in this very chamber, being presented with an award from our mayor for winning an Ontario basketball championship on behalf of our city. I am proud to say that he got his start at the Boys and Girls Club. And finally, I don't really know who A.G. Bridge was. I haven't been here long enough. But I would say that if he were standing here this evening, he would say, yes, please donate part of my park to the future of our boys and girls. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak with regard to this application?
Good evening, Mayor Salsi, members of council, staff, and members of the community. I'm Barb Greenwood, and I'm here tonight in favor of the proposed bylaw amendment. While I am a member of Regional Council, I'm attending tonight with a different hat on, as a trustee of the Boys and Girls Club Foundation, and an advocate for the children and youth of this city. I'm parachuting again this year for the second time in 4 years, and believe me, I wouldn't be jumping out of a perfectly good airplane if it weren't for the good organization of the Boys and Girls Club in this area. The proposed bylaw amendment addresses two significant issues. It allows the rezoning of city land AG Bridge Park to open space to correspond with the use for recreational purposes, and it permits the very timely relocation of this Boys and Girls Club. This existing facility has been part of the municipality's recreation delivery system since 1960. Rarely do I meet anyone in this city that hasn't been a part of this club at one time or another. Several children who grew up in this area have joined the club's alumni as advocates, including people who were former members: Elaine Menepaugh, Vince Curiel, Brian McMullen, Bruce Henning. In May of last year, the feasibility study commissioned by council noted that the existing building was not built up to today's standards and is becoming more antiquated each day. Something must be done. In spite of the known urgency, the months following have been well spent in diligent site selection and fundraising. The club determined AG Bridge Park to be the best site. Boys and Girls Club has been part of the neighborhood's character for nearly 50 years. The central location represents the best opportunity to reach out to most of the children and youth in this city. As a regional councillor, I understand the ongoing need for the input of the residents. The city staff indicates in the report that this will be addressed in the site planning process. Considering all the work that has gone into the planning and studying, I would look forward to seeing council approve the bylaw amendment and take the next step in moving the children into the facility that they need and deserve. I am confident that the result will be a beautiful, improved recreational facility and park on this site. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bonsoir. Good evening, Your Worship, honorable members of council, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brian Wilcox. I'm a lawyer in Niagara Falls. Before anybody has the opportunity to get up, I'm not here as a lawyer today. I'm here as a father, as a husband, as a neighbor. I live on Franklin Avenue, just around from the Boys and Girls Club. I want to tell you about two wonderful little boys that I have. It's Jarrett, 13, and Ash, 11. Both have been members for a long time of the Boys and Girls Club, and I don't believe there's anything I've heard today from anyone that's spoken that detracts from the importance and the benefits that that club has to this community. Even the naysayers have basically expressed the fact the Boys and Girls Club is a wonderful organization and they deserve a new building. Well, that's not what we're here for today. We're here to deal with the bylaw to change the zoning from R1C to open space. Part of that bylaw is to deal with the fact that this is a park and should be recognized as a park. As a resident of Franklin Avenue and a user of the Boys and Girls Club myself, my wife is a user of the Boys and Girls Club, my children go there regularly. In fact, my youngest and probably the biggest compliment you can give to any single organization or person is my youngest 11-year-old will always come home from his Saturday night or Saturday session of the Boys and Girls Club and tell me in great detail how he's going to train to be a counselor at the Boys and Girls Club. That says a lot about an organization. Of course, I wouldn't want him to be a lawyer, so any avenue he can go from away from that I'll support. But I'm also a user of the park. We do go down to the park, and we unfortunately can't fly kites because it's in a hole and the wind doesn't blow very well down there. But I do go down there. And I'm not going to delude you by saying I would miss the park if someone said I'm going to put a high-rise there. I wouldn't delude you to say that I would be standing with these people who have said no if you were going to say it's R1C, let's just zone it up and put a subdivision in. I'd be the first in line to say you people are making a mistake. But as you can see from that aerial photograph, what you have to the top of Culp Street, the top of AG Bridge Park, is the present Boys and Girls Club. And what that has given my family, my 2 kids, is the ability to have a place that they can go to with access to that park. Everybody in this room has dealt with, let's relocate the Boys and Girls Club. Let's give them a new building. I'm not against that. No one should be against that. I don't believe the naysayers are against that. What they're concerned about, and why I think they've missed the point. I think we've all missed the point. So we're not moving it. It's always been there. It's always been a complement to that park. The AG Bridge Park and the Boys and Girls Club have been in partnership for over 50 years. It's nothing new. What is new is that we're going to take, and please correct me, sir, we're taking 10% of that park, and through the site plan development, we're going to try and put it in such an inconspicuous point of view in that park as to maximize the amount of open space. And we're going to put a Boys and Girls Club in that park, and all we're doing is exactly what we already have. We have a Boys and Girls Club that utilizes that park, and the members, the public, the community can only be proud of what we will have in the end. I'm not saying that everything is perfect. I'm not saying, and I recommend that the people who have come here today and have expressed their concerns, I think they should be invited to come to the site planning. I think they should express their concerns because I think it's important for the people of Niagara Falls and the people around that community to express their concerns. I think the city planners and the city council and the staff of City Hall have done a wonderful job in exercising their discretion and dealing with this matter and bringing it forward. But the time is to move now. The zoning should be done to recognize the park. Also, we should be looking at, if we're going to look at a new location, it's not a new location. That's missing the point. All we are doing is we are making the location fit better. Putting the building where it's going to be of greatest use, and the park would be more greatly utilized by the people in the Boys and Girls Club and by the community at whole. As a user of both the park and the Boys and Girls Club, I think it's important to realize that the benefits to this community, to the children, and to the neighbors in that area are far foreshadowed by any footprint that the new building will put on this land. I think with proper planning and certainly input by the people who have come here today to express their concerns, all the concerns can be addressed through the site plan process, and I invite them to do so. I believe that if everybody has a say, that this may not be the absolute perfect, I just wrote something. This may not be the perfect place for the Boys and Girls Club, but I don't know what is. But it utilizes something that's already there, and that is a perfect fit between the Boys and Girls Club and AG Park as it stands today. As a neighbor and a user, I know my kids grab the neighborhood kids and they go to the Boys and Girls Club, they go to the AG Park and they go there and they play. I don't believe, from what I've seen, and the planning department's done a very good job at that this will create serious problems in placing the new building there. I believe that the green space will be minimally impacted, and the benefits to this community far outweigh any detriment that this new building we put on there. So I encourage this council to make that decision, to rezone it, and to move forward with the new building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Okay.
My name is John McInnes. I live at 6303 Carlton Avenue, which is basically the south side of the park. My property extends from Carleton all the way to the end of the tennis courts on the west side of the tennis courts. I'm opposed to this project going forward. I'm disappointed that it's gotten to the stage where we're talking about zoning the property. When I've talked to, when I saw this go in the newspaper saying it was going to go into our park, I called the mayor himself and I talked to him, and he was very vague about his knowledge of what was going on. I didn't really appreciate that. Even though it was after the 28th of May when this was all discussed the first time, today was the first time I actually saw the May 28th council meeting, and it feels like I'm David against Goliath, or we're David against Goliath, because you can't fight City Hall is in the back of my mind. I don't want to offend City Council, but that's how I feel. At that time, it was brought up about maybe putting it where Stanford and Jack Bell Arena are currently located, and that was quickly shut down by Councillor Ione, saying that their committee had exhausted everything they had looked at. Yet, from the consultant report, which at that time, that was when the Boys and Girls Club made their opinion known that they wanted to go at AG Bridge Park. I didn't see any other time where council actually voted or decided on this. I know they had a committee that they had in place, but from the initial report that they were given by the consultants on Section 5, it actually says, it bears to note that the selection process for the 4 identified sites was not exhaustive, nor was it designed to identify all the available sites. As such, there may be other potential sites that the city or the Boys and Girls Club may wish to consider before deciding on the ultimate location. When you go to page 35 of the initial larger report, not the one brought before council, it says, although AG Bridge Park is familiar with the current Boys and Girls Club users, it lost points in their evaluation process because of its location on a local road in the middle of a residential area, reducing visibility, the loss of valuable parkland, and that's my biggest concern. It's valuable parkland that we cannot get back. I don't see too often where we create a park in this dense area. I don't see people donating land and land turning into parks on a regular basis. For a lot of people that say there's more acreage behind the school, well, in today's day and age, the kids they're chased out of that school park after school hours. There's a playground facility there, and due to misuse of that playground facility in the past, they put that gate, they locked the gate. Kids are chased out. I saw kids being warned by custodians from the school that the police were going to be called on a couple 10-year-old boys just because they wanted to play on a playground. I don't know if a lot of the councilors are aware of the topography, the geography of this park. We are so close to Lundy's Lane. This whole park is a hill. To make it a usable park, they plateaued off where the diamonds are. But about halfway between the lower baseball diamond and the tennis courts, there's an elevation change of about 15 feet. And on the left-hand side, where you just see where it's no longer a box, it just juts out a bit, those lands, again, they're on a lower elevation, they're on a hill. To say that there's open, usable land for kids to play, you're playing catch with your boy, you go long, Johnny, and next thing you know, he's going down a hill. It's the open flat land. It is only about 4.5 to 5 acres. Someone else said 5.2 acres. Once you put a Boys and Girls Club facility that is 2.5 acres that you're designating towards the Boys and Girls Club, it leaves very small, open, usable space. The Boys and Girls Club, prior to saying they wanted to go to AG Bridge Park, were just as easily saying, we want to go to McLeod Road. I had a friend who was on, and actually not a friend, an acquaintance who was on their board executive a few years ago, And when they said they wanted to go McLeod Road, I asked them, why do you guys want to go way out there? The community's closer to the central part of the city. And I thought it was very callous. He said most of the people are bused or driven to the facility. He said 75% was the number he used at that time. And they were willing to leave our community. Now they're embracing our community because it suits their needs. The consultant report said Kerr Park was their first choice. I can see why. It's a 16.4 acre park. 16.4. When they put their facility at Kerr Park, they still have 4 baseball diamonds and 2 soccer pitches. Fantastic. Actually, I think that benefits them even more. Palmer Park. Although I wouldn't want to lose the diamonds because they would lose 2 official adult diamonds if they went to Palmer Park. With your talk of pushing through Thoroldstone Road all the way to Victoria, I think it gives them great access to major roads. But at the meeting we had at the Boys and Girls Club, I thought not a lot of the issues were actually addressed none of our questions were actually properly addressed. And even at that time, I had made mention, I thought, that meeting occurred about a week after you had announced the official 4-pad and the reasoning for the 4-pad of closing Jack Bell and Stanford. And at that meeting, I even asked, why would that not be a suitable site, or the Diamond Jubilee site? But it was within, I don't know if I have the timetable correct, but it was within weeks of that meeting that City Council was directed after, what's it called, the meeting, one of the meetings you hold before City Council here. That's when you gave the directive to look at AG Bridge Park officially. It's an emotional thing for me. The park is so beautiful. If you look at the park, the parking lot is about 1 acre in size. There's mature trees on the south side of that parking lot and a berm. And as far as I know, any planning group, they would not want any of those trees cut down. So as far as I know, the building size would probably go to extend to the south side of that top baseball diamond and across the park probably about 2/3. And that, to me, is too much loss of parkland. The other thing that, in looking on the internet, that worries me some is the Boys and Girls Club, before it was this location that was chosen and they were told to reduce their size, is from their website, and it was their 2004 annual report. And it says the preliminary report indicated that the potential funding sources are sufficient to cover an estimated capital cost for a 46,000 square foot building, and that was reduced to 41 or to 42. Additional phases can be added as funding becomes available. And I hate that, if we're already talking, because it's 10% of this park, that we're talking a 30,000 square foot, we've already scaled them back once to 30 to 33. Now we're telling them they can only build 30 because of the size of the park. But in their minds, at that time, they wanted to go bigger. They wanted to go bigger, but they also wanted to add on in the future. They currently have portables adjacent to their building now. What's going to happen 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road? Because the building they want to build is to take care of needs for the next 50 years, hopefully. I don't think they have the room or the space to do it here. I would encourage you to look at some of the other sites and not make a decision, not vote this as an open space. If you vote this as open space tonight, it's a free hand, and I don't think we have any recourse other than complaining about the color of bricks you use. And I think this is the only time we get to actually say our piece as far as using the park. And I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Please come forward.
Your Worship, Mayor Salsi, and members of City Council, My name's Joanne Turner, and I'm here tonight representing the Boys and Girls Club of Niagara to speak in favor of the proposed bylaw amendment. As presented in the report, the zoning proposed by city staff is consistent with the historical and planned future use of this property, and it also permits the long-needed replacement of the Boys and Girls Club. Both AG Bridge Park and Boys and Girls Club have been a significant part of the community's recreation delivery system for nearly 50 years. This step forward would provide the opportunity to upgrade both the park and the club facilities to better serve the neighboring residents, larger community, and very importantly, the children and youth of the city. Under Council's direction, the Boys and Girls Club and the city staff have worked closely together for almost 2 years to ensure that due diligence was undertaken in moving this project to update the facilities to move that project forward. It's very important for both council and the residents to know that the city staff that we've dealt with in all the departments, the planning, and in parks and recreation, they have been very cognizant and very mindful of the input from the residents with respect to this site. Through the process, the staff have been advocates for ensuring the minimum impact on the surrounding properties, employing the added safety and security principles of SEPTED, and maximizing, of course, the vista and the expanse of the park. And in their report, they've recommended that these principles be tied to any development at all in the park, and the Boys and Girls Club concurs completely. What's not on my sheet is that you kind of have an anomaly, I think, here tonight. Usually, or when I've been at council, which has been a number of times, not specifically, only once other time for site planning, you're usually coming with the zoning proposal, and you're also coming with a site plan. And I very much sympathize with the residents that have come tonight without that kind of site plan to throw darts at. That kind of engagement when you're talking about the site plan, when they could get a chance to see what that's going to look like, how much of the parking lot is really going to be used for Princess Margaret or the Boys and Girls Club, that because of the situation you have, where it's the city that's doing the rezoning, and it's the Boys and Girls Club that's doing the site planning, that opportunity was never allowed for those people. And I'm hoping that that's something that we can move forward with. In the community-wide picture, keeping the facility in the same neighborhood certainly involves tremendous benefits that cannot be realized by the other owned city sites. Most importantly is the central location. It represents the best opportunity to continue to reach the greatest number of children and youth. As I'm sure you know, there is a threshold on how long children can be on a bus ride, even on a Boys and Girls Club bus. Programs that run prime time, Monday to Friday, 3 to 9, and Saturdays are supported by the club buses, as well as the licensed care, which definitely contributes financially back into the whole delivery system. The current pickup locations are from Cynics to Chippewa, and we go out as far as Kaler and Zimmerman, which cover almost the majority of the city. And at the site, we can maintain reaching the most children possible. The number of children served by going to a non-central site, specifically in the north end, would significantly reduce our ability to reach the children of Niagara.
Mrs. Turner, could I interrupt for a second, please? Can I have a motion for approval to go beyond 11 p.m.? Moved by Councillor Diodati, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favour? Any opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you.
I thank you for making that motion and approving to go on. I would have felt embarrassed to have to come back and start over.
Thank you.
So the site strengthens the viability of this project, especially with respect to the ability to retain the established participant base. This significantly eliminates the possibility of having to come back for increased city funds because we're trying to start with a new market base. It's with that site development, site planning process, I'm working with the neighbors and especially Princess Margaret with respect to the traffic. This offers a magnificent opportunity to enhance the neighborhood safety, the security and improve both the park and the recreational facilities. I'm sure it will be very easy to approve the bylaw because a park is a park, and that's the direction that you're going. But to move forward with the rezoning and also assist in site planning, you should feel very good about that. At the end of the day, the residents and the community will have a much-needed new facility and a very beautiful park. Just in closing, I'd like to thank all of the neighbors who came out and spoke tonight. All of their input is welcome. The people who wrote us letters this week that we received, and the ones that came to speak here tonight, and also the many volunteers and staff and parents, and to the many people that are at home watching tonight with great interest. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Turner. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to this matter? Is there anyone else present who'd like to speak to this matter? Is there anyone else present who'd like to speak? Okay, Councilor Pietrangelo, I'm going to entertain your request, if I could, please, to have staff answer some of the questions. Ms. Morrissey, with respect to the park use, and could you give us some input? I know there's been a lot of comments made. Yes. Some misinformation has been floating around. Maybe you can qualify some things.
I tried to jot down the 6 questions that the one gentleman asked, so between myself and Bob, we'll try to get to those. I'll clarify that because the question was asked in terms of the determination of a park. Based on, and I'm just going from memory, so we'll clarify some of the exact numbers, that an exact definition of how we categorize a neighborhood community park, our average right now is approximately 4.79 acres. When we originally looked at this particular location, and the residents, when we had the community information meeting, were correct. They asked us to check because our numbers had originally, just over 10 acres, had included the lands behind Princess Margaret School, which we do own. So incorporating, when the consultant looked at the 3 parks, we were looking at parks that had a minimum of 5 acres. And our estimate with that, even with the existing park being confirmed at its size, at almost 4.7 or 4.59 acres of this park, with the parking lot, which we still need to revise because of the space, with a 30,000 square foot building, would still be a park that exceeds or is equal to what we define as a standard neighborhood community park. In addition, the space behind the school, and I do appreciate the comments about it not being accessible at this point. However, through Boys and Girls Club and through the principal, we have had numerous meetings to ensure that that space is more recognized in terms of community accessibility, in terms of green space. So hopefully that addresses why the 3 original parks that were selected, and as was noted, the consultant did comment on additional sites, were looked at, and those were Kerr, Palmer, AG Bridge, and the McLeod Road site was originally included in that assessment. With respect to the question about where will additional green space be incorporated, I hope that I've addressed that through the part of the park that will be sustained. Just under 5 acres of community space. Should comment again that the parking lot, which would be a community parking lot, would be shared for community use, providing better accessibility. We would continue to respect the long-term agreement we've had with AG, with Princess Margaret, in terms of their parking needs in the winter and in the spring, what they call the, I think, kiss and ride, kiss and ride. And again, it's been a collaborative partnership in terms of community. As staff, we believe, and we have always promoted, that recreational opportunities in our parks and open space sometimes combine an indoor and an outdoor experience for active recreation as well as passive recreation. The comment was made about the baseball diamond, which I think I should comment in here in terms of usability. I believe at the public meeting or the community information meeting, what was referred to was our consultant's strategic planning report, which council endorsed, where it was thoroughly identified that we do have a decline, and this is a provincial trend, in baseball utilization. I think it was between 10 and 17 fields were identified as being surplus, and the need to find other alternative uses, particularly for soccer. So it's not that baseball was identified as passé. What it was identified is that our utilization trends have been changing, and we also have well stated the utilization of these fields based on our booking and our allocation meetings. And those would concur with the utilization going down formally from the bookings. So I think those were the questions that were specific to parkland planning. If there's any other questions that come from council specific to the 6 questions that were posed by the one gentleman, and I think, Bob, you're going to take the other 3 of those, or 4, if that's possible. We're scribbling them down. We apologize very quickly.
Please. Okay, did you want to say something?
I had a hard time scribbling down the questions, but just that we do have a parkland strategy in our official plan. There are minimum standards for our neighborhood parks, our community parks, and our citywide parks. And also, excuse me, a comment about lack of open space in the area. One thing that hasn't been raised is the large number of hydro lands that are in the vicinity. That's not accounted for anywhere. It's obviously vast land. We do have a Mitchell Line Trail through there, and it has no overhead wires on it, so that should be accounted for some way.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Angelo, does that address some of your concerns? Okay. And Councillor Inoue, to the point that you were trying to make?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There were two comments made repetitively, and that was in regards to why don't we go to the Jack Bell Arena site and the Diamond Jubilee site. We don't own the Diamond Jubilee site. So I'd like to throw that back to staff and ask them how many millions it would cost us just to purchase the Diamond Jubilee site, which is not in our capital budget. And I also wanted to ask what the cost would be to raise the Jack Bell Arena and start from scratch again, because my understanding is we're looking at around $3 million just to do that. And those were monies that we did not opt to spend in order to look at this. So that's my first question.
Okay, Ms. Morrissey, could you answer those questions?
The question regarding, certainly I'll try with that. The sites that were looked at were specific. They were city-owned sites to ensure that the up to $5 million that the city had agreed to contribute, which was half of the capital project at 10, would be achievable. So a $10 million capital project would have precluded, for example, purchasing Diamond Jubilee. That is owned by the board, and our understanding as staff, and I think we've seen this in the market, is traditionally when boards surplus, they too are looking at highest and best end use for the sale of those properties. We would have to estimate what the value of those lands were, but they could be in the range of, I would guess, in the $1 million range. However, that would have to be validated through an assessment. To address the other question, and we do realize it has been suggested, the reutilization of Stanford Jack Bell. When we did our presentation in May, when Council approved the 4-pad, fundamental to that capital budgeting and the financing of the 4-pad to borrow up to $29.5 million only, I shouldn't say that, was that we would be surplusing the two existing arenas, and we would be selling those in order to pay for the debt-related costs. We had carried at that point Memorial, and we had also booked an estimated revenue coming from the Jack Bell Stanford Arena of approximately $2.3 to $2.8 million. If, for example, those properties weren't sold, the impact would be twofold. The impact would change the debt load projections for the arena, for the capital project, significantly. Additionally, the utilization of those lands with the building assessment, whether or not it would be renovated or leveled, would also have capital-bearing costs for this project, which are not at this point anticipated. So for those two main reasons, the Jack Bell Stanford Arena would have to be more significantly financially evaluated as a site selection, and we've never considered those kind of costs associated with this project.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to do a brief update, just for the residents that know, I was the councillor that was appointed to sit on this standing committee with the Boys and Girls Club and our senior staff. And I think the gentleman left who was here who spoke, but the reality is we're here today because we dragged the Boys and Girls Club kicking and screaming off McLeod Road and said, and I sat in the meeting, we won't fund you if you stay on that site. So for those of you saying they had a site, yeah, they did. But the rationale given in that meeting was it would be far too competitive to the Y, and we're putting both those facilities out there, and they're going to compete off each other. And we didn't want to see that happen. So we looked for an alternative facility. And I have to say, I'd be a hypocrite to tell you, I think AG Park was the best thing we looked at. I thought it became the best fit. I thought we could create a better, almost 5-acre park, which would put us in line with what the rest of the parks are within the city, and we would be able to use a better facility for the Boys and Girls Club. They're in the area. I have to say, for the gentleman who spoke, I agreed with the majority of his comments. It's very hard as a councillor to sit here and listen to residents who, have either supported you in the past or feel now that they weren't treated openly to think that, because we really did have it publicly. I think I've given updates time and time again in here. To say that we haven't been open and transparent, this is the first part of our open and transparent. Being invited to a public meeting was the first part of our open and transparent. That was the whole point of getting everybody here. It's very easy to say we all support the Boys and Girls Club. We do it every year. But I'd like to see us work with the community that we want to put it in. Short of putting them back to McLeod Road, where it doesn't cost us any other money and they can go where they wanted to stay. Because let's be clear, that's where they wanted to stay. Because the land was donated to them. And that was part of their $5 million coming in to asking us to match. This was the best fit. And I wanted to make sure it was the best fit with the community too. So it's very hard to stand here and say, yes, we support them, yes, they're a great agency, yes, they're this. That building's in such poor shape. We've come quite a ways. In the year that we were sitting together. We knew it was going to be a not in my backyard fight. Clearly we did. So I don't want anybody to believe we didn't know that we were coming into this and there wasn't going to be objection. What we wanted to make sure was that the objection was dealt with. When you get emails saying, well, why don't you take Diamond Jubilee? Well, quite frankly, we can't afford to pay $2 million to buy Diamond Jubilee. That's clearly not in our capital budget. We're dealing with debt from here on out. We clearly can't afford, and we can't now that we've deemed that the sale of Jack Bell money to go to the building of the four-pad, which the community has come out strongly in support of. So we're kind of in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Short of this council saying we will support the Boys and Girls Club to the tune of $5 million matching dollars on your McLeod Road site, this really was the best site that we found. And I just wanted to pull up information I had in regards to when we sat in the meeting. And Kerr Park was mentioned. And, you know, to keep it simple, the consultant admitted it in his report that, and then in a selection process, that it was not exhaustive and Kerr Park was only the opinion of him as a consultant. We sat in the meeting with him where he told us that. And quite frankly, when Kerr Park was thrown out with this rough suggestion that maybe we could build another municipal capital facility out there that might echo the community center. We don't have the money for that either, so that was quickly scrapped. So that's why Kerr Park had been on the top of our screen. So I wanted council, because we've updated you pretty regularly, as has staff, to understand the mindset sitting in that room. We clearly knew that questions would have to be answered. I'm a little confused in the regards to if we deem it open space now, that makes it a free-for-all. Right now it's deemed R1. And we're going to go to open space site specific to the Boys and Girls Club, which does not open it to the ability to put townhouses and condos and apartments back there. I clearly want the residents to understand that was never the intent of that committee or this council. So the zoning would be site specific to a Boys and Girls Club. It would not open a door for condos, apartments, or residential development. So I wanted that to be cleared up here, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments. I don't want to get into a debate. Ladies and gentlemen, you've had a chance to speak, and I wanted to just say a couple things. That this is the public meeting where we had over 16 people make their comments, and we allowed you the time, and everybody respected the time that we've had dedicated to this. This was the open process that we're following the letter of the law, and it has been a work in progress for a number of years. I can't think of the hours that staff has put in. Certainly, Councillor Iannone elaborated to some of that as well. Members of Council, I know I had the opportunity to attend the neighbourhood meeting where a number of residents were there, and the intent is certainly to have an open and full discussion. However, I don't want it to get into a debate. If you'd like to make, I'll allow a couple more comments, but I see Mrs. Sepula. It's not a debate. If you want to make a couple positive comments, please come forward.
I want to clarify land use.
Please come forward. We'll get that question answered.
Lands that are owned by the District School Board of Niagara or any other public facility that uses public funds, when that land is declared, if and when that land is declared surplus, they first have to offer it to another public body.
First they have the school board.
So first they offer it to the school board, and then it goes down. And so during that process, you have an opportunity to dialogue for either sharing the land, buying the land, leasing the land, working cooperatively. Yes. There is enough space on that property for the school board and for the Boys and Girls Club. And I also want to caution you that some of the municipalities that are our neighbors are now right out of land. They have, over the years, ceded, given, sold, whatever, most of their public land, and their land shy. So I caution you to try to keep as much public land as you can.
Okay. I'm going to have those questions answered, Mrs. Sepulveda. Ms. Morrissey, the question is about the location we know as the Diamond Jubilee School. It wouldn't be available to us carte blanche, but you can explain the process, please.
Through your worship, I have to apologize. I'm not in the best position to explain the school board.
Okay. The CEO then can address it.
Sale of land, usually the board approaches.
Okay.
The lady's correct. The city is offered the property first, but for sale. We are not given the property at all, and we have to negotiate and pay market value. So going back to Councillor Iannone, she's quite correct that we would have to purchase it, and that's why we avoided looking at any properties that we'd have to pay market value for. And we view this property, by the way, even with the Boys and Girls Club on it, still remaining as public property for public use.
Okay. And Mr. McGuinness, again, unless it's something new, please, just don't.
No, it's the comment as far as the value of Jack Bell and Stanford, where they said to sell the property at 2.5 or 2.8. Was that what you said?
That's figure. Ms. Morrissey.
Just a round figure. I'm not holding you to that amount. But I'm not a developer. All this, you said it would cost close to $3 million to demolish the, and I know these are round numbers, to demolish what's currently on the property. I don't know a developer that wants to buy a property at $2 million that has to pay for demolition. I see no value of the land. It's only a 5-acre parcel of land.
Do you have anything else to say?
No, that was basically it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Iannone.
I just wanted Mr. McGuinness to clearly understand that we've already allocated the monies from whatever monies we get from the sale of that land is going into the debt for the pad.
Yes.
We had already pre-committed ourselves to that, so that doesn't open us to look at the Jack Bell property. It's kind of money spent that we don't have yet.
Ms. Morrissey can confirm that. So, Councillor Mays.
I'm just wondering, is there any real urgency to passing this tonight? And can this be deferred in any way? I mean, I'm looking at this site plan that we have up here, and I'm saying to myself, gee, I wish I could see where it's going to go, how it's going to be. And then 15 minutes ago, I just got something handed to me that looks like it's a plan where it might go. And it shows me that there is a fair bit of leftover land there. And I'm wondering if perhaps the neighbors saw this, or have they seen it, and would that give them a better perspective of what's going on?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. You're holding something up, but we haven't seen that.
Paper just handed to me.
And where did it come from?
I don't know where it came from. Just got passed down.
Councillor Iannone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to, I want to clear that up. I've had that map forever. I thought all the council had that map, and I just asked Ms. Morrissey, why does the rest of council not have the map? And she said it was just distributed to the committee. So I said, can I have some more so council can look at it? My assumption would have been that the residents had seen that. I'm surprised tonight to learn that they haven't seen it, because this shows me that they, and I would have thought that was up at your public meeting.
Okay, thank you.
But it shows me they have a huge amount of parkland left to them. So I think it's a disservice that council didn't have this. I'm not knocking staff. I'm just saying this would have gone a long way to helping staff take a look and helping the residents take a look.
Councillor Mays?
No, I honestly think that we probably should defer this for a while, and so the residents can just see exactly how much property is taken up here, and perhaps they'll have a different perspective on it. And in the last 15 minutes, my mind's kind of gone a little different, and I see the number of people here that are for it and against it, and I think it's unfair that we all don't get a fair voice in this and take another look at it. I have no problem. I understand we need a Boys and Girls Club and everything else, and I'm listening to all kinds of different things, and my mind just isn't totally made up which way to go with this, and I think we should defer this and have a little more time, and so that everybody has a better perspective on what's going on.
Okay. Councillor Thompson and Councillor Wayne.
Thank you. Democracy is wonderful. You have an opportunity to hear, and this is why we were elected here, to listen to what people have to say. And I have been thinking about this for a long time, and there are a lot of similarities of what happened back in the 1980s. We decided we were going to sell a park, and I can tell you it became one of the major issues of the municipal election, because people are generally not in favor of selling existing parks. It's rather interesting that we're here tonight, because I thought we had this problem solved probably 5 years ago. And in fact, in my opinion, the best location, and I can't understand why anybody is saying that there's a conflict between the YMCA and the Boys and Girls Club with respect to memberships or competition. We were anticipating that they were both going on the same site at the McBain Center, and I'm still disappointed today that that didn't take place. And in fact, there were debate after debate in this council chamber about whether it was going to go. 1 week it was going to go, and they were there. They were going to be independent. They were going to have their own organization. They were going to be separate. They would have had shared facilities. It would have saved a hell of a lot of money, and it would have been a great site. And I still think today they should reconsider and go on that same site. The kids that go to the Boys and Girls Club, go to the Boys and Girls Club. The other one is more to the older citizens, and they go to the YMCA or the other facilities there. You can't get up here and say anything negative about the Boys and Girls Club, and everybody who has spoken tonight didn't have anything but very positive, constructive things to say about the wonderful work that's done by the Boys and Girls Club. And in spite of my disappointment when it came here with a presentation many months ago, probably a year ago, because that's how long I've been back here, they convinced me that we should spend $5,000 of taxpayers' money to go along with the Boys and Girls Club. And I was satisfied with that, and I thought that was a great idea. When they started looking at sites, the McLeod Road site, Councillor Iannone says that we pulled them away from the McLeod Road site. I don't know who did that. Maybe I wasn't around at the time, but I thought it was a great site in the general area. And then we hear about people, well, you know, all of the people come from the general area around Culp Street and Corwin, and then we hear there's buses coming in from Chippewa. Everybody is brought in from all over the city. So the location in that particular area is not really crucial. Now you got people here who spoke, I don't know, 16, 18 people expressing their opinion and concern about the site. It's been there all their lives that they've lived there, and they want to keep it there. So that sends a message that maybe it's time for taking a breath, take a pause, and look and see if there is another alternative that can be as good as or even better than that particular site. Personally, I like it at the McBain Center. We've got a 4-pad arena going up. Maybe it could be in conjunction with that. And serve that end of the city. There's where your lower income people are in that end of the city. So I think that's what you should be looking at. Anyway, in my opinion, it's sent a message that we got to take a pause and take a breath here and try to determine what is the best site. These people have a valid concern, and I think it's time to evaluate the whole situation. And that's the way I'm going.
Councillor Wing?
Thank you. I'm of the same mind as Councillor Mavens and Councillor Thompson that we need to defer and take another look at McLeod Road. Explain publicly why some of these other sites aren't feasible. I know that I emailed Ms. Morrissey late last week and said, why not Jack Bell in Stamford, and got an explanation from her. But you know, my understanding is the viability of replacing the existing building just isn't there by going to some of the other sites that have been suggested. But the public needs to hear that, not just me. I know there's been a lot of misunderstandings too about what's required, what's being asked of the city in terms of AG Park, Ridge Park. I haven't heard at all of the one gentleman's suggestion about a driveway coming off of Stokes Street and parking lot being down there. So there's a lot of misinformation out there. I think even some basic things, I guess I'll ask Mr. Bollebrook, open space designation. What uses does that permit? Does that permit condos and apartment buildings to come in like some residents have suggested to us?
Mr. Bollebrook.
What is it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the open space designation allows recreation uses. Open space, it's a wide range of categories, but they're all recreation related. So the zoning will implement the official plan designation. Council could have control over the building. Ideally, this property should be zoned open space anyway, whether it's used for a building structure, but the open space zone reflects its use today. Similar to the official plan designation, it reflects the use today.
So anybody who wants to see this park retained as green space then actually supports open space zoning over the present residential?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not sure who can answer my other question, and I'm surprised nobody's asked it yet, but wherever the club gets replaced, whether it's AG Bridge, McLeod Road, some other site, what will happen with the land on which the existing club building sits?
Mr. McDonald, can you address that?
That decision hasn't been made yet, but to be honest, we're looking at all properties at the direction of council, and we've been considering various options. We could sell it as it is. We can demolish it, and as the gentleman said earlier, sell it as a residential zoning. We've considered that, but we have not gotten to that point yet. But clearly, we'd be motivated to look to generate as much revenue as we could to go back into some of the debt that we're incurring for these costs.
Perhaps while you're on your feet, you should just address the matter of whether there are any title restrictions that say it can't be used for any other purpose.
There is no restrictions on that property at all.
Great, thank you. Councillor Peter Angelo.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to say, first of all, that I'm not in favor of deferring the matter. I think we've spent a long time here tonight listening to both the residents and supporters of the Boys and Girls Club. I think one way or another, Your Worship, we have to make a decision tonight. I think the application that's in front of us is a classic case of changing the rules of the game when the game has already been started. And I think most people would think that when they bought a house that was next to a park, rest assured it would always be remaining a park. So, Your Worship, I don't think that it's the Boys and Girls Club that the residents oppose, it's the loss of their parkland. And the loss of the parkland, coupled with the fact that I truly believe in my heart that there are better locations for this facility elsewhere in the city, is the reason why I can't support the application that's in front of us tonight. In terms of other sites, Your Worship, and I think Mr. Burns and so many other people have mentioned it, I know Councillor Maves has, I truly believe that Jack Bell is the best site as well. I know it's been bantered that it's going to be $3 million, but let's get real. It's not that much. There's 3 different parcels of land to that site. I mean, there's the parking lot that's north of the arena, there's Stanford Arena, and then there's Jack Bell Arena. So if we're only talking about Jack Bell Arena, and it's only 1/3 of that, Your Worship, so it's nowhere near $3 million. In terms of the Jack Bell Arena, it already has an institutional zoning. It is located directly next to a park. It has great access, and it also has highway exposure. I think it's a fantastic location for the facility. So, Your Worship, while I continue to support the construction of a new Boys and Girls Club, as I know all the residents in the audience here do tonight, I can't support the location in this.
I have Councillor Wing and Councillor Diodati.
Sorry, I was speaking with Mr. McDonald. He had what I think is a good suggestion, that we proceed with rezoning the AG Bridge parkland to open space to recognize and protect its existing use as parkland and green space, and also look at alternatives for the Boys and Girls Club's future site.
Okay. Councillor Diodati?
Yes, Your Worship, I absolutely agree with what Councillor Wing said. I am absolutely pro Boys and Girls Club. There's no question about it. And I believe we all recognize the fact there's a need for a new facility. I just don't think that this is the right location. We've heard from the residents. I agree with Councillor Peter Angelo. When there's a park, you don't ever expect that to be developed. It's one thing if it's vacant property, but not when it's a park. And I think it should remain that park. Personally, I've heard Jack Bell. I always thought Palmer was the best location early on with the new 4-pad being built there. I thought with Thorold Stone extending right through Victoria Avenue, I thought that would be a great central location. It's just my personal feeling that there are a couple better locations out there than this. And as it's been pointed out, this is not against the Boys and Girls Club. This is against losing the park. And this is not win-win. I think we can be win-win by saving the park and locating it somewhere else. I think everybody will be happy. And I agree absolutely with Councillor Wing said. I say we go forward with the zoning change, make sure it's always going to be a park, and then look at alternative locations for the new Boys and Girls Club.
Okay, and perhaps Ms. Morrissey can address your concern, Councillor. Ms. Morrissey, with respect to the other parks that have been mentioned, and the one that in particular that Councillor Diodati just mentioned, could you address that, please?
Certainly. Through the consultant's report, those the two other parks that were evaluated in terms of a matrix, and there was 20 different points, were Palmer, which is approximately 6 acres. So it would be basically an end use for the club only if that site was selected, and Kerr, which is approximately 17 acres. And I think it's been noted on a number of occasions that the consultant did itemize that no other locations were assessed at that point, but there would be, if they were brought to our attention to review, they could have been. So, and I should clarify that in terms of the matrix ranking, the consultants ranked their original was Kerr based on a number of assessments. Their second location was AG Bridge, and Palmer was the third in terms of their ranking.
Okay, so Councillor, hopefully that answers the question. Councillor Ioannoni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to answer Councillor Thompson's question as to who said not McLeod Road. Well, staff told us not McLeod Road in those offshoot meetings where we all sat there. As a matter of fact, the staff's recommendation to council, and I have to tell you, the Boys and Girls Club, I'm your rep on that board too, the Boys and Girls Club didn't want to give up McLeod Road. But to give up McLeod Road got them a $5 million investment from the city. So it's, do you not have a club where you have land donated and you don't have the $5 million? Do you find land that's donated from the city and you get a matching $5 million? Well, we truly had a gun to their head. We're dealing with this site because we didn't give them any other choice. If this council was open to looking at the up to same motion we made, up to $5 million, matching dollars on the McLeod Road site, I'd have had board members standing on a table clapping at the Boys and Girls Club, because there were some not very happy to pull them off the McLeod Road site and to bring them to any alternate site. But that was what we were told. That was the scope I was given when I went into that committee meeting. They were there. There were 8 of us in that room. That's why we are where we are today. So if council was looking at supporting up to the same matching, up to $5 million matching dollars for that McLeod Road site, we would suit that board just fine. They were trying to comply to us. So I have no problem making a motion that it not sit in the back of AG Bridge Park. I worked under the parameters the parameters and the rules that we were given going into that subcommittee, and that was the rule that was given to us. So I don't have a problem with making a motion to defer. As a matter of fact, if we're going to make a motion to defer, I'd like to make a motion that we look at not only of the available...
Let me conclude the meeting first before we do that. Any other comments from members of council? Members of council, any other comments? Okay. Then the meeting with respect to the rezoning has now, proposed rezoning bylaw is now concluded, and the pleasure of council. Councillor Ioannoni?
Okay, I don't want to step on Alderman Councillor Wing's toes, but I'd like to make the motion that we zone it open space, to continue it to be parkland. I'm going to do it in 2 split motions because then I want to deal with the Boys and Girls Club. To zone it open space for parkland, not for the use of the Boys and Girls Club, and I'm going to make a future motion for the Boys and Girls Club after that.
Okay, is there a seconder to the motion? Councillor Diodati, any discussion to the motion? Having seen none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Please hold your hands up. 4. It's unanimous. Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Now, we're not selling the land, so just there's misinformation. The clerk just advised of that point. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. And I have a better read on council sitting through this. I'd like to have staff bring us back a motion that looks at the same proposal that the Boys and Girls Club wanted to bring us in the first place, and that was looking for $5 million matching dollars for a donated McLeod Road site that they wanted. That board wanted it. The steering committee would have gone for it had that been the direction we've been given for staff. So I'd like them to bring us back a report that looks at alternate sites and funding for alternate sites, but I also want to take a really hard look at the donated piece of land they had on the McLeod Road site, because they had drawings for that. They had it all set up. It was us that decided something different. So I'd like to make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Seconder?
I don't mind seconding the motion if I understand it correctly. Is the motion for the city to use our consultants to go out and find other locations for the Boys and Girls Club?
Well, I think we may have done that already, but Mr. McDonald may want to elaborate on that.
It's been quite specific, though, when we did it.
Yeah, I would hope the intent of the motion is to consider numerous sites, those that we've considered already, including AG Bridge site, to do a proper comparative analysis, along with the McLeod Road site as being mentioned. We can relook at the other sites that were mentioned here tonight. So really, we're back to the drawing board in terms of sites, but not to eliminate anything at this point, because I'm assuming we're not leaving AG Bridge yet. We're simply saying we're not going to make a final decision on AG Bridge until we now reconsider other sites, including the McLeod.
Councillor Peter Enns, you have the floor still.
Yeah, Your Worship, I don't think that we should include AG Bridge Park in the scope of our report. That's it.
Okay.
I will not vote for the motion.
Councillor
That was not my intent either, Councillor.
Yeah. Councillor Aino, you want to qualify your motion?
Yeah, they're giving me my intent, and I don't like that. I think that if we are going back to a drawing board with the board of directors of the Boys and Girls Club, they would tell you, as they told me repetitively, we have a site. Maybe we need staff to come back and say why, other than competition to the Y, which quite frankly, Ms. Turner will be able to tell you. We kind of debated that back in the meeting too, because that never made sense to me. We were going to put them both on a site at the community center, but we can't have them down the road at McLeod Road. Quite frankly, if this council's looking in a more open mind at yes, we would look at funding them out on McLeod Road. I understand Councillor Peter Angelo looking at the Jack Bell site. I don't know where we would then get funds to put into the arena, where we've already committed that without going any farther into debt, which we've said we don't want to do. But can we take a better look at that McLeod Road site?
Can you be a little more concise? I know Ms. Morrissey's going to give.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like to take a look at alternative city-owned sites, because quite frankly, Mr. Mayor, we've really declared we have no money, so we're not going to go out and buy another site.
Let's qualify that then, please. Is that your motion?
That's my motion, including the McLeod Road site that they already have possession of.
Okay. Councillor Peter Angelo, you support that?
Well, Your Worship, I would be amenable to that, but I don't think that we should preclude other sites, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't see the difference with the cost of utilizing Jack Bell Arena or utilizing Diamond Jubilee School. I think that there's going to be a cost associated with both of them. I think that we should open it up to a majority of sites that are in the city, and perhaps the consultant can suggest some.
Well, I think that the motion is all-encompassing. It says other sites, so...
It was other sites, I did say city-owned, because I didn't know that we had spare money in our capital budget to go out and purchase more. We're already talking about a special meeting to not go any more in debt. So to me, that's really contrary. I'm not going to support that. I would look at lands that the city owns, and particularly the McLeod Road that doesn't cost us a cent, and they already had land for. I'd like to see us not go any more in debt.
Councillor, do you second that motion? No, I do not. Okay, is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Thompson?
Yes, I would second the motion, but I think you'll just open it up to alternative sites, period. You may have somebody who might want to donate a site. So let's get a report.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, that would satisfy the problem. Yeah. Well, the motion has changed. So the qualified now is that we're looking at having staff come back to us.
And I'd like the alternate sites that we don't own. I'd like the costs associated with it and how we would fund it.
Okay. Okay. Members of council, any further comments to the motion? Councillor Maves?
I just want to hear that motion again. The motion to preclude the AG Bridge.
Mr. Clerk?
The motion is that staff come back with a report that looks at alternative sites and the cost and funding of those alternative sites, not including AG Bridge Park.
Councillor Carrio.
Mr. Bishop, I don't want anybody to misunderstand. I support the Boys Club wholeheartedly. I'm going to support them financially as well as my vote on City Council. And I'm assuming today, now that we take AG Bridge Park off of the map, there's going to be a whole bunch of new people here who are going to be more than willing to run to the Boys Club to donate.
Okay. Any other comments from members of council? We'll call the vote. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate your attendance this evening. Okay. Yeah, maybe we got people waiting here. No, we have people waiting yet. We'll do it after they're. Okay. Mr. Clerk? Let's clear the chamber for a second here.
Back over. A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw for a proposed apartment building, Kayla Road West Side, north of Forest View Boulevard. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, February 15, 2008, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you. And once again, I'm going to ask Mr. Bolivar to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just get to the location map here. Subject lands are outlined in blue. The surrounding lands includes vacant land basically to the west and north. We have older established single-family residential to the east beyond Kayla Road, and the construction of the new school by the public board to the south. And also to the south, newer residential homes that are being built currently, as well as a townhouse complex just south of that on Forest View Boulevard. The site plan that was submitted with the application shows a three-story apartment complex with 40 units. It shows here the parking layout as proposed. This will have to go through a site plan process where we would look at the desired parking layout and landscaping and access and so on. But I do wish to note that the property does meet all the standards of the proposed zoning that has been applied for. The next slide shows a rendering of the proposed apartment complex. The top one being the elevation from Kayla Road. That would be looking towards the west, and the lower picture showing the elevation from the south. As part of the background, the amendment deals with a 1.3-acre vacant parcel with 177 feet of frontage on the west side of Kayla Road. The applicant proposes, or the application proposes, the 40 units in a 3-story apartment. There was a related severance to create the separate lot that was refused by the Committee of Adjustment in December. That application has been appealed to the OMB by the proponents. The land is currently zoned in a development holding category. We typically do that for vacant lands and wait for an application to come forward. The change is to a residential apartment 5B density with a provision for an increased height to accommodate a pitched roof. So the pitched roof is the only variance from the typical R5 zoning category. As part of the planning analysis, the official plan designates the land as residential. We try to encourage compatible housing types within that designation for different groups, family sizes, and incomes. The apartment of the 3 stories in height is permitted within the current density in our official plan at 75 units per hectare or 30 units per acre. The site satisfies the location criteria for an apartment since it is along an arterial road, being Kayla Road. It's close to a transit route which would go along Kaler Road. It has a close proximity to schools, parks, and other commercial areas, being Niagara Square and Lundy's Lane. We do note the future construction of Kaler Road to a 4-lane road will occur in the near future. The uses like apartment complexes would minimize the number of individual driveway accesses on the arterial roads such as Kaler, and we do try to plan for that. The application is consistent with the provincial policy statement and the growth plan. And the policies of the official plan are refined through the Gardner Neighborhood Plan, and this location agrees with the principles in that plan. Continuation of the official plan, the housing mix target for the Gardner neighborhood was a 70% low density and 30% for multiples. We have not been able to capture that in our development of the Gardner neighborhood. We are now achieving about 87.5% low density and 12.5% medium density being townhouses. So we are far below our targeted rate that we'd like to achieve in the Gardner neighborhood. The provision for more medium density housing and improved residential mix is required as part of our the vacant land in the north section of the Gardner neighborhood. We'd like to achieve that, and this would help achieve that through this application. The official plan talks about a goal target of 25% of new residential units within each community should be affordable. We are having a difficult time of achieving that. The proposed development will receive $2.8 million worth of commitment from the Niagara Regional Housing to construct the 40 units, and this funding requirement is subject to the units being rented for 80% of market rent and for a period of 20 years. The zoning, the existing DH or development holding zone is, as I said, basically an interim zoning until we get specific development. We did recommend approval of the related severance, just for information of council and the public. And I mentioned the proposal meets with the requirements of the R5B zone, with the exception of the increase in height. Preliminary site plan indicates the standards would be exceeded, and the building height will be is proposed at 41 foot as opposed to 32.8, which is currently permitted in the bylaw. The site plan, as I said before, the apartment will be subject to site plan if the zoning is approved and the severance is approved. In conclusion, the proposed development is supported by the city's official plan, the Gardner Neighborhood Secondary Plan, regional policies, provincial policies, and so on. The additional multiple unit housing is needed in the north section of the Gardner area. It will address housing mix and density requirements. The proposed apartment will provide affordable housing that is needed in the city.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boulderbrook.
Just to let the recommendation that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment tonight, and to change the zoning to the specific R5B zone to allow for the 3-story apartment building.
Thank you. And once again, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheets will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 34, subsection 19 of the Planning Act. And Councillor Peter Angelo wishes to make a comment?
Yes, Your Worship. I have a question to staff.
Okay.
Through yourself to Mr. Boulderbrook. In item number 3 of the planning review, the very first line says, the existing DH, which is development holding zone, is an interim zoning category pending specific development applications. Do you know exactly what those development applications are, or do you have some type of idea what you want them to be when you put a DH designation on a land?
Mr. Boulderbrook?
Sometimes we do. In this case, It would be family because of the arterial road and the transit route and minimizing the accesses onto the arterial road. But no, the DH is a category that we would expect the development to come in. Sometimes we have a sense as to what it should be.
So, I mean, if you knew that it was going to be multi-res, or if you anticipated it to be multi-res, why would you not put an R5 designation on it so that the residents in the area would know what the plan of subdivision was proposing before it was actually approved?
We wouldn't be able to do that because we don't know whether there'd be an application in that would be for the R5 zone.
Well,
a DH zone, you'll find most of the zones, most of the property in that area would be zoned a DH category.
But an applicant has to go through a rezoning anyway to change it from DH to something else. So if it wasn't R5 that they wanted, couldn't they just put in a rezoning application to change it?
Sure, they could, yes.
And then if you knew that it was going to be multi-res in the first place, why wouldn't you tell the residents in the area that?
Well, we would, the DH category is the standard practice. We've always zoned lands that would be for handling future development applications.
I think that's a very difficult question to answer, Councillor, and I don't think they can predict what the developer will do, but you might ask that question of a developer if his intentions were made known at the time an application was submitted or a plan of approval of subdivision was granted, but a pretty tough question to answer. But let's proceed on if we can. Once again, at this time, members will hear from those who are opposed to the application and the proposed bylaw amendment. If you'd like to be able to speak, please come forward and address us. We have a 10-minute maximum still. Give us your name and address if you come forward, please.
10-minute max earlier.
Yes. 10-minute max, same thing.
Last time, I thought that last group, I
No,
think went a
come
little
on.
longer.
No, 10 minutes per speaker. Please come forward. That's 10 per speaker, ma'am. 10 per speaker. Okay. Everybody adhere to that so far? Okay. Yes, sir. Your name, please.
Bill LaFay, 6050 Kaler Road.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
Welcome. I only have 5 minutes to address you as Mayor O'Celsi, and for the first time in my life, I'm going to miss celebrating the evening of
Well, you do
St.
have 10
Patrick's.
minutes. You do have 10 minutes, sir.
Do I? Yeah, but it's going to be midnight. St. Patrick's Day will be over with. Anyhow, I will direct my comments in general in two general themes or directions. We are in opposition of this particular application and use and design for this piece of property. We recognize the need for affordable housing and the great work undertaken by Bethlehem staff and volunteers and the need they serve and champion. As recognized by your appointed Committee of Adjustment and by a vote of 4-1, the committee denied an application for severance in large part as they felt this was not a suitable location for this specific project. And we, the residents, concur, and hopefully council will also. Bethlehem has two good projects operating in downtown St. Catharines, which serve their clients well. We believe a downtown location similar to St. Catharines would also serve their clients or proposed clients in Niagara Falls well. This was not Bethlehem's first choice of location, as we understand it, and we wonder how comprehensive was their search for a more compatible environment for existing residents and their future clients. In Bethlehem's letter to residents, it is clear that many of their clients require better access and proximity to public services. A downtown location better serves this purpose, and in our opinion, and in fact by Bethlehem, as they chose two separate downtown locations in St. Catharines for their prior projects. Additionally, should this particular project serve now or in the future a portion of Bethlehem's clients, then an unnecessary risk is created by locating the project right next to a school. We recognize that that's not the intent of the application now, but in discussion with planning staff, we cannot determine how a facility is run, only the land use. And Bethlehem offers needed services to higher risk clients. And in their 2006-2007 report, they acknowledged that 17 clients had habits and histories of drug or alcohol abuse and 14 had mental health issues. Assurances that are binding cannot be given by Bethlehem, council, or staff that this facility would not develop or operate in the future to serve a percentage of residents of this type. We believe it is necessary to provide a suitable environment, resources, and location for these people. But is it wise to potentially create and locate this type of facility right next to a school? Opposition to this specific application is to this possible use and to the density and height of the project. We apologize to Bethlehem and admire their work, and it is unfortunate as residents we must draw a line in the sand and that they are caught in this disagreement with how we want to see our neighborhood develop. Most residents object to multiple-story buildings being constructed right across from their properties, regardless of who the tenants or occupants are. Council is already on record as supporting new development of Garner Estates as single, semis, and townhousing, not multi-level buildings. This is poor piecemeal planning. New and existing residents, many who have lived there for more than 30 years, have a right to know and comment on the remaining undeveloped lands. It is not reasonable to plan or review applications on a piecemeal or patchwork basis. We would like to know the current and proposed mix of housing mix for our neighborhood and how it compares with the secondary plan. The height and architectural features are not in character of the existing dwellings as quoted in the planning report, page 3, section 3. One might agree with the statement if the property was being developed like Meadows of Dorchester, a long-term care facility on Killer, which kept its height in line with existing single-story houses and seems to have exceeded the minimal setback and development standards. Of considerable concern is how, in the last paragraph, planning staff, as a fait accompli, tell council more multiple, higher density, and subsidized housing is needed in this north section. It is clear that it is staff's intention to encourage and recommend more of this higher density development on vacant lands here. We oppose this and believe it is not appropriate to develop existing frontage on Kaler Road in this manner, and we are concerned that this current method of piecemeal planning is similar to death by 1,000 cuts. We believe council and the residents need more information from the planning department on how they see undeveloped lands being utilized and how it is then only fair that we deal with the whole picture and not 1 acre at a time. We would request the following: that council deny the application for rezoning, that council put a development freeze on all undeveloped and unapproved lands in this area, pending a detailed report from the planning department addressing the neighborhood concerns expressed here tonight, that the height restriction consistent with existing residential buildings be adhered to as any approval granted to any new development as they abut or face existing single-family residents, and that staff be requested to identify and assist Bethlehem Place staff to better and more appropriate locations. On behalf of the neighborhood, thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to address council? Please come forward.
Janet Moretti, and my address is 6085 Toby Crescent. Good evening, Mayor Selsey, councilors, fellow citizens of Niagara Falls. My name is Janet Moretti. I'm the president of the board of the United Way of Niagara Falls in Greater Fort Erie. I'm also a lifelong resident and ratepayer in Niagara Falls. Tonight I'm representing the board of the United Way regarding the proposed opportunity to build affordable rental units on Kaler Road. We are very much in support of the project. Through community consultations in the fall of 2004, our United Way received input from a broad range of citizens suggesting that safe, affordable rental housing is a priority for Niagara Falls. At approximately the same time, it was disappointing to read in the local newspaper that not one project to build safe, affordable housing under federal and provincial government funding initiatives had been approved for our city. Looking further into this matter, it became clear that the reason that no Niagara Falls project had been approved because no Niagara Falls project had been submitted, a missed opportunity. Since that time, we have been actively supporting initiatives to bring these types of projects to our city. We are very pleased to be approached by Bethlehem Projects of Niagara regarding a proposal to build in Niagara Falls. This organization has an outstanding reputation as an efficient, effective provider of housing initiatives. We are represented on their Niagara Falls Advisory Committee and plan to provide as much support as possible to see this project through to completion. We do not have to look far to understand the need for this type of project in Niagara Falls. Many people in our city are working for wages that make saving next to impossible and purchasing a home something that dreams are made of. As recently as March 6, on page A7 of the Niagara Falls Review, the headline read, "Affordable Housing in Short Supply." The research and data to support the need for this project is both voluminous and detailed. A 2007 study by Brock University focused on the impact of poverty on child health here in Niagara. Here is just one quote from that document. "Housing provides individuals with stability and increases the likelihood of an adult's attachment to the labor force. For children, stable and adequate housing is essential to their overall well-being. And stable housing increases their attachment to schools and peer networks and has an overall impact on their resiliency and health. As an organization, we understand and endorse data which states that individuals and families who have secure housing are much more likely to lead productive lives. Their ability to tackle life's other issues as they arise is greatly enhanced when they no longer have to worry about housing." What a great city we live in here in Niagara Falls. I'm proud to say that I live and work here. We have experienced great growth, guided by partnerships of government and business. But now is the time to embrace other initiatives that work in tandem with this growth, supporting the people of this city. We see the decision before you tonight as an important watershed in the progress of Niagara Falls. Sewers and roads are vital, but they are meaningless without the people who are trying to make a life for themselves here. At stake is $2.8 million of government money to assist with the project, the time and energy of many volunteers, the end of an 11-year affordable housing building drought in Niagara Falls, and the successful future of our citizens and indeed our community. To be clear at this time, I would like to ask those in the audience who are in support of this project to please stand. Thank you. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to this other than the applicant? Yes, please come forward, sir.
Your Honor, members of the council. My name is Barry O'Connor, and I live at 6050 Kayla Road. I've lived on Kayla Road for 30 years. The neighborhood has built up substantially since I moved there. There's a lot of new homes on the opposite side of my street. There's a strip of land there that's designated, I forget what we called it, holding, open holding. That's very vague to the people who live there. And if you would give them approval to build this 3-story apartment building, then to me that gives you the open door to speculators to build more up that strip of land from where they're located to Lundy's Lane. And I just don't think that's right. It's totally out of sync with the rest of the neighborhood, and I don't think it should be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else? Excuse me. Anybody else would like to address council? Please come forward.
Hi, I'm Amanda Fife. I live on 8571 Forest View Boulevard. I just looked for a year and a half for a piece of land in the city, and I decided to purchase here because of the new subdivision. No one told me that this was going to be a part of my new subdivision. I think that what Bethlehem's doing is a great project, but those people that all stood up today, I was reading the sheet out there, and they're from St. Catharines. And sorry, a lot of people are from St. Catharines.
Please address the council.
Sorry.
Order, please, ladies and
A lot
gentlemen.
of these people are from St.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Yes, ma'am.
From seeing the sign and sheet, a lot of these people are from St. Catharines, and I just want to say that I'm from Niagara Falls, and this is in my backyard, and I oppose.
Thank you. Anybody else? Please. Please come forward. Yes.
Hi, I'm
Yes,
Dorothy Ingram from 6340 Keller Road. And, 3 years ago I bought up here, and it looked really nice country. Don't mind the new houses, they're nice, big houses, nice. But I don't want these big buildings for the low rentals or whatever, because you know what, that's not fair. If you were living in my house, you wouldn't want to look across the street and see it. You know, and I don't want no trouble. Like, you don't want no... Like, I lived in Oshawa, so I know what it's like, guns and drugs. I know all about it. That's why we moved the kids up here, the babies. We don't want to go through that, you know? So, you know, I just don't want to ruin our community, that's all. But thank you.
Thank you. Yes, next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Dawn Gordon. I live at 2806 Fredonia Drive in Niagara Falls. Up until 4 years ago, my mother and dad lived at 6018 Kayla Road. They were one of the original 28 landowners of that subdivision. When they moved in, the biggest neighbor that we had was the herd of cattle across the street. Things have changed. Did we want to see more houses go in? No, but we knew it was progress. I've been a resident of this city for most of my life, and I'm writing to express my concern for the other citizens in Niagara Falls who are in need of affordable housing. We are fortunate enough to live in one of the richest countries in the world, and I find it impossible to believe that there are people in our city who are faced with the daily struggle to live. It is not right that these people have to actually make a choice between buying food for themselves and their children or paying for the rent over the roof over their head. I'm asking the members of City Council to make this decision a thing of the past for many of our vulnerable population by supporting Bethlehem Projects Niagara in their bid to build a 40-unit affordable apartment building in Niagara Falls. This project will be a great help in addressing the need for affordable housing in our area. The lack of affordable housing is an issue affecting too many in the Niagara region and in this country. It is a problem that concerns all Canadians. I consider the current state of affairs to be a national emergency that requires immediate action, and feel that we here in Niagara Falls can do our part by supporting Bethlehem Projects in this most important work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
My name's Alan Fife, 8571 Forest Boulevard. My wife spoke earlier. We were actually the first ones to build on that street. It's you know, I apologize for not standing. I am for affordable housing in Niagara Falls, except for I don't understand why we put in this area. I think you know, I don't know a thing or two. I don't know anything about how you build a subdivision, but I do know that it seems like this is maybe the second choice or the first choice of free land that came by for them, and you know, they're throwing all their eggs in one basket and going after it. I think something got turned down earlier in an older part of Niagara Falls. It just, with a school going on there, and you know, hopefully one day having a family, you know, you build your dream house in a subdivision that's you look around and nice property values, nice properties, and you know, to kind of have something like that, it's devastating to a young person like myself. So I oppose it immensely, and hope the council echoes my sentiments. Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone other than the applicant wishes to speak, please come forward.
Good morning.
Yes, it is morning. Yes.
I'm Diane Kahn. I live at 7352 Nathan Crescent in Niagara Falls, and I wanted to come tonight because I want to put a face to the people who will benefit by this project. My son spends more than 2/3 of his monthly income for a basement, one-bedroom apartment. My heart is pounding in my chest that people would suggest that the people who would live in this building will have guns, will have alcohol problems, and participate in drug abuse. My son has a permanent intellectual disability, and he is never going to get better, but he does his best every day. He reads every book he can get his hands on. He has a blind kitty cat that he loves. He shovels the snow, sprinkles too much salt, has an opinion about everything, and we love him to death. He grew up in a normal neighborhood, and he has great expectations for his life. Why should he not now, as a young adult, have a home that is beautiful, like the one he grew up in a neighborhood that's normal with friendly people? Why do we have to compartmentalize people and say just because they have a low income that they are less than worthy of a neighborhood? I just want you to know that I support this project. I'm sorry I'm emotional. Maybe I'm overtired, but my heart is pounding because this is my son. And just by the grace of God, he was too.
Thank you. Is there anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to speak to this matter?
Hi, my name's AJ Heafy. I live at 8085 Spring Blossom Drive in Niagara Falls. I sit on the Bethlehem Project's Housing Steering Committee, and I'm here representing Project Share. I assist people to find affordable housing, and day in and day out, I see the frustration and the desperation to the point of tears of how difficult it is to find affordable housing, not only in Niagara Falls but in the region. I think we have an opportunity to help working families and individuals. I think we have an opportunity to bring affordable housing to Niagara Falls. And I think we have an opportunity to help families raise their children in a decent environment where they can become productive citizens so that they can become healthier and enjoy a quality of life that they might not have had before. And I hope that we can not drop the ball on this and bring this effort to Niagara Falls. And I do support Bethlehem Projects in this effort.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Darrell Lee. I live at 6180 Kaler Road. If you look on the wall there where it says Kaler Road on the right, my driveway is probably where the L is in Kaler, so that's what I have to look at when it is built. I oppose it. If we look down the street on Kaler, we already have apartment buildings. We already have affordable housing. If we look into the new subdivision, we have houses that are over 400,000 and up. They're beautiful homes. I'd love to live in there. They're only 300 feet from where this project's going to be built, those homes. The school is even closer. I have children of my own. They don't live in Niagara Falls, but they do come down. And it kind of scares me to have them in that neighborhood with this transitional home. That's what it started out to be, was a transitional home. They're not telling you that now. It's all changed.
Please, excuse me, or just make your comments, please.
When it was started, it was a transitional home. That's the way it was put to us, the residents. So we already have that in our community. I don't know what the ratio is. Maybe we already meet that ratio in our area. But I do oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else who'd like to address council other than the applicant? Is there anyone other than the applicant who wants to address council? If not, I'll call the applicant forward as representative, or their representative. Please come forward, Mr. Richardson. Or, that's fine, thank you.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. As you know, my name is Tom Richardson. With me this evening to make presentations on behalf of Bethlehem Projects are my wife, Gail Richardson, and Julie Dennis, both of Bethlehem Not-for-Profit Housing Project of Niagara, Mr. Harold Enslin, the architect on this project, and Mr. Rick Brady, the professional planner on the application. Following their submissions, I'd like to make some closing comments. I would, at the outset, before these folks come up behind me, indicate this. There is a PowerPoint presentation which they intend to utilize for you, and I believe you will also have in front of you 3 letters which were late in coming from me. One is from the United Way of Niagara Falls, and you heard from Ms. Moretti tonight. There are 2 other letters that came in. One is from a numbered company signed by Mr. Jack McBride, an accountant in St. Catharines, and another by Mr. and Mrs. Branderhorst. They are both neighbors, not of Bethlehem Place in St. Catharines, which some of the residents here seem to have confused with Genesis Court, which is the affordable housing project in St. Catharines. So the letters that you have before you this evening are from residents of the new project in St. Catharines, which is comparable to the one we wish to put before you this evening. And I'll come back after these presenters. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies.
Good evening, Mayor Salsi, members of council, fellow citizens. I'm Julie Dennis, the Executive Director of Bethlehem Projects, and I'm going to give you an overview of our organization and the services that we provide and how we provide those services. Gail will be talking more specifically about the Kaler Road project and what that will mean for this community. And I think it's on the floor here in a second. Maybe next slide, please.
Okay.
Who are we? Bethlehem Projects is a not-for-profit, multi-service organization that offers transitional and permanent housing. And we've heard this evening the confusion around transitional and permanent housing. As an organization, we do both. The Kaler Road project is permanent housing, always was intended to be permanent housing. And it's unfortunate that these 2 terminologies have become mixed up. But it is definitely permanent housing for people, similar to the most recent project we did, Genesis Court. We have actually 4 locations in St. Catharines, 2 apartment buildings. Our original apartment building was a transitional building. We have Genesis Court, a new 40-unit apartment building, and 2 smaller apartment facilities for approximately 150 people, including children. That's currently. We provide homes to singles and families. Many of the people that we serve are families who have children. As well, we provide services through our early learning centers. We have a Skills of Success life skill program and community outreach programs. Our goal is to create an attractive, accessible apartment building on Kaler Road for people of low to moderate income. Our objective is to have 40 units, as mentioned, half families and half singles, including 3 to 4 accessible units for people who have mobility difficulties that need wheelchair accessibility. We wish to provide people who are living and working in Niagara Falls a significant hand up to make ends meet. The need for affordable housing is great in Niagara region. Over 8,000 people are waiting on the affordable housing list in Niagara. 30% of these households live in Niagara Falls. The 8,000 people represent approximately 4,000 or more than 4,000 households. 30% equals 1,500 households in Niagara Falls. 46% of Niagara households pays over 30% of their gross income for housing. Many people are paying between 50 and 75% of their income. Single persons waiting for an affordable place to live can wait at least 4 years. The availability of affordable housing is essential for the personal well-being, economic independence, and healthy development in children, and for a vibrant community. Everyone deserves a place to call home. Next slide, please. Okay. One more, please. Why is it hard for many? We see here a sample of a mother and her 2 children. Minimum wage would earn $1,385 full-time working. Monthly rent and utilities, $826 at an average market rent. Everything else that they would have is $559 for the rest of the month. Next slide. Community investment. The Affordable Housing Program offers the first opportunity for over a decade to create new affordable housing in Niagara Falls. It will result in a $2.8 million federal provincial funding. I just wanted to add, I skipped over a slide on management style. And I think it's a very important piece of what we want to say this evening. This year, Bethlehem Projects is celebrating 20 years of successful service. Our reputation has been built on operating as responsible, good neighbors. We provide well-maintained housing. The experience that we have, the staffing that we have, ensure that our buildings are well-maintained and managed. We promote tenants' sense of pride about their community. In fact, our tenants want the same things that our neighbors want: a safe, clean, affordable, welcoming place to live. We provide decent housing where people work and live, and we believe that the Kaler Road location is ideal for this. Many of the people will be living in our buildings. Half of them will be families with children. They will be close to school. They'll be close to a park. They'll be close to jobs. They'll be close to transit and shopping. Any questions?
Members of Council, are there any questions for the presenters? Yes, Councilor Ioannoni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm interested in listening to Mr. Richardson's presentation too, but I have to tell you, this kind of takes an ugly tone. Like, I don't like the comment, and bars. I don't like the comment that we would specifically be looking at people with drug and alcohol problems. I think you and I are the only two council members who went down and took a tour through Bethlehem Place.
I didn't notice anything like that.
No, well, you know, my first impression when I walked in was it was absolutely nothing that I expected. And just for council's information, we met two sets of tenants. The one tenant was a 49-year-old young man who got to live in his first apartment. It kind of breaks my heart. Like, I understand getting teary. This wasn't a drug addict. This wasn't somebody loaded out of their tree. The first guy lived in a beautiful little handicap-accessible apartment. First time in his 49 years he lived outside of his parents' home, because this is all he could afford. It was a beautiful building, beautiful security, and just to another point, there were a couple letters that we got emailed to us and sent to us that highlighted the fact that because you have a full-time manager on, that goes to show you there's going to be a problem. I would expect any apartment building to have a full-time superintendent manager on, regardless of whether you're geared to income or not. And I call it geared to income. I'm not going to call it public housing. The second set of people we met, Mr. Mayor, was a senior couple who count themselves very fortunate to be living in this building because their income on a pension only allowed them to afford this apartment. And they talked to us about the struggle from having to leave their home and go into something they could afford. I did not intend to see a beautiful, well-kept, well-maintained, well-run building. I would never have known from the outside that it is affordable housing, and that term bothers me. But what I will say bothers me more is the tone I hear. We're not so much as dealing with a sound planning issue and that apartment. Clearly, I understand we're not as opposed to a planning apartment as we are opposed to the people who will live in the apartment. And that makes me very uncomfortable, and quite frankly, I find that discriminative, and I hope we're not going to vote on a development based on the type of people that may live in this apartment building. And I also want to say that I had the opportunity to go through the jobs and the people who could qualify to live in this building, and I had to go home and call up Councillor Wing, because I said to her, you know, short of luck of having her husbands, she and I would qualify to actually live in this building with the salary we make at council. I'm opinionated, but I'm hardly someone you have to be afraid of. And I would say, Mr. Mayor, that we also have city staff that work for us that make under that. So that could basically be some of our own staff. Single mothers who are working at Councillor Carrio's hotel may not make the $45,000 threshold, but they're working 40, 50 hours a week to make the threshold that they're making. So I hope that we're going to vote on this based on a sound planning issue and not the suitable type of people who should be living there. Because I find it very interesting that we're dealing with this application after the Niagara Falls Review ran their economic mini-series, so to speak. I've lost the other word I was looking for. And it closed with the need we have to have affordable housing. And to hear that there's 4 locations in Niagara Falls when one hasn't come in St. Catharines, when one hasn't come before us, I think it's something we need to take a serious look at. We look around this table and we're very fortunate to live in some of the best zip codes in this city. But not everybody is that fortunate. And I want to highlight one more thing. And I thought it was very interesting as I listened to the comments made. You can't pick your neighbors. You cannot pick who buys the house beside you. You cannot choose whether that family has domestic problems that have police there every weekend. You can't choose that. But I found very interesting is when one of the letters came to us highlighting the $350,000 homes and the safety with the type of clients, and they're not clients, they're residents, who will live in this apartment building. I called our fire department because the first thing I had in my head was, in that same area, we've had a proliferation of $300,000, $400,000, and $500,000 grow houses. And I said, how many grow houses are on that side of Kayla Road that we found? Just for the residents. This is your side. This is the other side of Kayla. Those were all grow houses. You can't pick who buys the $500,000 house beside you. And I would say this is a greater concern than the people making $40,000 in an affordable housing apartment building. You can't pick that. So to say that $300,000, $400,000, and $500,000 homes exclude you from drugs, crime, the type of people you don't want living beside you, over there, you have those type of people in the $500,000 homes. So I have a problem with us stereotyping the type of people going in there. And I highlight this just to say, I hope we're basing it on sound planning, because the tone here just makes me really, really uncomfortable.
Councillor Fisher.
Yes, this is a very difficult time for me also. First of all, I was in construction and I've been in real estate, and I know for a fact it's buyer beware. If you're going to back onto a piece of vacant land, you should ask what the proposal is, what is going to be built there. So this is a very difficult time for all of you, but you should have been aware. Maybe your real estate agent, maybe your whomever should have told you. Anyway, let me go one step further. I have a daughter, very talented, makes a lot of money. She's an artistic cook, chef actually, can do everything. She's been on television. As of this past year, she's been diagnosed with progressive MS. That means she has no job. We are doing the best we can right now to help her. But it's not too far down the way that we have to find some place for her to live. I have no idea where that place is going to be. And I'm understanding that disability is somewhere around $900 a month. Can't do it. Somebody's got to help. Somebody's got to help feed her, take care of her, take her to the doctors, buy the equipment she's going to need. I'm emotional. I'm sorry. But I agree with Carolyn. People think of the people with bad reputations and not wanting to come up out of the world. But here's a lady who's had it all. She's a single lady, and now she's back to basically looking and scratching and begging and whatever, because it's our family that have to provide for her at this point in time. And somewhere she's going to need a facility similar to what you're offering.
Councillor Fisher, thank you for sharing that, and these are stories that we hear every day.
It's a sad world.
Perhaps Mrs. Dennison, Mrs. Richardson, you can complete your presentation. And you have Mrs. Richardson. You should go ahead, please. And
I'll have
Okay,
some comments
on
as
your
well.
screen you can see the income levels. We've had some reference to them. And these are government regulations. Every apartment will be 80% of market rent for that area of St. Catharines. And, Niagara Falls, sorry. It is late. In order to qualify to live in the building, for a one-bedroom, you simply have to have an income equal to or less than $34,000. Two-bedroom, $38,000. Three-bedroom, $45,000. Those are not very, very small incomes. And the table at the bottom shows you, so the example that was used earlier about the young mom with the two kids, instead of paying, we look at $766 for a two-bedroom, you put on some utilities, and that's how we got up to the $800 and whatever. Instead, in our proposed building, it would be $613. So instead of paying 60% of her income, she would be paying less than 50%. Someone on disability, it's $979 a month that they get. We do have the I call him the young fellow, but the 49-year-old who's only been able to move out of home. He earns $979 a month, and in St. Catharines, his rent is $638 a month. So you know how little he's got left to survive on. Anyway, going on to the next slide. I agree, it feels really uncomfortable focusing on people, but that is what, and we do have planning principles to follow up, but what I need to talk about, because that is a concern, is the people. And so here's the kind of people that will be living in Niagara Falls. They're working in the tourism sector, healthcare workers, call centers, parents with young children, and some on a pension income. To give you a sense of Genesis Court, the building that we just opened, Genesis Court is a mix of market rent and rent geared to income. Niagara Falls is totally market rent, but 80%. We go down from, we have health aides, someone working in security, a store manager, someone working in construction, an ESL instructor at Brock University. We have a chef. We have a radio writer. We have a new mom with a 3-month-old baby. We have health workers, property managers, bank teller, beginning teachers, and it just goes on. These are just people that have jobs that don't earn them enough at this point in their lives, and maybe never in their lives, to be able to own their own home. Anyway, so we'll go to the next slide. A live-in superintendent. That we talked about staff. No, actually a 40-unit apartment building very often does not have a live-in superintendent. Very often it's a management service that comes around. We are absolutely committed to a live-in superintendent. We have a live-in superintendent couple in Genesis Court. They are, Tina, our superintendent, considers herself the den mother, and I think many of our tenants would agree. So not only do they look after the maintenance and security and all that, but they're very much part of the family in the building. And so the other staff person, and this is not something that you might typically find, community coordinator, and that is my title at Genesis Court. I was a volunteer with Bethlehem Projects for 16 years, and the goal was to build affordable housing. And once we finally got there, I couldn't let go, and I became a staff person. So what do I do, other than come and do things like this? Coordinating the application process so that we really talk to people, we interview people, we do some checks and so on. Facilitate and support a tenant association. This is so that our building is a community, both inside and outside, so people have a sense of ownership, a sense of responsibility. We provide support to our tenants. What kind of support? It might be budgeting assistance. So some of the younger people coming up, or someone who's on ODSP, how do you make ends meet? We talk about, we've got a number of people who are going back to school. We talk about strategies for career enhancement. Sometimes there's referrals, something like ESL. We've got a couple of people who their English needs improvement. We've arranged for them to have volunteer help. Mobility devices, that senior couple, she needed a walker. We helped her to get through the process. There's health issues, children's services. So a lot of what we do is based on just simply referrals.
And next slide. The benefits to the community, well, we've already heard. It's a critical need for quality housing that is affordable. And I'm delighted that the mayor and Councillor Iannone came down to visit, and Councillor Iannone did walk in and just said, this is not what I expected. It's a high quality building, and the neighbors, our neighbors, were happy to write and support us. And one of the ones that the letters you received, he did appear at the Committee of Adjustment because he had concerns. And he's now writing to support us, as we are very good managers. We assist people to greater self-sufficiency. So when you talk about someone who, your example of someone who's in failing health, there are agencies out there that can help, but you need to find your way through the system. And that's the kind of thing we can help. Some cases it's young moms that need to go back to school. Provides homes and a better start for children. At the Committee of Adjustment, it was said, how dare we build beside a school? Well, we build beside a school because we have children in the building that will be going to the school. That's one reason. It's close to parks. We have people with their little dogs that like to go and walk. We have grandparents that have their grandchildren come and visit, and they like to go to the park. We also provide innovative partnerships and volunteerism, making our community a better place to live. Next slide, please. And this is our building. These are our tenants. These are our children and our people visiting. Affordable housing is the key to reducing poverty, strengthening families, and improving the quality of life in our community. Are there any questions?
Ms. Richardson, I'm going to make some comments as well. I want to reiterate as well the comments that were made earlier with regard to the facility. It's a first-class facility. I know you spend in excess of $120,000 per unit to build this facility. I was most impressed with it. I had the chance to visit similar tenants as well. They were not people that I would think had serious social problems. That you had some challenges with some people who were handicapped, that had accessibility issues, that you provided for special facilities with low counters and that would accommodate their needs. I was most impressed. The development is exceptionally clean, exceptionally well maintained, as it's a first-class building. And I get this comment constantly about the need for affordable housing, and I can see exactly what you're talking about. I'm not sure if any of the opponents here this evening have taken time to visit the facility. I think you invited them to come, and I'm not sure if they did come or not. But when I was most impressed as well. So I hear it all the time in terms of the requirements that we should have more affordability. It's an excellent opportunity for people who could afford this facility to live there. I know they'd be very proud to be there. Certainly the people I experienced in your facility now were very proud to be there, and it shows. There was no damage to the facility. It was, as I said, built in a very first-class and very tastefully completed facility. So I didn't witness any of the concerns that I've heard some comments about, and I think we have to set the record straight with respect to that this is not a facility where we have drug addicts and people who've had run afoul of the law. This is a facility that provides affordable housing, and I think that the Bethlehem Group, as I said to you earlier, has to confirm that to the residents who have a concern. So if you just reiterate that point, I'd appreciate it again, please.
And one thing that I would like to, I'll just leave copies of it here. One thing that I didn't address that was raised a number of times before is about the value of people's homes. And this is a study there's something like 100 studies that they refer to here. Opponents to affordable, supportive, or transitional housing typically believe it will lower property values, threaten public safety, or ruin the neighborhood. These fears, however, seem to have little basis in fact. Over 100 North American studies demonstrate that affordable housing have either no impact or a mild positive impact on property values. And I'll just leave copies of those studies there.
Thank you. Other presenters? Thank you very much, Mr. Richardson.
Your Worship, members of Council, my name is Harold Ensland. I'm the architect for the project. I'm with the firm McDonald Zuber Gensen Architects. We're the same architects that designed the Genesis Court project in St. Catharines. And in fact, we have the same team, the same contractor. Kenmore Commercial is building the school right beside the site. They built the project in St. Catharines, the same engineers. and of course the same development team. This is a view looking from the nearest street, nearest east-west street to the site. It is Forest View Boulevard. We're looking north some 300 feet to where the beginning of the site is. On the left-hand side, you'll see a piece of the school under construction. So we're looking north towards where the building will be sited. There have been some comments made about the height of the building. Basically, the school that you have there, two-story school, would essentially be the height of our building if we didn't have a peak roof on it. So we're not talking about a massive building, but we're talking about a building with a sloping roof, which is residential in appearance. So that's the reason for us asking for an extra 8 feet on the height limit. Thank you. If you're looking at the site, it's a rectangular site oriented in the east-west direction, which is a bit actually favorable for us, because what it does, it puts the skinny end of the building onto Kayla Road. That reduces the impact of the perceived impact of the building on Kayla Road. You see the narrow end of the building. What we have on Kayla Road is landscaping. We have a driveway into our parking lot and a drop-off. The entrance to the building, I don't know if I dare use a pointer pointing over people's heads. Is that dangerous? The entrance to the building is at this end of the building over here. The elevator is there. There's a drive around there. There's a parking lot over here. If you look around, there's a dotted line. This is what you call the building envelope. Those are the confines within which the building can sit on the site. We've pulled the building back an additional 15 feet from Kayla Road here, and we've tucked close to the south lot line over here. So the building, basically, the broad flank of the building faces onto the school. We've pulled it away from the west end of the site, 3 times more than necessary. We've pulled it away from the north end of the site, 4 times more than necessary. Basically what we're doing is we're setting up a situation here where anybody else who builds on the adjacent properties are buildings well pulled away from there. If we can have the next slide, please. This is the end elevation on Kayla Road. As I mentioned, this is the narrow end of the building, the flank of the building. That's the entrance area. There's a canopy. There's a drop-off. The way we've laid it out is that the building steps back in the shape of the roof planes. They proceed back from the front of the building. Also, the color divides the elevation into smaller pieces. So the notion is to scale the building as much as possible to the buildings across the street, given the fact that we're still dealing with a 3-story building. If we look at this here, that line, if we lop the roof off the building there, that line would be 5 feet below the height of the building that's allowed within the proposed bylaw. So basically what we're asking for is to have a sloping roof which goes above the bylaw about 8 feet. It's typically understood that the perception of a sloping roof is much less than a flat roof building because it recedes in the distance. We're looking at the flank of the building here. This is the part of the building that faces onto the school. All the apartments, these windows are end windows of the apartments. These are the broad windows on the south side of the building, the balconies, the bay windows, and so on. So the apartments do not look with their primary windows on Kayla Road. They look onto the school here, and they look to the north. As mentioned, this is Genesis Court, and I think there's probably still a standing invitation to anybody who wants to see the building. This building is the recipient of a 2007 Niagara Community Design Award for large-scale projects in St. Catharines. The building we're proposing is half the density of this building because the site is twice as big. So it's the same number of units, essentially the same type of building, same scale of building, same building materials, brick and stucco, bay windows, projecting windows. It's essentially the same building on a different site. Next, please. I want to highlight the fact that this is a quality building. Some of the energy efficiency features are listed here, and construction quality features are listed there. The Genesis Court building is designed to consume 25% less energy than the traditional building that's type, resulting in energy savings of $20,000 a year. It has a central hot water heating system. It has heat recovery ventilation, energy efficient lighting with occupancy sensors. It has low flow fixtures with dual flush toilets, 3 and 6 liter toilets, and Energy Star appliances. Construction quality, it's a masonry building with core slab floors, 40-year fiberglass shingles, high performance windows, clay brick. This is not concrete brick, this is clay brick. a hydraulic elevator, and a high-performance building envelope. I can't stress enough that this is a quality building from a brick and mortar sense. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Rick Brady. I'm a planner, as I'm sure most of you are aware. But what you may not be aware of is that this is my neighborhood that we're talking about. I actually live about 5 blocks from where this particular development will be. And one of the other things that's intriguing is that when I selected to live in this part of Niagara Falls, which was about 19 years ago, we did that when my youngest daughter was in diapers and my oldest was a bit older and we needed a little bit larger house. And I specifically selected an area of the city where there was a mix of housing. And when my kids went to school at Kaler, at K.S. Durden, when it was finally built, they went to school with children from a mix of housing, which is something that I think is very important in terms of their well-being and their social development. And they liked it, and they have friends from a wide range of backgrounds and characteristics, which I think bodes them well in terms of their social development as my daughters. But putting that aside for the moment, one of the things that Alderman Iannone mentioned was that really we need to talk about this from a planning perspective. And the next few slides, I know you know, but I'm going to try to make sure that you remember them. And that is that the provincial policy statements, which are a big part of dealing with development in Niagara Falls and throughout the province of Ontario, clearly, very clearly is talking about making sure that we identify and promote residential intensification. And that's what we're talking about in this site. It was clear from Mr. Bollebrook that this area of Niagara Falls is supposed to have more residential intensification. Your own policies, your secondary plan that you approved said we need to have other areas in this particular area at higher density. And that is a part of the policy statement, and that needs to be there. And municipalities are compelled by provincial policy to require to do that and establish policies to that effect. Next, please. Places to Grow, which is also a provincial initiative, says the exact same thing. It says these things are required. It's required to make sure that that happens. You have plans in place that say that it should happen. And when developments come forward that say we're going to try to provide for this residential intensification, the province is going to be one of the groups that looks to making sure that municipalities follow that. Now, as a part of your package, there was a letter from the Regional Municipality of Niagara from the planning staff, and it was very clear in terms of its statements in that it clearly supported this particular development based on provincial policy and regional policy. Next, please. Your own official plan, approved by yourselves, both in terms of the overall policies itself, in Policy 444, your Garner Neighborhood Plan, clearly encourages this kind of site. Now, it doesn't, as Mr. Pietrangelo has pointed out, identifies that it is zoned at the present time. But the official plan, and the secondary plan, which are the documents which provide for that kind of mechanism, are clear. Those kinds of units should be developed in the kinds of sites that we're looking at today. Dean? The locational analysis, Mr. Bollebrook went through it. All of these things exist in close proximity to this site. Secondary schools, elementary schools. Your new community center is in close proximity. There's a bus that stops right out in front of where this is and moves on over to the community center, Niagara Square. All of these are in very close proximity. There was a suggestion earlier on that, perhaps it should be in the downtown where there are closer proximity to services. And I agree, the downtown does have a lot of services. But the services that the people that will need on this site are in this particular location, and we can't ignore that. Now, from a housing perspective, that's what you look for, but your own official plan goes further and says, these are the sites. It's the sites that have these kinds of characteristics that should be used for multifamily development. Yes. And this is just the end slide, which is the overall impression that we'd like to leave. It's a clean building. It looks good. It will look good in terms of its profile on Taylor, and it will fit into that neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Ioannoni.
Through you to Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady, in the letter we have in comments made in regards to the decision made at Committee of Adjustment, I understand the comment was something along the lines that this is inappropriate. Is this, on a planning standpoint, an inappropriate planning application?
Your own official plan clearly sets the grounds for making that judgment. It says how you should look at these kinds of things. What are the locational characteristics? The slide before, I identified what the locational characteristics are of the site. They meet that. This site is not inappropriate. If, in fact, the site was inappropriate, then there are other buildings which have been built out in this area that are supposedly in an inappropriate location. They fit into that neighborhood. They fit so well into that neighborhood, the other buildings down Taylor Road, that the people who are now building across the street and throughout the rest of the area are moving in droves. They fit. It's simply, this location is appropriate for this kind of development.
So when we get a letter from somebody stating, this is inappropriate because Committee of Adjustment said no, I think it's important to note that it went to Committee of Adjustment with the staff recommendation to approve.
Yes, it did.
We're now using public dollars at an OMB hearing to have somebody go fight our staff's recommendation, and our staff is going to be at the OMB supporting the position that that severance was appropriate.
Your staff is going to, I know them well enough, they've written their reports, they've written reports twice. They've written a report to the Committee of Adjustment that was very much in support of that particular application, which was a severance at the time. You have it before you this evening. I don't need to repeat it. You know what it says. It's clearly that's the case. Yes, we have to go to an Ontario Municipal Board hearing because the Committee of Adjustment made the decision that they made. That's fine. Such is life. We'll move on. My suspicion is that at some point in time, Mr. Beeman will come back to you and say, I'm going to go to a hearing and I don't know what I'm going to go with. But nonetheless, yes, that's a position that you're in now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brady. Mr. Richardson?
Can I conclude very quickly, Mr. Mayor? I'd like to wrap up by summarizing several points. The one just made, as you are aware, we have appealed the decision of the Committee of Adjustment to the Ontario Municipal Board. We have requested an early hearing date for this appeal because this program is provincially as well as federally funded, and any appeal of this decision, whether you approve or deny, would then be joined to the appeal for the consent to sever. There have been a few people who are determined to stop this project, but they have not been willing to visit Genesis Court in St. Catharines to get all of the fact, despite invitations, as I think the Mayor noted earlier. You will have seen in your council package a petition with very little information attached to it. This was circulated at the time of the application of the Committee of Adjustment. The petition was circulated by people who apparently believe that this project was for something different than it is, and you heard that confirmed by one of the presenters this evening. While it's not appropriate to plan on the basis of income or people, I would like to confirm again to this council this development is not for transitional housing, it is not a halfway house, it is not a shelter. The application seeks approval of a 3-story apartment building which will be rented for affordable rents as defined by the Federal Provincial Housing Project, which is funding the development. We're left to presume that some people signed that petition in September believing the misinformation which we believe had been disseminated. There's another incorrect assumption which has been stated tonight, and that is that Bethlehem Projects was somehow forced out of a Valleyway site by neighborhood opposition or was denied. Council will know that the application was not denied. It didn't come forward. This statement is incorrect. Unfortunately, the church approvals, and there were 2 churches involved in bringing together their lands, was too lengthy, and Bethlehem needed a firm commitment under this program we're seeking funding for by August the 31st of last year. Consequently, Bethlehem had to determine to change sites and found another suitable site, the one that is before you this evening. Who will live in this apartment building? Councillor Iannone has anticipated me. Based on the income levels which were presented to you just a short while ago, I have examined your CUPE collective agreement, and I've taken at random income levels that will comply with the income levels proposed here. These are people who, on a single income earner family basis, would qualify to live in this building. A sweeper operator, a truck driver 2, a cashier, an underground service operator, a tax clerk, a loader operator, a truck driver, backhoe operator, cemeteries clerk, secretary surface center, secretary recreation facilities, secretary fire services, general accounts clerk. Those are your employees who, in a single income family, would qualify to live in this home. They're the people that apparently would be a risk to this neighborhood. People oppose change. Change can be scary, but your planning staff, and we thank them for this, have visited Genesis Court along with the Mayor and Councillor Iannone to learn firsthand what this proposal is about. We do appreciate their diligence. Mr. Mayor and members of Council, this project is supported by the Regional Planning Department, by the City of Niagara Falls Planning Department, and by the submissions of Mr. Brady. You have not heard one planning reason why this submission should be denied. The worst that was said tonight was, we will see an apartment building from to the east side of Kaler Road across 4 lanes of traffic through the vegetation to a 3-story apartment building that has been designed by an award-winning architect. The planning rationale is overwhelmingly in support of the proposal which is before you. And consequently, on behalf of Bethlehem Not-for-Profit Housing of Niagara, we respectfully request that Council adopt the recommendations of planning staff and approve the requested zoning bylaw amendment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richardson. Are there any other questions from members of Council? Okay, at this point then, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Pleasure of Council. Councillor Iannone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move staff's recommendation that we approve the zoning bylaw amendment application for this, and staff's recommendation on the report, and I'd like that recorded.
Moved by Councillor Iannone, second by Councillor Carrio. Any further discussion? Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to somewhat clear the air. I've heard the Committee of Adjustments mentioned a couple times, and someone even stated a comment that came out of the Committee of Adjustment. I can assure everyone around the table and in the audience tonight that that comment did not come from one of the members of the committee. At the committee, we simply spoke, Your Worship, to the actual planning issue. And it was believed at the committee that there was an overabundance of multi-residential homes or uses already on Kaler Road. That was the reason, Your Worship, that the committee chose to turn down the 7th application. Your Worship, I point out in the report that under number 1 of the planning review, City staff recognizes that thus far registered subdivision plans in the Garden neighborhood have provided 87.5% of single or semi-detached housing and 12.5% of townhouses or multi-residential. And I've brought this point forward before because I find that we always get ourselves in a predicament. City planning staff will come to us and say that they recommend the use of this land to be either single or semis, knowing that we're going away from our planning policies of 70-30. And all of a sudden an application will come in and they'll come back to City Council and they'll say, well, we're now deficient in the area, so it looks as though we're going to have to approve this one. And, Your Worship, I have a hard time with that one because it doesn't seem to me to be good planning to do that. I mean, City staff should be coming back to us and saying, well, no, we can't go with all singles and semis in this subdivision. We have to stick with our prescribed amounts of 70-30. That would make it, Your Worship, a lot easier for us in the future. Instead of having to come back with these applications here and say, well, it looks like you're going to have to approve it because you're now deficient in the area. I don't think anyone, Your Worship, that's here tonight can argue the benefit or even the need for affordable housing. I wish, to be honest with you, like Councillor Iannone, that there was more discussion around the actual planning issues of this. And I can only bring forward to you, Your Worship, what the Committee of Adjustments felt. And we felt that south of Rideau, there is an overabundance of multi-residential, dwellings, and that perhaps, Your Worship, that north of Rideau there could be none, and that this would even it out. And I will stick with my original submission, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any other comments from members of council before the vote? Yes, Councillor Wayne.
I've been on council for over 10 years now, and I have to say it is extremely rare to see that the regional staff strongly supports an application. You know, if I'd heard any planning arguments against this, I could feel differently, but I haven't heard any sound planning arguments against it. And I know that within the past few months, I attempted to assist. There was a woman with a daughter who was a little bit younger than my own baby. The woman is trying to make a go of it. She's diabetic. She was living in a substandard apartment, and only one of her problems was the fact that it had no heat for a few weeks. You know, and a friend of mine knows her and said she is really, really sweet. If I had a place available in my building, I would rent it to her. You know, there's the disabled, the working poor, pensioners. There's just a million stories out there. What I heard tonight really comforted me about what this is. And I have a 3-story apartment building across from where I live, and I would love to have this building that I've seen described over the one that I have. But you know, with intensification and smart growth, we're going to see more and more apartments, and I think they could do a lot worse than what is on the table tonight.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
So, council heard the motion. It's to approve the recommendation report. Councillor Diodati? Opposed. Councillor Fisher?
For.
Councillor Iannoni?
For.
Councillor Carrio?
For.
Councillor Maves?
For.
Councillor Peter Angelo? Councillor Thompson?
For.
Councillor Wing?
In favor.
Mayor Selsey?
For.
Passes.
Thank you very much.
I know you make your son live there instead of
Order, please. Members of council, I know the hour is late. I'd like to begin this evening by offering my condolences to the following city employees in the loss of their loved ones: to Yvonne Blay on the passing of her mother-in-law, Mary; to Russ Stout on the death of his nephew, Graham; to Angela Dirksen on the passing of her father-in-law, Abraham; to Bill Urquhart on the death of his father-in-law, Rocco Domicio; and to John Castrilli on the passing of his father, Joe. As well, it was with great sadness that we mourn the loss of Mr. Bill Baker, an employee of the city's Division of Cemeteries. Our thoughts and sympathies are with the families that have lost those close to them. At this time, I'd like to also share a note of congratulations to Gary Morris, a volunteer firefighter from Station 6, who has recently retired. Gary has volunteered with the Niagara Falls Fire Department for 37 and a half years. We'd like to thank Gary for his many years of dedication to the safety of the people of our city. There have been some important events occur in our community recently I'd like to acknowledge. To begin, I am pleased to confirm that our bid for the 2014 convention for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities was successful. We are pleased to announce that this prestigious convention will be coming to Niagara Falls. I'd like to offer my personal congratulations to members of the bid team, Mrs. Joyce Morocco and Patrick Gedge. A sincere thank you to Dragan Matovic and Welland Councillor David Alexander and Regional Councillor Mike Collins for their contributions. I was pleased to help kick off the campaign for the MS Walk for Super Cities, which will take place on April 15th. And I wish volunteers and organizers much success in their efforts to raise funds during this important campaign to help those in our community living with MS. Members of the group working to revitalize downtown Niagara Falls held a meeting recently to discuss the greening of Queen Street, and I'm proud of the efforts of the young people in our community and all those in the downtown core who continue to find ways to improve the quality of this area. I wish you much success in your continued efforts. I was also pleased to join members of our community to celebrate Black History Month this weekend, and I appreciate the work of this cultural group in doing doing what they're doing in our city. On behalf of the members of council, I offer support to the Black community of Niagara Falls as they acknowledge the successes of their culture this month. I'd like to mention some current events that will be of interest to members of council and residents. Recently, 2 outstanding youth in our community are involved in leadership and foreign aid efforts for upcoming missions abroad. I'd like to recognize Nicole Verbraken and Kendra Laurie for their participation in these significant projects. Both Nicole and Kendra are raising funds to support their upcoming work. Nicole will be traveling to Morocco with the Global Youth Network, and Kendra is heading to Cape Town, Africa with the Amapondo People's Project. If anyone is interested in making a contribution or finding out more about the good work that these young people are doing, certainly contact our office. The Stamford Center Volunteer Firefighters Association Easter egg hunt is set to take place on Friday at Fireman's Park. The festivities begin at 11 a.m. All are welcome. I'm looking forward to attending this annual community event. And to all of you and your families, have a very safe and enjoyable Easter. And thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, are there any additional items for Council's consideration?
No, Your Worship.
Okay. Move on to reports. Under property matters, I'm going to ask if there's anyone present who has an interest in the following property matter with regard to surplus land on a laneway conveyance between McGrail Avenue and Ellen Avenue. Obviously, there's nobody here. Okay, sure. Move the recommendation by Councillor Iononi, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Okay, any comments? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Transportation matters. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by, sorry, Councillor Diet. Well, let's get a seconder first. Councillor Maves, are you seconding that?
No, Your Worship. I just
Okay,
wanted to ask a
let's get a seconder first, please. Councillor Iononi. Okay, Councillor Diodati.
Yes, Your Worship. Item 2, the recommendation. My question, this is a little bit, it's not well written. Is the suggestion that both the operations facility and a new transit terminal both be located in the southwest corner, or just one?
Okay, Mr. Gren?
Just one, but I would suggest that we take out in the southwest sector of the city, and it leaves us wide open to facilities, terminals, and operations facility anywhere.
I think that's a great idea. I don't know if we're amenable to that yet.
Okay, and let's just get with, yes, Councillor?
In passing that, how much does that give us specifically from the gas tax, and how much will we be left to debenture?
Mr. Gren?
Through the chair, what this is an application for funding. There's no guarantee we get any funding at all. We're not making a commitment in any way other than putting it in capital, saying that if funding comes to us, that we will commit to it. So therefore, there wouldn't be any, at this point, in debenture.
Councillor Maves.
The only thing, Your Worship, is I wish this report had been a little more specific about some of the things. I'm looking at $9.2 million, and I just wish there was a little more information on it, that's all. Thank you.
Do you have anything specific you'd like to ask your Councillor?
Well, it's just when you look at $9.2 million, and I'm saying, geez, I'd like to see maybe some plan where it's going to go, or what it's going to look like, or I know it's in the preliminary stages now, but I just seeking just some more information.
Perhaps Mr. Gren can elaborate a little further.
Is it just a temporary terminal, or?
Okay, Mr. Gren.
Through the mayor, what this is because of the timing and the announcement of the funding, and also the deadlines they're looking at. We were really hard pressed to even get this information from our consultants on board. What we need to present to the provincial government is something that we can support as a municipality and say, we need this and we need to push it forward. So this is sort of the first step of it, and we need to have a big push now to try and get this money. So that's why we don't have all that information yet, but what we're looking for is a commitment to do this versus where it's going to go, what it's going to look like, and the other things associated with that.
So basically just saying, let's get the money first and we'll deal with it later. That's great, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Peter Angelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm just wondering if there's any parameters in the actual trust fund that talk about the percentages that we can be funded. Is it 50%? Is it up to 50%? Is it 30%?
Mr. Dred?
Actually, we're still waiting for those parameters, and then the deadline is March 31st. We haven't received that, and what we want to do is put our best foot forward, saying we're ready, give us some money.
Okay, any other questions by members of council? Are we going to qualify the motion then with respect to the location? Is that your intent? Do you want to delete southwest sector? Is that fine? Okay. Members of council will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Move on to ratification of Community Services Committee actions. I'm going to call on the Councillor Iononi as the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mayor, the following items are to be ratified from tonight's meeting at the Community Services Committee. The minutes of February 25th, 2008 meeting be approved. Under reports, PD 2008-21 Growth Management Official Plan Review, that this report be received and filed. PD 2008-12, the additional planning work within the Elgin Industrial Area, that the committee support the land use recommendations contained in the planning report prepared by RCI Consulting and GSP Group, and staff proceed with the formal circulation of the amendments and preparations for the mandatory public meeting to change the city's official plan and zoning bylaw, that the consultant include the area for regeneration. TS 2008-09, 6th Avenue at Wilmot Street, intersection control review, that an all-way stop be controlled at the intersection of 6th Avenue at Wilmot Street. 2, that no exit signs be posted on Wilmot Street west of 6th Avenue, and that a 10-meter corner parking restriction be implemented on each approach of the study intersection. Under new business, that staff prepare a report on the delivery of flyers and newspapers to homes and meet with the appropriate publishers. That staff prepare a report. I'm sorry, I'm tired. Prepare a report with regards to on-street parking at the Bella Senior Center, and that the letter from Frank Clark be referred to staff to investigate and report back to council. And I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Diodati. Any further discussion to that? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. I'd like to call on the clerk, please, for ratification and camera recommendations.
One item, Your Worship, that the settlement offer of March 17, 2008 from Broderick and Partners on behalf of the appellants in regards to the appeals of the city's 1999 and 2004 development charges bylaws be accepted.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo. Councillor Fisher, you second that? Okay. Any further discussion? Having seen none, all those in favor? And you have some conflicts noted? Yes. Motion's carried. Thank you very much. Move on to the consent agenda, members of council. Are there any items you wish to have treated individually?
Move consent agenda.
Moved by Councillor Diodati, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. Any further discussion? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. We have a resolution to have a staff person authorized to submit a financial request to the Department of Canadian Heritage in relation to the Celebrate Canada program for organizing activities to celebrate Canada Day. Moved by Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. Any discussion? Having seen none, all those in favor? The motion's carried. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, are there any additional bylaws for Council's consideration this evening?
A couple of changes, Your Worship. There is one additional bylaw which was in your handouts, and that's interestingly related to another funding arrangement through the province with regard to gas tax, so that's included. And bylaw 2008-39 has been pulled just for some technical reasons. It'll probably come back in the future, so you still have the same number of bylaws.
Ready? I'm going to ask for the motion to introduce the bylaws. Bylaws be given a first reading. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Diodati. Once again, you've heard the motion. Any questions or comments? Yes.
I just wanted to go on record as being opposed to the one that was listed as 2008-40.
-40.
And I had a conflict on that one.
I'm sorry. Councillor Iannone? In conflict? Okay, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you.
Bylaws 2008-33 to 2008-44 read a first time.
We have a motion to give the bylaws a second and third reading. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, again seconded by Councillor Diodati. Once again, you've heard the motion. Any further questions or comments? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion is carried. We have one opposed.
Bylaws 2008-33 to 2008-44 read a second and third time and passed.
Thank you. Well, that's for any new business at this time. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Diodati.
Yes, I'll make this quick. I'd like to send a resolution of thanks. Sometimes when you get up and you make motions, you think that they're insignificant or there's no chance or opportunity for things to happen, and yet the resolution that came from this council with respect to Lucentis for the visually impaired, the announcement last week through Kim Crater's office is going to do amazing things, not only to repair the site, but also to not only stabilize it, but to repair the site of many Ontarians. And I'd like to send a resolution of thanks to Kim Crater, to the Premier, and I was thinking of the Minister of Health, but it depends on whether he's still going to be there or not. Peter Cormos was asking for his resignation, but I'm being a little humorous here. I think that we need some further clarification, and with that motion, I'd like to know if all Ontarians are included in that particular approval for the site-saving treatment, and I would move that.
Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. Fine. Any comments to that? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you.
And one other thing quickly, I have circulated a motion by the City of St. Catharines with respect to representation at the regional level. The resolution is in front of you there. You could change the same resolution for the City of St. Catharines, but basically what it is asking that fair representation for the larger municipalities be considered by the provincial authorities. They've asked Mr. Bradley to assist with Minister of Municipal Affairs, Jim Watson, to see if there's an opportunity to have some dialogue and further discussion at the regional level. And I think that the Mayor is looking for our support from St. Catharines to see if we can have that kind of discussion. And I would move that we endorse a similar resolution and liaise with St. Catharines to have further dialogue and discussions.
Second that.
Motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Fisher. Any further discussion? Having seen none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. Councillor Diodati.
I'll try to be brief, Your Worship. 3 items. First item, I would make a motion that we invite the Niagara Falls members of the Brock University Badgers team that just recently won the national championship. Right. We're quite proud of them. Brad Roots, Mike Kemp, Dustin Bianchin, and the assistant coach Brian Mulligan, and the GM Bill Roots. I would make that motion.
Moved by Councillor Diaz, seconded by Councillor Iannone. Any discussion? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you.
Quick Earth hour update, Your Worship. As we know, it's coming this Saturday, March 29th. Councillor Iannone and myself have been planning things along with Carrie in your office. She's been outstanding, Carrie Campbell. Very, very helpful. Anyway, just to bring this council up to date, there is a link on the city's website. A number of businesses are listed, and after tonight, residences that want to participate will also be allowed to register their name on the site. We are, to this date, the first and only city within the region to. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. To be. What was it?
No, just go ahead.
Okay. I'm making faces. I'm behind me. Right? Anyway, I don't know if I'm just tired or if you actually are making faces, but anyway.
Councillor Pietrangelo.
Okay. Anyway. Here's the idea, folks. There's going to be a before picture that's already being taken right now of what the city skyline looks like with the lights on. And that night, most of the lights will be out. We've got all of the major participants in the city, all the casino, the Parks Commission, the Illumination Board. We've got all the major hotels, including Mr. Carrio's. It should be a real interesting sight to see or to not see. For that 1 hour, it'll be a time for quiet reflection and whatever else you do when the lights are out. We're not responsible for the baby boom that happens in the city. Also happy to report that it'll be a positive thing. I mean, how do you eat an elephant? 1 bite at a time. How do you change the planet? 1 light at a time. Despite what some articles we might have read, the fact is it starts off with a little bit of education, then some participation, then people take ownership, and then things start to change. And same with smoking, same with pesticides, drinking and driving, recycling, the list goes on and on. I'd like to also mention that we did have an interview this week with Wire Service, Media Wire Service, that writes for 400 Canadian and American papers, and they were very excited about Niagara Falls, and they were covering San Francisco Bridge. Oh, by the way, the Rainbow Bridge is in on this too. This is getting pretty neat. But they're covering a lot of major ones around the world, and ours caught their attention. It was neat too, even the Toronto Star, who's also big into this, Canadian cities they did a story on last week that they had listed. We were the only city they had a picture of. So that's just an update on Earth Hour. Remember, Saturday the 29th from 8 p.m. till 9 p.m. Turn your lights off for that 1 hour. And my last item, Your Worship, is in regard to downtown. I know we had a little bit of musical interludes, and we've been getting a lot of emails lately from the downtown people. And there's been some positive press, but it seems to me we're in a little bit of a holding pattern. We don't seem to be actually moving forward or backward. I think it's time that we need to either fish or cut bait. One way or the other, we need to make some decisions. I think part of the problem is we're not sure what to do. I don't think we should be dictated by any developers on what to do or any tenants what to do. I think we need to decide what we should do. I think the problem is we're not exactly sure what to do. I also believe there's a lot of other money out there at the region, provincially, and federally. And my suggestion, I'm going to make a motion, Your Worship, since we need to decide what we want to see happen, that we have an information session of council coordinated by staff, that we ask the downtown VIA to contribute an equal amount to whatever costs there may be associated with this at our earliest convenience. We have an information session, maybe on a Monday night, where we can actually get together, see what's worked in other cities, what's not worked, make some decisions, and as I say, fish or cut bait, but let's make a decision and move forward.
Okay.
I would make that motion, Your Worship.
Moved by Councillor Diodati, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. Any discussion to the motion? Councillor Wing.
Could I get the motion read again?
Okay. Mr. Clerk.
Got to wake up. That there be an information session on, I guess, the future of the downtown, and that the DIA contribute to the cost of putting that on.
Okay. Any discussion? Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit too vague. I'd like to know what we're getting into and what we're really going to discuss with the downtown. I think I've been waiting for the developers to come in to make a major proposal and say what they're going to do downtown before we make a commitment on our side. So I think we should sit down and talk about what we're going to do with the downtown, but I think we should do it by ourselves at this point. I've been waiting for the other people to come forward and say what they're going to do. Certainly there's a lot of activity with the arts and culture people talking about the downtown. I'm sure Mr. McDonald is going to be coming in with a report with Dr. Afrutka any minute now. And so anyway, I have some concerns about, let's sit down and talk ourselves before we get going.
Councillor Diodati, you have a motion on the floor. You want to be more specific? Or are you
Well, here, I'll tell you what my thoughts were. That we would bring in some professionals and some other people, some other downtown people that have already done it in not too far from our neck of the woods to advise us on what realistically could work. I went to see the Niagara Palooza and heard Richard Florida and a number of other experts talk on it, and they spoke very positively of the opportunity right here in our own backyard. And I think the problem is, we got a little bit of the tail wagging the dog. The developers telling us what they'd like to see. We created a CIP, first of all. We attracted in a developer, but we can't seem to come to terms on what we want to happen downtown. And I think we need to lay our cards on the table and say, if art with Dr. Frukta, with the gallery, is one of many items we want to see downtown, then we just need to lay our cards on the table. A, and B, I believe our biggest stumbling block is funding, because we don't want to leave the Niagara Falls taxpayer on the hook for this happening. And we all feel the same way, and I believe there's other levels of money that's out there. We just need to organize and go after it, the same way the convention center did it. They were able to build it without local money. And I believe there is an absolute... 15 million. Local money. What local money are you talking about?
The Falls View BIA put up 15 million.
No, the Falls View BIA, not the taxpayers, what I'm saying. And I think already the downtown's put in $20 million into acquiring properties. So, I mean, there's been some money put into it. What I'm saying is other levels of government should hopefully be able to step up as well. But we can't, until we move forward and pursue this, nothing's going to happen. So my suggestion is an information session on what can work, what doesn't work, what we should do or want to do, and how we can get some other sources of money. So I don't know if that clarifies or tightens up the motion a little bit for an information session.
What's on the floor? Thank you. Councillor Iannone, wish to speak to that?
Well, when Councillor Diodati talks about we have a CIP, we do, and I thought we were going to look at looking at the amount of money we're going to fund into our CIP when we talk about our capital works project, I thought that's what we were moving forward to do. It's always money. And I think from here on out, it's going to get tighter on what we can do with money. And I don't have a problem with sitting down and listening, but like Councillor Thompson, I've been waiting for them to come and put their own money forward. I think what they're doing at 4655, because we get that email all the time, Queen Street is great, but it's their money. And all the power to them, that's what they should be doing. Councillor Carrier built his hotel with his own money. You look at that skyline, it was built with their money. We're behind you 100%, but spend your own money. And I think Council is going to make the difficult decision on what we're going to fund in regards to our incentive programs. But I'm all open to sit. But I don't want to pay any more money for studies when we've had them and they've told us how to do it. So if they want to put their money into it, that's fine. But we've done that.
Councillor Wayne?
I think we need to defer this to our capital budget discussion so we can get a handle on how much we're looking at for the information session. I think we need to have this capital budget session so we know how much spare change we have kicking around to invest in the downtown, and to do anything before that would be premature.
We have a motion on the floor. Councillor Thompson?
Just before we leave that, I meant to mention this a couple of weeks ago that I heard that there is a downtown revitalization in the East Coast, in whether it's Newfoundland or Halifax, where they're getting $250,000 a year for a couple of years for assistance. So maybe we can ask our federal member if there is a program that $250,000 is not a great deal, but it's some dollars we could look at.
Well, Councillor, and I'm a member of the Council, I've been waiting for the opportunity to go both provincially and federally, and we haven't gotten that far yet, and prepared to do that, as Councillor Diodati has suggested, but we've got to have a plan in place, that we've got to have some concurrence in that plan, so we're still waiting on those numbers. But we do have a motion on the floor. I'm going to put the motion to the members. Councillor, yes.
Yes, Your Worship, I will understand if after a thorough discussion of this that Council doesn't want to support the downtown or invest in the downtown or be a part of it or whatever the case may be, but I'd be really quite surprised if this Council didn't want to at least explore the opportunities of what options are out there for us. And I'm suggesting going after other levels of government, because there is money out there. We know that now. We just need to have a plan in place to go after them. And I would hope this Council would at least be open to the idea of helping out. It's our downtown. It's not a developer's downtown. It's our downtown. I would hope that we'd be at least willing to discuss the opportunities of what could happen downtown.
Well, I have a standing letter from the Minister of Public Infrastructure provincially, who's still waiting to hear from us in respect to our plans. We've notified him, and we told him we keep him apprised, and I haven't been able to get back to him with anything because we haven't proceeded further. So you have your motion on the floor yet, and we'll see what happens with that. And not that that's looking for approval. I think you're talking about having some dialogue. Is that what you're saying? Okay. So we'll put the question. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Opposed? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a tie. I vote in favor of the motion. So proceed.
You're going to put on with a regular meeting or a separate meeting? Part of the regular meeting? A separate meeting. No, this is kind of late.
Okay. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Worship, at the committee of the whole meeting downstairs, there was a motion made to defer the item that we were dealing with, and then there was a subsequent motion made to defer it until after this council meeting. So I would expect that we'll be convening in committee room 1.
Okay. Councillor, yes, we have that deferred till this time. So we have that meeting to attend. Okay. So we'll convene in 2 minutes in committee room number 1. Thank you.